Yeah, Tom's a man, he's got the plan, he's really got it made. What a wife he's got, she's smoking hot, check out the junkyard babe. When everything is said and done, no one can beat his show. He's a high-tech redneck, Tony Soprano. If you love sports without the fluff, he's got the master plan. 'Cause nobody does it like Thom Abraham, yeah.
I guess I'm on here, am I on? Can somebody respond?
It must be Wednesday. I called it hump day.
Uh-oh. Guess what day it is?
Sunday.
Guess what day it is?
Sunday.
Huh? Anybody? Mike. What day is it, Mike? Let's guess what today is.
Sunday.
Woo-hoo!
Yeah, baby, it is Hump Day in the doghouse. So glad that you are with us. Good morning, everyone. I am Thom Abraham, and our phone lines are open. Feel free to jump in. 256-576-4977. A lot of coaching carousel news going on, especially with assistant coaches. We'll get to that. And, well, some other guys being mentioned for other possible jobs. That's why they call it the carousel. Okay, there's a domino process in effect. You can text the show at 732-9TA-SHOW. That's 732-982-7469. It's a great way to communicate with us. My personal Twitter feed is at Thom Abraham Show. The station's feed is 97.7 ESPN. We are also on Twitch and to Facebook at 97.7 ESPN. You can watch the show there as well. And, our YouTube channel. That's 97.7 ESPN, The Zone. Like and subscribe there, and you will get notifications and all that kind of good stuff as well. And get the app. Go to 97.7ESPN.com. Do me a favor, get the app. Just get the app. Because with the app, you got everything in the palm of your hand. In one of these little tutu chicozis right here. That's what we call that. That was the catch-all word back in the day. Tutu chicozi. That's what we would call anything that we weren't sure what to call. We call it a tutu chicozi. That's what that is right there. You get, I'm holding up my phone for those of you that are watching it. You get the app, and it looks spectacular. I mean, it's so cool that when you have the app, you get something that looks like that, and it's got all the different channels on it. There you go. You can see it there. It's got the 2, 3, and 4 on there, and, of course, our main channel where you hear everything. And there's all kinds of good stuff. There's slides on there with all kinds of information about what is going on the radio station. So, you need to have one of those apps. See, there's mine. I see where it fits. It's between the Skype, Zoom, and there's Grizz's. He's got his up going there, too, as well, holding up to the camera. And my Havoc. See the Havoc app? I got the Havoc app there, and I got the radio station app on that side, just right underneath the ESPN app. How many pages of apps do you have? That should be a poll question. How many pages of apps do you have on your phone? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I got 5 pages of apps on my phone. But I guess it depends on how big you make your apps. I mean, you can adjust, I guess, the size of your apps. My apps are pretty big. I'm a big app kind of guy. So, in any event, get that thing. Now, tonight, we have a tremendous opportunity for you to win tickets to the Army-Navy game. This is a bucket list thing, sports or otherwise. It's the Army-Navy game. And it's at MetLife Stadium in New Jersey. So you're going to have to be able to get to MetLife Stadium in New Jersey. You got 3 days to get there. Look, here's the deal. The drive with Wes and Steve is going to be at Bubby's Diner tonight. I love Bubby's Diner. I don't get there nearly as much as I want to, but I love Bubby's Diner. The drive will be at Bubby's Diner. Whitesburg, just off of the North Parkway there. Is that right? Whitesburg? Is that the right one? No. Just off the South Parkway. Did I say North Parkway? Just off South Parkway, obviously. Whitesburg, just off the South Parkway there. And the old Gibson's barbecue location is where they are. Anyway, they'll be there beginning at 5 o'clock. And then Crawdads Countdown to Kickoff Army show with their special Army-Navy show will continue there from 7 until 8. So you'll be able to register to win 4 ducats to the Army-Navy game. And we have the tickets in hand. 4 tickets to the Army-Navy game. Crawdad keeps asking me, well, the 2 on one show and 2 on the other. No! We're going to give you all 4. We're not screwing around here. if you're going to make the run up to MetLife Stadium in New Jersey, we're going to give you all 4 tickets. 4 tickets to the Army-Navy game. We're going to give them away at about 7:45 tonight during the Crawdad thing. Okay? So what you do is, beginning at 5 o'clock, you can register to win at Bubby's. And then at about 7:45 or so, Crawdad, if he remembers, and he should, Crawdad will then give away these tickets. He'll pull the winning name and give away these tickets. Now, you do not have to be present to win. You have to be present to sign up because you physically have to go in there to sign up. But, of course, you don't have to be present to win. Now, if you are present, if you hang around, this is what I would do. I would go, I would register, and I would eat at Bubby's. That's what I would do. Just hang out there at Bubby's and wait for 7:45. And then, boom, you will get the tickets. Just hand them to you. If not, we'll call you, and you can come pick them up the next day. Something along those lines. So that's tonight. Bubby's, the drive, Crawdad's countdown to kickoff. It's all happening. 5 o'clock to 7:45 is your window to register to win those tickets. Joey Blackwell from BamaCentral.com is coming up shortly with thoughts on the SEC Championship game and the Alabama basketball team, which is now number 9 in the country, the highest-ranked team in the SEC. They have number 14, Houston, in Coleman Coliseum late Saturday night. 9 o'clock Central Time for the tip. Did I miss that? It's like a 10 o'clock Eastern game. It's Alabama. This is the West Coast, for God's sakes. It's Alabama. It's a 9 o'clock. At least it's a Saturday night. The kids will be there. The kids will be just ready to rip and roar. You kidding me? 9 o'clock? 9 o'clock Saturday night. Number 14, Houston. Not the Phi Slamma-Jamma Houston, but number 14, Houston, in town at Coleman Coliseum. Will Anderson has been named the Bronco Nagurski Award winner as the most outstanding defensive player in the country. By the way, Aiden Hutchinson, and again, I love Aiden Hutchinson. I don't want to ever say that Aiden Hutchinson shouldn't be in New York for the Heisman. Aiden Hutchinson wasn't even a finalist for the Bronco Nagurski Award for the best defensive player. Not best defensive lineman, not best linebacker, not best DB, not best defensive coordinator. The best defensive player in the country, period, end of story. Will Anderson wins that. Aiden Hutchinson isn't even a finalist for that, yet Aiden Hutchinson is in New York while Will Anderson stays home and watches it on TV. I know it's the Bryce Young Award. I get it. I'm just saying. Everybody knows that Will Anderson should have been there. Hell, Matt Corral probably should have been there instead of C.J. Stroud probably. Matt Corral. It's Big Ten bias. That's what it is. It's Big Ten bias. Georgia linebacker Nakobe Dean won the Butkus Award as the best linebacker in the country. Luke Fickell was named the Home Depot Coach of the Year. Now there are a number of different Coach of the Year awards. He was named the Home Depot Coach of the Year. Yesterday, I voted for the Eddie Robinson Coach of the Year award from the Football Writers Association. There are 13 nominees this year, which is the most nominees we've ever had with the Football Writers Association of America for the Eddie Robinson Award. And you select 5. Luke Fickell was 4th on my ballot. I had Mel Tucker 3rd. I had Jim Harbaugh 2nd. I had Nick Saban as Coach of the Year. I mean, really, it's one of those things like when LeBron was in his prime. Why is anybody else ever the MVP? How is Nick Saban not the Coach of the Year every year? Ask Dabo Swinney how hard it is to stay on top year after year after year after year after year after year after year. Ask Ryan Day. Ask any of these guys. I mean, all this dude does, he should win. He hardly ever wins these things because people say, well, he's got all the talent. Well, he got all the talent. That's coaching. He's the best in the business. How can he not be the Coach of the Year when he does what he does every year? Look at him. There he is again. 6th out of 7th playoffs. He's the coach of the year. No, he won't win it. He never wins these things. I had Dave Aranda 5th from Baylor on my list. They got a real quarterback crisis down in Baton Rouge as Max Johnson now has become the latest LSU quarterback to enter the transfer portal. Last year at this time, they had Miles Brennan, TJ Finley, Max Johnson, and Lowell Narcissi in that room. And they've all transferred out. And the only Scully quarterback they have is Garrett Nussmeier. Garrett Nussmeier is the son of former Alabama offensive coordinator Doug Nussmeier, who's now the quarterback's coach at the Dallas Cowboys, I believe. Nussmeier is a true freshman who shut it down earlier this year with a couple of games to go because he had played in 4 games and he wanted to preserve his red shirt. So he didn't play like in the, Louisiana Lafayette game. They just shut him down because he didn't want to blow his red shirt. So now what are they going to do? They got a bowl game coming up against Kansas State on January 4th, and they got no scholarship quarterback. Does Nussmeier play? Try to endear himself to new head coach Brian Kelly, or do they go with a walk-on? The heck are they going to do? And to be honest with you, I don't get why Max Johnson wouldn't want to play for Brian Kelly. Kelly runs a pro-style offense. He just had Wisconsin transfer Jack Cohen as his quarterback at Notre Dame. Cohen is basically Max Johnson with less mobility and doesn't throw the ball as well. Cohen is like a poor man's Max Johnson. Why wouldn't Max Johnson be part of the Brian Kelly offense? What the heck's going on there? And there's a lot going on down on the plains, including the university pausing the vaccine mandate. Today's that day, December 8th. Remember, today everybody in the university had to be vaccinated or you were gonzo. Well, guess what? They have paused the vaccine mandate that was scheduled to go into force today. It has to do with the federal government and blah, blah, blah. But anyway, Brian Harsin is in the market for an offensive coordinator. We are a week out from signing day, and the basketball team is playing well. So Justin Ferguson from the Auburn Observer is scheduled to join us later on in the 11. Not for nothing. Joe Brady is out there. The first couple of guys that they thought maybe that they were going after Auburn for offensive coordinator are not in the mix anymore. So where are they going to go? Now, Joe Brady is from Miami, and there's a lot of talk. Joe Brady got fired by Carolina. Joe Brady, for all that he did in 2019 at LSU, has never been anywhere more than 2 years. Joe Brady is a 2-year guy. Everywhere he's been, Penn State, LSU, the Saints, now the Panthers, wherever Joe Brady's never had a job for more than 2 years. I don't know what's up with that. But now there's talk of Joe Brady joining Mario Cristobal in Miami. Now that's the start of something special down there, if that's the case. But why isn't Auburn in the mix with him? Or what about LSU? Is Brian Kelly trying to get Joe Brady to come back maybe to LSU? Scene of his greatest accomplishment? Over there in the little glass room playing the Platters That Matter and the Stacks of Wax and answering the phones and, just doing a great job keeping us on the air. It's Coach Chris.
Who in the blue hell are you? What is your name? Detective. It doesn't matter what your name is.
I'm the producer of this show. If I didn't step up, you're nowhere. I put this thing together out of spit and polish.
I think this is one of the traits of a really good producer. Keep the talent happy.
I'm all jacked up on Mountain Dew.
Now, Tom. Hey, Tom.
Testosterone high today. Testosterone, whatever the it is.
It really doesn't matter what you think. It really doesn't matter what you say.
Any of you play sports?
How you doing today, man?
I'm doing just fine, and I'll be just dandy tonight as I go down to 8412 Whitesburg Drive, Bubby's Diner tonight for the giveaway. Going to get me some food. Probably going to get me that mac and cheese burger that I love. It's good stuff down there.
What's the one that I like? The bacon...
bacon jam burger. I can't remember.
Jamburger.
It's one of the.
Did he ever change the name of it? Remember, I called it something else.
I don't
and
know.
He said he was going to change it to the Big
I think
Dog
it's still
Burger.
the same, but I mean, if we're down there, it's going to be changed. So for sure.
Bubby, come on, Bubby.
I feel like also this is deja vu a little bit
over again.
right now because we literally talked about this same conversation last year about Nick Saban, making it 10 games in an SEC scheduled season, and should he be coach of the year? And he's never going to win coach of the year because he wins all the time, and you can't give a coach that wins all the time coach of the year. You got to give a deserving coach. Like maybe next year, a John Sumrall who went down to Troy. Very excited for him. The boys this morning got to talk to him. So excited as a Grissom Tiger to see him coaching over at Troy. So maybe who knows? But we'll see.
Well, that's what they always give it to a guy that's like turns a team around, like Dave Aranda, or does something. Luke Fickell. How's Luke Fickell the coach of the year over Nick Saban? Because he went 13-0 in a popcorn conference. I mean, Luke Fickell?
Yes.
Really? I mean, but they don't look at Nick Saban. You can't look at him anymore. It's like giving Michael Jordan the MVP every year, or giving LeBron James the MVP every year, or Tom Brady the MVP.
Did Orgeron get coach? Did Orgeron get coach of the year in 19?
I believe so.
So if
I'm
they
pretty
get,
sure.
I mean, they obviously had the best season as a college football team because they were allowed to play a full season and everything
and
like
that. And he came out of nowhere. And all that
I definitely.
stuff.
I mean, I don't understand why Saban wouldn't have gotten it at least last year, because last year would have made sense because of COVID and everything. Like they would have. They did so much more.
He may have. I mean, he's won a bunch of coach of the year. Because there's so many different ones.
Yeah.
Maybe he did, but look, when you do, it's amazing to maintain status year in and year out. That ability to maintain that year in and year out is absolutely amazing. So, but in any event, we'll see. I had Jim Harbaugh too on my list. I had him too.
Orgeron won it in 19, and Jamie Chadwell won it last year.
Jamie Chadwell. Grumpy says, "Forget this college ball. Tell us the details about that bacon jam burger and the mac and cheese burger. The bacon jam burger at Bubby's is amazing. It's a burger." And then instead of just having bacon on it, it's like bacon jam, which is like crunched up bacon, and it's mixed with some sort of barbecue sauce or something like that. And you got the cheese on there, and then it's the it's the bacon jam cheeseburger thing. And I called it something else, and then they said they were going to call it the Big Dog Burger because it's my favorite burger down there, and they were going to make it the Big Dog Burger. And so I don't know what happened with that, but the bacon jam. I can't even hardly talk right now. My mouth is watering. I'm gonna have to go to the Big Dog Kitchen and get a drink. Now the mac and cheese burger, Grizz, I would imagine
pimento
is
cheese.
exactly,
I'm sorry. I'm saying mac and cheese, but it's pimento cheese. I apologize. I was wrong.
Pimento. So
yeah,
there's not
it's
a
Charlie's pimento cheese, but it's amazing. Either way, it's amazing. Cheese on whatever,
Yeah, but it's a different kind of cheese on a cheeseburger. But you may have stumbled into something. I mean, the mac and cheeseburger sounds amazing.
Kimmy,
that might be the
Kimmy's
Grizz burger. I mean, can you imagine taking a little bit of macaroni and cheese and putting it on a burger? I mean, who would have ever thought of putting a fried egg on a burger?
If I had the situation to do that every night, I probably would do that.
I mean, wouldn't that be something
be
to try? It's like there's other things, two things that go together really good. Like, you can never find it anywhere around here, but I used to find it at the gas station in Florida all the time, is the breakfast pizza. You ever had breakfast pizza?
Oh, yeah. Oh, without a doubt. We used to have it at Challenger. When I went to Challenger, breakfast, like the morning breakfast before school, I hit that up every single day.
So what was on your breakfast pizza?
Sausage and cheese, just sausage and cheese.
Okay, well, the breakfast pizza that I would get in Florida, the breakfast pizza that I prefer, has scrambled eggs.
Oh.
Okay, so think about it. You take a pizza. I'm going to do this. I'm going to get one of the Babolis and make one of these up. You get a pizza bread, and then you put the scrambled eggs on it, and then you put the bacon bits on it, and then you put the cheese on it. So it ends up being a bacon, egg, and cheese.
That's what's up.
You know what? I may try making one of those out. I'm going to make one for lunch. I've got these little flatbreads that are like the size of a personal pan pizza.
Yeah.
I'm going to make a bacon cheese. I'm going to make a breakfast pizza for lunch.
That's awesome. It's
And
Kimmy's bacon jam. It's Kimmy's bacon jam burger, by the way.
Yeah.
So they're all tied in. A lot of the names that are tied into their menu, by the way, are people that are related to the business or work there, actually. So
it's now called, or it is still the Kenny's Bacon Jam.
Kimmy.
Kimmy?
Yeah, Kimmy. Yeah, Kimmy.
Kimmy's Bacon Jam Burger.
And mine's the Charlie's.
I
The
called
big
it
dog.
something else.
The big
I
dog
called it, no,
bacon
I didn't call it. He said big dog. I called it the bacon
You said
bacon jam cheeseburger or something like that.
You said
I don't know
bacon
what
gravy, I think. I think you
bacon
kept saying.
gravy. That's
I think
what
you
it
said
is. I
kept
called
saying
it the
bacon
gravy
Yeah.
cheeseburger. I called it the bacon gravy cheeseburger, and they said we were going to change the name of
They
that.
called
one.
you out during the show.
did.
Everybody in the restaurant.
Everybody was like, "What is he talking about? Bacon gravy
jam
cheeseburger." It's like when I say upper echelon all the time instead of higher echelon.
I mean, you don't have to have these specialty burgers. I mean, they've got burgers, they've got po' boys. I mean, they've got fried green tomatoes.
everything.
They've got a bunch of different stuff.
By the way, thank you very much to Joe Ross and the crew at Higher Echelon. They're the ones that are making it possible for us to give you these 4 tickets to the Army-Navy game. Higher Echelon, I mean, it's such a phenomenal company. And Joe Ross is – you want to talk about a North Alabama treasure. Joe Ross, who went into Lurch and took over the football team at Catholic this year. He was kind of pressed into duty as an interim to be the head coach there. They're looking for a head coach. He thinks they've got nice talent and could win a lot of games next year. He'll stay on the staff. But this is a guy that played at Army. A great run in the service, great career in the service. Thank you for your service. And then started Higher Echelon. And Higher Echelon for business training, I mean, it's second to none. Train your staff to perform at its highest level in every different department, basically. That's what they do at Higher Echelon. And Joe Ross is at the top of that heap. And Joe Ross made it possible for us to give you these tickets for the Army-Navy game. So thank you to Joe Ross and Higher Echelon so that you had that opportunity to go down there and win tickets to the good job. Good job. Well deserved for Joe Ross and his crew at Higher Echelon. All right, let's get a break in. We got so much to get to. Let's get a break in and we'll come back. Joey Blackwell will join us next from BamaCentral.com on 97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
You're listening to the Thom Abraham Show on 97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
This is Brent Musburger's VSiN Action Update on 97.7 ESPN The Zone. Heads up, sports bettors. Right now you can try VSiN All Access free for 30 days with no credit card required. Visit vsin.com/free month to sign up now.
Alabama quarterback Bryce Young is the odds-on favorite to win the Heisman Trophy at -3,000. Michigan defensive end Aiden Hutchinson at +2,000. Pitt quarterback Kenny Pickett at +2,500. And Ohio State QB C.J. Stroud at +3,000. NFL Week 14, the Falcons +2.5 at the Panthers, and the Saints a 5-point favorite against the Jets on the road. This Saturday at UFC 269, 2 title belts on the line. Lightweight champion Charles Oliveira and underdog against former interim champion Dustin Poirier. Poirier at -165, Oliveira at +135, and Amanda Nunes a -850 favorite when she puts her bantamweight title on the line against Juliana Pena at +525.
I'm Trey Westerberg, 97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
TOC Sports has been there for you. Now, you're probably asking yourself, what does that mean? It means for more than 20 years, Alabama's largest orthopedic group has been there providing coverage and care to more schools and student athletes in the Tennessee Valley than any other group. It means whether you are the star football player, the all-region volleyball ace, or someone who hurt their knee in a weekend pickup basketball game, TOC Sports physicians are proud to have the opportunity to care for all your orthopedic needs. It means for parents, coaches, athletes, desk jockeys, or even weekend warriors, TOC Sports physicians continue to meet and exceed the orthopedic and sports medicine needs of our community. But most importantly, during these challenging times, we're here for you now, and will continue to be here. So as long as there are players on the field, games to be played, and contests to be won, the orthopedic specialists from TOC Sports will be ready to help. We don't know what the future holds, but you can count on the TOC Sports team to stay committed to you, so you can stay in the game. Call 256-539-2728 today and ask to see a TOC Sports physician. Check them out online, also Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
When you call most roofing companies, all you'll hear is, you need a new roof. Not when you call Fleming. At Fleming Roofing and Restoration, we're focused on your needs, whether it's an easy repair or a full roof replacement. Folks around here have trusted Fleming since 1965 for all their residential and commercial roofing needs. And as the area's storm damage experts, Fleming knows all the ins and outs of the insurance claims process. Log on FlemingHSV.com to schedule your free estimate today. Fleming Roofing and Restoration. We show up.
Hi folks, Bobby White back again for Woody Anderson Ford. And while placing a custom factory order is a smart way to save big and get exactly what you want, it's not suited for everybody. Right now, during our year-end sales event, choose from the best selection we've had in months of 2021 F-150, Explorer, and Edge. These Fords are on the ground and ready for your driveway. Woody Anderson Ford has financing as low as 0% for up to 60 months on most 21 models, and 22 Edge has up to $2,000 in bonus cash. If you're like me, you've seen more and more Bronco Sports running the roads in Huntsville and Madison. Come take one for a test drive and you'll see why folks rave about it. It's Woody Anderson Ford's year-end sales event with 0% financing for 60 months or up to $2,000 in bonus cash, and it all ends November 30th. Come in to Woody Anderson Ford. We're America's best-selling brand. Woody Anderson Ford, corner of Jordan Lane and Sparkman Drive. Hope to see you soon.
Are you in the market for a recreational vehicle? Do you want to get out and see more of this beautiful country? Well, imagine hearing the laughter of your little ones enjoying gooey s'mores by a cozy campfire and making lasting memories with your friends and family from the comfort of a new camper. We can make your dreams come true at Hall's RV. With over 15 years in the camping business, we know how to get our customers into the perfect camper. We have several models and floor plans here for you to choose from, both new and used. We're family owned and operated with fantastic deals and great service. Everyone wants to work with people they can trust, so come on down to Hall's RV and get the deal of a lifetime. We'll treat you right and get you on the road in the camper of your dreams. Visit us on Highway 431 in Albertville. Hall's RVs, where we sell fun. Or see us on the web at www.hallsrvsales.com.
Ann Adams with Berkshire Hathaway Rise Real Estate is the one name to know if you're buying or selling real estate. With years of local experience, Ann Adams offers buyers in-depth knowledge of the local housing market and will narrow available properties down to those you'll be interested in so you can save time when shopping for your new home. If you're ready to sell, Ann offers a seamless process using accurate pricing and expert negotiation skills to make sure you get a fair price for your home. Call Ann Adams today at 256-337-2625 or log on bhhsriserealestate.com.
Touchdown, Boilermakers! Witness tomorrow's NFL stars this month at the TransPerfect Music City Bowl.
First down, hand off, tailback, right up the middle to the 30. He's out of here. 20, to the 10, crank up Rocky Top. Touchdown, right up the middle.
Don't miss a second as Tennessee and Purdue, two of college football's top programs, go head-to-head on Thursday, December 30th at 2 p.m. inside Nissan Stadium. For more information on this year's game, including ticket availability, visit MusicCityBowl.com. Presented by the Tennessee Lottery.
From the Fox 54 Weather Center, I'm Chief Meteorologist Jordan Dressman. A partly sunny sky this afternoon. Temperatures climbing into the mid and upper 50s. A little warmer this afternoon compared to what we saw yesterday across North Alabama, southern Middle Tennessee. As we head into the overnight, early into your Thursday morning, temperatures only dropping into the upper 30s and lower 40s. A mostly cloudy sky for your Thursday, still getting to enjoy a little bit of sunshine. A couple of scattered showers, though, are going to be possible. Temperatures climbing into the lower 60s, dropping into the upper 50s and lower 60s as we head into the overnight. I'm Chief Meteorologist Jordan Dressman on your home for ESPN Radio, 97.7 ESPN The Zone.
This is Paul Feinbaum. Listen to me coming up today at 2. Now back to the Thom Abraham Show on 97.7 ESPN The Zone.
Welcome back, Thom Abraham Show. The segment of the show is brought to you by Woody Anderson Ford, where all your service needs are taken care of at Woody Anderson Ford. Look, we are just a couple of weeks away from winter. You believe that? I mean, fall is, and now winter is coming, and you're going to want to get your service done for the winter. You get it done at Woody Anderson Ford, or if you got anything else going on with your rig, you get it done at Woody Anderson Ford. They can take care of you down there. And don't forget the certified, gold certified pre-owned vehicles at Woody Anderson Ford that are absolutely amazing. I am so happy with my F-150 and my wife's Mustang. It's just perfect. I mean, there's just no other answer than our friends at Woody Anderson Ford. All right, joining us now, a guy that does a tremendous job for BamaCentral.com. They got everything covered from soup to nuts, anything that's Alabama. They've got it done down there, and it's Joey Blackwell joining us on the Neighbors Wealth Management Hotline. Joey, welcome in. How are you?
Doing all right, Tom. How are you today?
Well, I'm fantastic. And, we talked about football and minimizing mistakes. It always sounds so negative to say, the team that makes the least mistakes wins. Alabama had shown flashes of this throughout the season where they would play a quarter, 2 quarters, 3 quarters against some of the better teams on their roster or on their schedule, where they played clean football, and it looked like what everybody thought it would look like. What we saw on Saturday, though, I mean, that was pretty much what the expectation was. If they played that kind of football, they could not be beat. What were your thoughts as you saw them play a game that had I think only 2 tackles for losses, no sacks, no turnovers, penalties were down. What were your thoughts coming out of that thing?
Well, I think, by far is the complete game that Alabama's played so far this season. I mean, from the very beginning, of course, they went down 10-0 to begin the game, but after that first quarter, they had, of course, five consecutive possessions where they put up 4 touchdowns and a field goal. So, really, it was just night and day when you go back a week to the Iron Bowl, and the defense was still strong in both those games, but the offense was like night and day. But I think it was a very complete game, and it couldn't have come, obviously, at a better time. I mean, this is heading into now what is the playoff for Alabama. They're looking like the Alabama of old, not the team that struggled to play 60 minutes all year long.
Yeah, and it's interesting. I was talking earlier that in the Eddie Robinson Coach of the Year award from the Football Writers Association, I voted Nick Saban number 1. He's one of the finalists, and I voted him as the Coach of the Year. He never wins these things because it's almost like it's expected that he's great. And to me, the way I look at it is, why? I mean, Luke Fickell got the Home Depot. They always seem to give it like it was like Jamie Chadwell last year or whatever. Why wouldn't you give it to a guy who year in and year out? I mean, just ask Dabo Swinney how hard it is to maintain that kind of level of play as you continue to turn over classes. It's like voting for Michael Jordan for MVP. How is he not the Coach of the Year?
Yeah. No, Nick Saban obviously does a great job year in and year out, and I think it's gotten to that point where the success is kind of downplayed just because it's become so normal for Alabama to have success and to be in the playoff year in and year out. I mean, for Pete's sake, they've been to playoff every year except for one. So, yeah, I do believe he's done an outstanding job. This team has gone through a lot of from the outside looking in. It's gone through a lot of adversity, in that I feel like Saban's really struggled with a lot of players this year as far as their mentality and getting them on the right page and getting them to work as a unit. And I think, this past game really showed the improvements that Alabama has made. But, Saban's talked all year about the internal problems the team has, what he likes to call, the poor me's, players feeling sorry for themselves and not getting the right kind of reps and stuff like that. And, I think that this past game really showed how far this team has come, and that's all thanks to Nick Saban.
I don't know how this offensive line transformed themselves in a period of 7 days from what we saw against Auburn, where they couldn't handle any blitzes. There was, between, and it's not just the 5 interior line, it's just not the 5 offensive linemen. It's the blitz pickup from the backs. It's the tight ends blocking as well when they decide to keep them in, against various blitzes and so on. But, Doug Marrone, I don't know how much it had to do with that, how much it had to do with play calling and scheme. You got a couple of former NFL head coaches and Bill O'Brien and Doug Marrone on that offensive staff. And you just look at how clean Bryce Young was and what kind of damage he could do. I don't care how good your defense is, what kind of damage that kid can do in a clean pocket. That, I think, is the most stunning thing, is that it wasn't that he didn't get sacked. They didn't get his flag. I mean, they never even got close to him, it seemed like.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that has to do with the addition of Seth McLaughlin. They put him in the second half of the Iron Bowl, and he did a decent job. I mean, they still gave up a lot of sacks, but the line was just out of sync that entire day. But I think giving Seth McLaughlin more reps over this past week really helped, and now they finally found their guy that can go deep in games, that really provides a different mentality to this offensive line. But, we saw Neil Ekiyor do well. Evan Neal obviously did well. Really remarkable work against one of, if not the best defensive line in the country in Georgia. I mean, Jordan Davis was essentially nullified in that game.
Yeah.
He did have a couple of tackles there, but none of the quarterback. and Jordan Davis obviously is a tremendous player. So if you can limit him, and by far the best player on their defensive line, then you're not going to have very many issues, and that's exactly what happened.
John Mechie goes down. He's done for the playoff. Ja'Cory Brooks is there to step in, along with a few other guys that'll pick up the slack, puts more pressure on Jamison Williams. They played the second half and won the Iron Bowl without Jamison Williams. How bad is it losing Mechie, and just talk about the the resources that they have now that we'll see throughout these 1 or 2 playoff games?
Well, it's definitely not good. Obviously, Mechie's been pretty much Mechie's been the number one receiver all year. He's had more receptions than Jamison, but Jamison obviously has been the big playmaker for them. But Mechie's done a great job at being able to split the defensive attention between him and Williams, and obviously you're not going to have that now. You're going to have a lot of players concentrating on JMO, but at the same time, that could really benefit Alabama because that leaves players like Ja'Cory Brooks wide open, who we're expecting to see kind of take up Mechie's place. So I expect Ja'Cory Brooks to have a big game against Cincinnati. There's kind of limited film on him because he really hasn't come into the fold until recently, as far as being a player that gets routine looks from Bryce Young. And I think it really could benefit Alabama. That being said, they are going to miss Mechie. They're going to miss his speed. They're going to miss his play-making ability. I mean, he's had a couple of drops this year, but more often than not, he's still able to make big plays. He was huge for them in that first half and getting those 24 points in the second quarter. So I think overall they will miss him, but I think there's plenty of talent on this roster to step up, and it provides less film for opposing coaches to look at and prepare for, and I think that'll benefit Alabama.
Waiting for Jaleel Billingsley to have that, O.J. Howard moment. You wonder whether or not there's some huge game out there for him. They did have a couple of catches for 27 yards in the SEC championship game, but you wonder whether or not, he's a nasty matchup. Can he split him a little bit and maybe do some damage with him?
Yeah, I mean, Jaleel Billingsley's been kind of quiet all season long ever since he was missing from that first game, or at least didn't start. So. Bryce hasn't really been looking at his tight ends all year, but when he has, it's been very effective. Of course, like you said, Billingsley had 2 catches for 27 yards. Cameron Latu also had his one target was a 13-yard gain this past weekend. So if Bryce can, target the tight ends more, I think that gives them even more success, and it also spreads the ball out more instead of just throwing to the wide receivers every time. I think it really provides an extra dimension to the offense. I think one of the reasons we haven't seen as many targets, though, is that they have been primarily utilizing Billingsley and Latu both as blocking tight ends, which worked out for them very well against Georgia. You mentioned it earlier that Billingsley was blocking a lot, and that really helped the success of the offensive line, and I think it really did. But against a team like Cincinnati, I think they're going to be able to afford to roll those tight ends out a little bit more and give them more targets. And Billingsley has shown that when he is targeted, I mean, he had 6 targets and he only had 2 catches, but overall, he has been pretty reliable for Alabama this year when they have utilized him, and I think he could definitely have a big game against Cincinnati.
I would think Brian Robinson. Look, this offense using Robinson and Trey Sanders, both those guys averaged about 3.5 yards a carry against a great rush defense in Georgia, and then of course you add in the 3 scrambles for 40 yards, and it makes the rushing numbers look even better. But you would think that the biggest beneficiaries of having 3 or 4 weeks off now is going to be Brian Robinson getting healthy, and Trey Sanders continuing to get healthier, still feeling the effects of the accident and everything else. There's nobody else, though, comes into the mix, right, in that running back room. It's those 2 guys, and that's it.
It's been those 2 guys the past 2 weeks, and I don't see really anything changing. I think Brian Robinson, despite being hurt, I think he did a decent job this past Saturday, and he's only going to get better as he heals up. Trey Sanders has done a phenomenal job, not necessarily in carrying the ball. He hasn't gotten very many touches, but he's done a great job in the backfield at blocking, just like we were talking about earlier with the tight ends. They've kind of utilized him mostly as a blocking running back and protecting the passer. And, I keep thinking about that play in the end zone in the Iron Bowl when they put him in there and he blocked and really saved the drive, what could have been a sack in the end zone of Bryce Young. So I think that if they keep utilizing both of them like they are right now, I think that they're going to be just fine. I don't see them utilizing any more running backs, even though they're only down to those 2. I think that, what they showed against Georgia, they showed that the duo is pretty much all they need.
And then on the end of the football team, the Will Anderson not being invited to New York, And it's not a subjective thing. It's not like they said, hey, let's pick this guy and that guy. It's based on the votes. I mean, this is based on the votes that these guys got. I don't want to throw any shade at Aiden Hutchinson because I think Aiden Hutchinson should be there, but I think he should be sitting next to Will Anderson. You know what I mean? It just seems like both of those guys should be there. And, oh, by the way, he wins the Bronco Nagurski Award as the most outstanding defensive player of the year in college football. And Hutchinson wasn't even a finalist, for that award. So it just baffles me, I guess. And I don't know if it had to do with Bryce Young being at the top of most people's ticket or what the story is, but it's just crazy to think that Will Anderson is not going to New York.
Yeah, it is. And, I tweeted out as soon as the finals were announced a tweet that kind of went viral that I didn't intend to, and it was comparing the stats between both Hutchinson and Anderson, and that wasn't meant to have any shade at Hutch at all. Hutchinson's been a fantastic player and really been a game changer for Michigan's defense. But when you just look at the numbers, it's really stacked in Will Anderson's favor. And like you said, for the Nagurski Trophy, Hutchinson wasn't even a finalist, which there are 3 finalists for that award. And Will Anderson obviously took that home over Jordan Davis and the Oregon linebacker Thibodeau, I think is his last name. And, Will Anderson's just been just as much, if not more, of a game changer for Alabama defense this season. He's just been phenomenal off the edge. And, a lot of people, when they compare the two, are like, well, of course Will Anderson has more stats. He's a linebacker. He's going to get more stats than more tackles than a defensive lineman is. And it's like, well, that's not necessarily true because let's look at how Will Anderson has been utilized all year. He's been utilized basically as a defensive end.
Yeah, he's a glorified defensive end. Yeah.
Exactly. He's either had his hands in the dirt or he's rushed off the edge. So he's basically a glorified defensive end, even though he's an outside linebacker. So really those stats kind of can be compared, even though they have different positions. So I think, and none of this takes away from Hutchinson's year. Like I said, he's fantastic, but I think Hutchinson should be in New York, but I also think that Will Anderson should be right there with him.
And then finally, it just kept on coming. I mean, it was a bad day to be a Bulldog if you were facing the Alabama Crimson Tide because Alabama just rolled right into Gonzaga. It got a huge game out of Jaden Shackelford, 28 points, 9 boards in that game. He was the player of the week. And J.D. Davison was the freshman of the week. He was outstanding as well, good from downtown, 4 of 6 from downtown as well there. And they get a win against Gonzaga and shoot all the way up to number 9, highest-ranked SEC team in the top 25 right now at number 9, and they get a sporty Houston team coming in on Saturday night to Coleman Coliseum at number 14 in the country.
Yeah, so, Alabama's had a tough stretch. They just had Gonzaga, obviously, in Seattle, and now they face Houston, and then they have to travel to Memphis. So this is really the defining moment of the non-conference season for Alabama basketball. And obviously, they were leading Gonzaga at one point by 18 points. Gonzaga was able to come back and cut it down to 4, but then the final push by J.D. Davison was really what spread them back out and extended that lead again. So I think if Alabama can beat Gonzaga like they did, by 9 points, I think they can certainly handle Houston and Memphis, but it's all about fatigue at this point. They have had a week off between Gonzaga and Houston, but then they'll only have a few days before they have to travel to Memphis. So it's not going to be an easy, stretch for them, but if they can make it through these 3 games going 2-1, really it kind of shows just how far this team has come this season. A lot of people like to point to the Iona loss as a bad loss. But I think the people that do that are people that either A, don't realize that Rick Pitino is the head coach at Iona, or they don't realize that Alabama and Iona played not just a few months ago in March, and Rick Pitino obviously circled this game on the calendar for this year. So nobody beat Rick Pitino twice in a row. And I think that what Alabama's been able to do so far in starting this season, 7-1, if they can finish this 3-game stretch going 2-1, I think there's a lot of really good things that are going to happen to Alabama over the course of this season.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it, and they just keep getting better and better. And when you get a young guy that's a big part of your offense like Davison, obviously he's going to be better in January than he was in December, and so on as the season goes on. Joey Blackwell has been our guest. Joey, appreciate you so much. Keep up the great work, and we'll continue the conversation. We'll take a look at Cincinnati beginning in our next couple of weeks here and see what Alabama has to do to control a team that brings a little different thing to the table, and that's Desmond Ridder and his ability to run the ball. He has run it for 350 yards or so this year and is a loose quarterback. So you got to kind of, I think that's going to be a big part of their focus going in.
Yeah, it absolutely will. And I think Alabama has Cincinnati's a great team. They're number 4 for a reason, and they bring a lot to the table. And can't wait to get into it with you. Thank you so much for having me.
All right, man. Appreciate it. Thank you. All right. We're going to break in here. We'll come back and have a final segment of hour number 1. Phone lines are open if you want to get in, 256-5764-97.7. In fact, phone lines will be open now for the next 30 minutes or so of the show. So this is a good time to get in. We've got Justin Ferguson coming up from the Auburn Observer later on in the 11 o'clock hour. So the next couple of segments are open lines for you. It's the Thom Abraham Show, 97.7 ESPN, The Zone. Looking for a great deal? Well, I've got one for you. Thom Abraham here for Valley Equipment Rental. And at Valley Equipment, if you rent after 3 on a Friday or on a Saturday morning, you're not due back until Monday morning. So basically, you're getting the entire weekend for the price of one day. And if you're in the service or are a vet, they'll knock another 10% off. Valley Equipment is locally owned and involved in our community through charities and even supporting local teams. And soon, they'll have a second location to handle even more equipment. Stay tuned for info on where that will be and when it will open.
Everybody knows the fun begins when you get to the End Zone, where you can enjoy half-price apps every Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, half-price burgers every Tuesday, plus late-night pizza specials and a spectacular menu that includes jumbo wings, half-pound burgers, Tex-Mex, and an incredible selection of craft beer, and plenty of big-screen TVs. It's all happening at the End Zone, 1851 University Drive, 2030 Cecil Ashburn at Jones Valley Station, and coming in early 2022, Mid-City End Zone at 1115 McMurtry next to the Target Shopping Center.
Two Maids and a Mop. That's all you need to know to clean house. Two Maids and a Mop is an award-winning company, bonded and insured. Hire them for yourself, or they have gift cards if you want to make someone else's day. Find out more online at twomaidshuntsville.com. A maid service worth talking about. Two Maids and a Mop take care of everything. They supply all the cleaning equipment needed. Call 256-883-6243. The only finger you'll need to lift is the one to call them.
Want to try something different for breakfast, lunch, or dinner? Then why not head on over to City Cafe Diner? They have the largest menu in the area with traditional breakfast like pancakes and omelets, comfort foods like burgers and shakes, and specialty items like homemade Greek delicacies. And their entire menu is served any time of day. So make plans to dine with City Cafe Diner today, just west of the Parkway at 2003 Drake Avenue. City Cafe Diner, where no one leaves hungry. If you're ready to lower your utility bills, it's time to call Eagle Insulation. Eagle can handle it all. Attic re-insulation, insulation removal, wall insulation, and new construction insulation, commercial and residential. Our primary goal is to save you money, and lots of it. Typical clients realize their return on investment within 3 to 6 months. That means the re-insulation actually pays for itself and then some. See if we can help you. Contact Eagle Insulation today, 256-755-1556, or log on insulatewitheagle.com.
Hi, everybody. Eli Gold here. Right now, indoor air quality occupies top-of-mind awareness for families and business owners. Rick Smith and the trusted professionals at Environmental Comfort Systems can take care of your indoor air quality concerns with their state-of-the-art indoor air quality solutions. Environmental Comfort's indoor air quality systems remove 99.9% of airborne contaminants so you and your family can breathe clean, fresh air. If anyone in your family suffers from allergies, or if you just want the security of knowing the air you breathe inside your home is free from viruses, bacteria, pet dander, dust, and odors, Environmental Comfort Systems are the professionals to call. Environmental Comfort also carries state-of-the-art, high-efficiency comfort systems that increase home comfort, keep humidity in check, and help you save money on your energy bills. Give my friend Rick a call or visit them online at envcomfort.com and breathe cleaner air today. Environmental Comfort Systems, Alabama license number 92314.
Hey, this is Justin with the Furniture Factory Bar and Grill. We'd like to invite you to North Alabama's premier patio bar and grill, where at the factory, we have something going on each and every night. Monday night, steak night. Tuesday night, karaoke. Wednesday night, the Jeep community comes out for Jeep Jam. Thursday, it's bike night, the biggest in the valley. Friday and Saturday, live concerts on our 4,000-square-foot patio, along with drink specials and a beautiful staff. What are you waiting on? We will see you at the Furniture Factory Bar and Grill.
Roll Tide.
Alabama is still Alabama.
Tune in New Year's Eve.
Touchdown, Alabama!
It's
The Crimson Tide and the Cincinnati Bearcats in the Cotton Bowl, live from AT&T Stadium in Arlington, Texas, in the college football playoff semifinal. Our coverage begins at 11:30 on your home for Bama football.
Listen to Alabama football all season long on 97.7 ESPN The Zone.
From the Fox 54 Weather Center, I'm Chief Meteorologist Jordan Dressman. A partly sunny sky this afternoon. Temperatures climbing into the mid and upper 50s. A little warmer this afternoon compared to what we saw yesterday across North Alabama, southern Middle Tennessee. As we head into the overnight, early into your Thursday morning, temperatures only dropping into the upper 30s and lower 40s. A mostly cloudy sky for your Thursday, still getting to enjoy a little bit of sunshine. A couple of scattered showers, though, are going to be possible. Temperatures climbing into the lower 60s, dropping into the upper 50s and lower 60s as we head into the overnight. I'm Chief Meteorologist Jordan Dressman on your home for ESPN Radio, 97.7 ESPN The Zone.
This is the only place for Drew DeArmond, Wes Neighbors, and of course, Thom Abraham.
I never met him, but I hear that he's a man of character.
97.7 ESPN The Zone.
Let me tell you about Valley Equipment on the South Memorial Parkway, where you'll find Valley Equipment. And when you get down there, you're going to see these lifts out in front that are incredible. I mean, they got the lifts that'll help you get up there 40, 45 feet, working style lifts. If you're power washing a project or doing anything like that, they've got everything that you need for it. If you're a contractor and you need to get that drywall up to the second floor of a building, I mean, they've got the lift that help you with that as well. But they also have things for homeowners, anything that a homeowner would need to do a project around your property, from unique style tools, smaller stuff, hand tools, whatever, to, larger tools, a little excavator that you want to do. You're going to do a little trench. You're going to do some work like that. I know I have some of that work on my property to do at some particular point in time that I'll get to. Skid steers. They got more skid steers and excavators than anybody around. And now with their second location underway, which will be opening up later on sometime around March or so of 2022, even more equipment for you, bigger equipment for you that'll be out there off the North Parkway up there by Winchester Road. So stay tuned for more details on that as well. All right, phone lines are open, 256-576-4977, and we're going to carry that right into the first segment of the second hour of the show. Later on in that hour, Justin Ferguson will join us. And Grizz, I don't know if you saw this or not, but there was an article at CBS Sports by Sheehan Jeremiah talking about the candidates right now for Oregon, and some interesting names on that, to replace Mario Cristobal at Oregon. One of them is Chip Kelly. How about Chip Kelly back to Oregon? Yeah,
I don't know.
Pretty good year this year.
Second time around,
they were 8-4 this year at UCLA, and
you get better recruits. Yeah.
What's the better job, Oregon or UCLA? Especially with Lincoln Riley, who I think is going to have phenomenal success at USC. With Lincoln Riley showing up across town, Chip Kelly may be thinking this might be a time to jump. I mean, they would throw a parade for him, if they could get him back there.
Yeah.
There's another name that's on the list. Here's what it says. There have been rumblings that Brian Harsin might be looking to get out of Auburn after a 6-6 season, and Oregon would be a strong transition for the former Boise State coach. He led the Broncos to a 69-19 record in 7 seasons, including 3 Mountain West titles. One potential complication: Oregon has a vaccine mandate. Harsin hasn't been forthcoming about his vaccination status.
He'll get a whole season to decide on the vaccine, and then he'll just go on to the next team.
Auburn's vaccine deadline approaches. Employees must be fully vaccinated by now. It's January 18th, by the way.
Just keep pushing it back.
Yeah, you just keep pushing it back. After seeing what Wazoo went through with the Nick Rolovich saga, Harsin's lack of transparency may convince the Ducks to avoid the drama. Brian Harsin is on the list. All right, open lines are next. 256-576-4977 on 97.7 ESPN The Zone.
So close to home, just 5 miles from downtown Huntsville, Montesano State Park sits on over 2,000 acres with spectacular vistas from atop Montesano Mountain. And right now would be a great time to purchase our zone deal so you can plan your getaway and save money. Get a 2-night stay in a cabin at Montesano State Park for the price of just 1 night, only $140. Get your zone deal before they're gone at 977ESPN.com. Ann Adams with Berkshire Hathaway Rise Real Estate is the one name to know if you're buying or selling real estate. With years of local experience, Ann Adams offers buyers in-depth knowledge of the local housing market and will narrow available properties down to those you'll be interested in so you can save time when shopping for your new home. If you're ready to sell, Ann offers a seamless process using accurate pricing and expert negotiation skills to make sure you get a fair price for your home. Call Ann Adams today at 256-337-2625 or log on bhhsriserealestate.com.
TOC Sports has been there for you. Now, you're probably asking yourself, what does that mean? It means for more than 20 years, Alabama's largest orthopedic group has been there providing coverage and care to more schools and student athletes in the Tennessee Valley than any other group. It means whether you are the star football player, the all-region volleyball ace, or someone who hurt their knee in a weekend pickup basketball game, TOC Sports physicians are proud to have the opportunity to care for all your orthopedic needs. It means for parents, coaches, athletes, desk jockeys, or even weekend warriors, TOC Sports physicians continue to meet and exceed the orthopedic and sports medicine needs of our community. But most importantly, during these challenging times, we're here for you now and will continue to be here. So as long as there are players on the field, games to be played, and contests to be won, the orthopedic specialists from TOC Sports will be ready to help. We don't know what the future holds, but you can count on the TOC Sports team to stay committed to you so you can stay in the game. Call 256-539-2728 today and ask to see a TOC Sports physician. Check them out online, also Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
Have you ever found exactly the right new car or truck with the exact features that you want and nothing else? Well, at Woody Anderson Ford, we can promise you just that. Hey, Bobby White back again, and you can now factory order your new Ford today, and you'll get your new car or truck exactly the way you want it. And there's no extra cost to custom order. Plus, you get $1,000 off MSRP on top of any additional factory rebates. This applies to 2021 F-150, Explorer, Ranger, and Expedition. It's a win-win with a custom order at Woody Anderson Ford. You get the colors, the features, and the options that fit your life. Plus, you get notified when it's built, shipped, and ready to deliver. Listen, buying a new car or truck is likely the second largest investment you'll ever make. So why settle? Get exactly what you want with a custom factory order today and get $1,000 off MSRP. See how at WoodyAndersonFord.com or at the corner of Jordan Lane and Sparkman Drive. Hope to see you soon.
WCZN, Union Grove, Huntsville, Alabama. 97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
This is SportsCenter.
I'm Christine Lisi. Breaking news from ESPN's Adam Schefter. Washington has placed tight end Logan Thomas on injured reserve for a second time this season, ending his season. He does not have a torn ACL, but an MRI revealed damage to his knee. Washington's run 4 in a row, owns the 6th spot in the NFC, and is 2 games back of NFC East leading Dallas, heading into Sunday's meeting with the Cowboys. The season's over for Seahawks safety Jamal Adams. Needs season-ending surgery to repair a torn labrum in his left shoulder. Serena Williams won't play in next month's Australian Open, won't compete in tennis's first major of the year. Following advice from her medical team, Williams hasn't played since retiring from her first-round match at Wimbledon with a right hamstring injury. Wednesday, NBA doubleheader. Bucks visit the Heat, followed by the Warriors hosting the Blazers. Coverage begins with NBA Countdown at 7 Eastern on ESPN TV.
More intense than a Nick Saban press conference.
You sure you want to ask?
Your home of ESPN Radio. 97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
Can't assume anything. I don't even know what you asked me, but I just wanted to say that. You need to be more like a dog.
Like what you guys are doing. You've got your fingertip on the pulse of your listeners. Guys know what they're talking about.
Be a dog.
God bless the show. You are the Messiah.
We need more dogs.
This is the best show on radio.
The big dog, Thom Abraham, is here with you.
Hey, I see you. I see you, dog.
So settle in and get your bark on.
That's my dog.
Now live. Here he is, the big dog.
Let's go, baby!
Thom Abraham.
How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? How you doing?
How you doing? How you doing? How you doing?
Look, I don't speak Spanish.
I don't know how to say this, so I'm going to choose my words very carefully. I think you're a psycho.
Do you know who I am?
I mean, that guy sounds like El McPherson farting into Miles Davis' trumpet.
I guess I'm on here. Am I on? Can somebody respond? Get off my lawn.
I have to drag my Yankee ass out of here.
Welcome back, hour number 2 of the Thom Abraham Show. Glad that you are with us. Phone lines are open now if you want to get in. 256-576-4977 will get you into the show. And, Grizz, I don't know if you saw this, but the SEC announced that the SEC championship game had a massive, massive audience. They had 15.277 million viewers, which was up 70% over last year's game against Florida, Alabama against Florida. I think it's funny. You would think that because fans couldn't go to the game, or a very limited amount of fans were able to go to that game, that somehow the TV viewing audience would be up. But it wasn't the case, and it wasn't the case in all the sports. The thought process was that in 2020, in the COVID year of 2020, that the TV numbers would be through the roof because you couldn't go to the game.
Yeah.
But people not being at the games made it antiseptic to watch on TV. I think less exciting to watch on TV.
Yeah.
And you just didn't have big – it's like, they were like, you know what, I'm not going and I'm not really watching.
Yeah. I think more people just, maybe got a hobby or got into something. It was just one of those weird years where, I feel like – because, I will always watch football. I don't care if there's people in the stands or not. I'm at home watching the game. That's not going to change. So I wonder if just, more people just, got out. You know what I mean? Put the phone down and, actually got out and, I don't know, did stuff in their yard or did something around the house rather than maybe fix up the house rather than focusing all their time on football, which I don't know why anybody would do that. I mean, my goodness.
The game peaked at 17.8 million viewers. Now, here's an interesting note, because CBS, their college football viewership led all networks. They average 5.22 million viewers per game, and all they got is SEC games. So, obviously, it just means more. And it'll be interesting when it is mixed into the ESPN world, and that game of the week is just kind of another game. It feels special right now because it's the only game on CBS. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It feels different because it's not on ESPN/ABC, whereas ESPN/ABC, all of these games the vast majority of the games are there, and so it's kind of all just part of it's all mixed-mashed in with all the other games, whereas it's like, oh, wait a minute, the CBS game. That's the special game, the CBS game. And so you wonder about, whether or not that makes it a little bit different. But I think that this is interesting to note. The Michigan-Ohio State game in the snow, a 9.1 national rating. The Michigan-Ohio State game had 15.893 million viewers on average. It's literally more than the SEC championship game. So Alabama-Georgia, the two heavyweights in the SEC, for the SEC championship game, averaged 15.2 million viewers, while Michigan-Ohio State, the two behemoths in the Big Ten, averaged 15.8 million viewers. More people watch that than watch. By the way, way more people watch the Michigan-Ohio State game than watch the Michigan-Iowa Big Ten championship game.
I had an anonymous caller call in. The reason why the SEC championship was so big is because they wanted to see Alabama win and Georgia lose and choke it all away.
Or the other way around.
Or the other way around. Who knows?
People might have been tuning in. Is this the year?
I want to ask you a question. I want to ask you a question that I asked David Moulton. Do you think the Alabama-Michigan matchup would be a bigger draw than the Georgia-Alabama rematch?
Yes. No doubt.
Just because of the Michigan fan base would come out of the woodwork. Yeah, nationally.
Yeah. Well, not just coming out of the woodwork. Michigan is such a, Georgia, and I don't say this to offend a Georgia fan. Georgia is still, for the most part, a regional team.
Yeah.
Michigan is a national presence.
Right.
And Alabama's a national presence. So Alabama, Georgia is a quintessential southern, southeastern, deal. No doubt about it. Alabama, Michigan. Now, Michigan brings in, first of all, on top of everything else, it would be a first time for Michigan being in a championship game.
Correct. Yeah.
You know, I mean,
You're like the Braves. Braves fans coming out of nowhere for that World Series.
The Michigan fan, coast to coast, there's more Michigan fans than there are Georgia fans. So, yeah, Alabama, Michigan would have a huge number. Huge number. Alabama, Georgia may be a better game, but Alabama, Michigan, by far, would be the biggest number of any game that they could have. All right, let me go to the lines. Dale is up first. Dale, welcome to the show. How are you?
Doing good. How you doing?
Fantastic.
I had like one little comment. I don't know why everybody's getting all worked up over the Heisman. In my opinion, all it is a glorified quarterback award. I mean,
No
I
doubt.
know Will Henry. I think he should be there, but he wouldn't win if he was there. I mean, it just goes to the quarterback.
Yeah, there's no doubt. The Heisman, and it's why I did my commentary on the Heisman today. I hate the Heisman because the Heisman, they say it's one thing, but it's not. It's not for the best college football player in the country. It's for the best skill player in the country. Yeah, well, it's about 32 or 33 quarterbacks have won it out of 82 years, and then the rest are running backs and a few wide receivers mixed in. But for the most part, it's quarterbacks and then running backs that have won it. It's a skill position award. It's not the best football player in the country. There's no doubt.
And well, that's when you say that too. I mean, some of the quarterbacks who have won it, I don't think should have won it, because if you throw a little 5-yard swing pass and the wide receiver takes it for 95 yards, he gets credit for that, and he didn't do throw it for 5 yards. You know what I'm saying? I mean, stuff like that just irritates me.
Jason White won the thing and was undrafted. Remember when Jason White won it? Was it Jason White, Grizz, out of Oklahoma? Yeah. When Jason White won it out of Oklahoma, he was undrafted. When Charlie Ward won it from Florida State, he went and played in the NBA. He went and played basketball.
Yeah. That's one is crazy. But
Gino Torretta. I mean, come on.
Yeah, I know, for real. I mean, I don't even pay attention to it, to be honest with you. I think it's a joke. But my other thing was, I was reading last night and this morning where there's huge rumors, and I think it might happen where Tank Bigsby, my Auburn Tigers, Tank Bigsby's going to enter the transfer portal and go to Georgia. You seen that?
I did not see that. Grizz, have you seen Tank Bigsby in the transfer portal?
They said something this morning about it.
Well, we got Justin coming up, so we'll ask him now.
He ain't done it yet, but there's rumors he's going to. He's thinking about it because he wants to go. He's from Georgia, so he wants to go home for this age. But, I mean, I don't know. I think, honestly, as an Auburn fan, I think he'd do better at Georgia because they don't seem like they want to give him the ball at Auburn for some reason. You know that. I mean, they should have more carries, but I don't know.
Yeah, we'll see whether or not this is actually going to happen. It would be a real blow, I think, to Auburn because of the fact that not only are they not recruiting well, but then all of a sudden now you turn around and lose your best guy, your best offensive weapon, and you're not recruiting well.
What if he went to UCF?
He's not going to UCF.
No, he's not going there. I don't know. I know Sean Shivers entered the transfer portal, but because I didn't use him this year, I don't even think he had maybe 10 carries all year long. Maybe have a few more.
Yeah, he didn't have a lot of carries in the Iron Bowl either.
That's what
he was non-existent all year.
All year long. I don't know if he was hurt, if he got put in a doghouse. I don't know, but I don't blame him for getting out of there either. I mean, some of these guys who want to leave, I mean, if you're not playing, you got to go somewhere where we get a chance to play anyway.
Yeah, I don't like it. I mean, I understand it for some of these guys, but some of them I think they pulled the trigger too quickly. Now, Shivers has been around for a while, so maybe that's a little bit of a different situation. I don't like when a freshman doesn't get enough playing time and then bails before his sophomore year. I don't like that.
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
I don't like that. I don't like that either. So I'm going to get off here and go back to work. Are you going fishing this weekend, Tom?
There's a tournament on Nickajack that I'm thinking about fishing in, but I got to wait and see. There's some other stuff going on Saturday here. I think that there's a gingerbread making ordeal taking place at my house on Saturday with my grandkids.
Well,
and
if you better do that and still go
if the grandkids are coming here for ginger, if they're coming in. Now, the other thing I heard is a 68-degree high on Saturday, but 80% chance of storms, and I'm not a big fan of fishing in storms. So yeah.
No, me either. The wind's blowing 40 mile an hour. I'm staying at home.
Turns into the ocean in Guntersville, man.
Yeah, Guntersville could get bad.
It turns into the ocean out there. I've been on that before. That's scary, man.
Yeah.
I hope. Get out there in 5-6 foot waves. It ain't no fun. Nah. I've been out there before in 5-6 foot waves. It sucks.
I got a Bassmaster Open on Kissimmee the first week of February, so I'm looking forward to that. I don't know if I'll fish before I go to Florida, to be honest with you. But
all right, y'all have a good day. I just want
to
holler at you for a minute.
All right, man.
All right,
appreciate it.
Hey, I was thinking, when we talk about the Will Anderson situation with the Heisman and everything like that, you think that – I was looking at some stats that I saw. You think that the reason why Hutchinson is there – I get it. We get the whole defensive end linebacker kind of thing. Will Anderson's been playing, basically defensive end linebacker anyway. You think a lot of times when I look at these stats, I've seen these stats where Will Anderson in big games only had like 2 sacks, like in the biggest games that he had. Most of his damage was against nobody. And then if you go look at Hutchinson, I believe he had, 3 sacks in the Ohio State game. He had 3 sacks in the Penn State game, 1 sack in the Iowa game, and one sack in the Michigan State game, when Will Anderson only had 1 sack in the Georgia game and 1 sack in the Auburn game. But he was huge in the Georgia game, obviously. It was huge for the defense to kind of clean up basically what Bryce gave them,
Yeah. Well, he faces a lot. You got to understand something. Because he is a linebacker.
Yeah.
All right. The difference between him
and
Hutchinson,
less chance.
he doesn't rush every.
Correct.
Hutchinson's just a defensive end.
Right.
Will Anderson's in coverage sometimes. So because of the fact that he's in coverage sometimes, that is a part of the deal. He had 4 sacks against Mississippi State. That was kind of a game.
You think the reason why the more tackles though would be because he's playing linebacker? Because there's more.
A little bit, yeah, a little bit. He has more opportunity to tackle downfield, than does Aiden Hutchinson. I think they're both great players. But he didn't have a lot of multi-type sack games. He would just have a sack every game. He had 1 against Miami. He had 1 against Southern Miss. He had 1 against Ole Miss. He had 4 against Mississippi State, 2 against Tennessee, 1.5 against LSU, 2 against New Mexico, 1 against Arkansas, 1 against Auburn, and 1 against Georgia. So, but he's also playing linebacker. So there's that.
Yeah.
He didn't have as many opportunities necessarily. Let me go back to the lines. Wolverine Dan is next. Wolverine Dan, welcome to the show. How are you?
Very well. Boy, I'll tell you what, it's the different Thom Abraham from yesterday. It's good to see you acknowledge the fact that Michigan is a top-notch team.
No, it's a top-notch program. There's no doubt about it. And a top-notch team this year. I have never not said that Michigan is a national presence. Michigan being in the national championship game is almost like Notre Dame being in the national championship game. You know what I mean? It's that kind of a name. And I think Michigan is one of those. So nationally, there's no doubt that Alabama-Michigan would have a bigger number than Alabama-Georgia. Alabama-Georgia feels like, just a Southeastern Conference thing.
Well, it's good that you acknowledge it, my friend. I still think Hutchinson. Yeah, I'll tell you what. I'll give you a little trivia. Who was the last defensive back to win the Heisman Trophy?
Who's the only defensive player ever to win the Heisman Trophy was Charles Woodson. But let me just say this. Let me just say this about that. Charles Woodson had 5. What did he have? He had 5 touchdowns receiving and 2 touchdowns rushing, and he brought a punt back for a kick. If Charles Woodson doesn't line up ever as a wide receiver, or isn't a punt returner, or isn't taking a ball on a reverse, Charles Woodson does not win that Heisman Trophy in 97. They give that to Peyton Manning. He won that thing because he was on both sides of the ball. And, he had several plays as a wide receiver as well. He is, to me, when everybody says, well, Charles Woodson's the only defensive player to win it, I don't think Charles Woodson wins it as just a defensive player. He wins it because he was a multifaceted player as well.
Well, I hear you. Hey, listen, a couple useful information. Remember yesterday I told you about the toothpaste?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Now, here's some Kroger's right now got the honeysuckle turkeys for 49 cents a pound. I bought me a 20-pound turkey basically an 18-pound turkey for like $8.
Wow.
Wow, I know.
That's a hell of a deal. I should go buy a couple of those and put them in the deep freezer.
No, that's what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Now, check it out. The last useful information. I don't know if you knew this, but they're researching this, and I think it's a done deal. But did you know that Viagra actually 70% of the people that have used it in this test, it stops them from getting Alzheimer's.
Viagra prevents you from getting Alzheimer's?
Yeah.
I didn't. Who is this again?
Whatever
Who's
excuse.
On phone? Who?
No, this is medical. People in the medical field.
No, I don't know nothing. I'll be honest. I did not know that.
But think about that. In a way, how much fun you're going to have, even if it doesn't work.
Yeah. I don't know. They draw the stuff out of me to make the Viagra. You know what I mean? They tap me for that stuff.
Well, you have 9 kids. I mean, you got something going on, some kind of mojo.
They make love to my wife. My neighbors will get pregnant. Are you kidding me?
Oh, my God. Listen to you, brother. All right, my man. Hey, listen, thanks for giving my team a little love, okay? I appreciate that.
All right. Did you know that there's a guy named O.J. Keith Simpson? An actor by the name of O.J. Keith Simpson, Grizz?
No,
O.J.
I did
Keith
not, but I'm
Simpson.
looking at that right now.
I
had my ears plugged that whole last 2 minutes.
He plays Marshall Faulk in the Kurt Warner movie. The guy that plays Marshall Faulk in the Kurt Warner movie is a dude by the name of O.J. Keith Simpson. That's wild. Isn't that weird? He was in a number of other movies, more as a stuntman though.
Yeah, I wonder if he played arena ball, because I'm seeing something about
O.J. Keith Simpson
with the same name. Yeah.
Yeah. You wonder if these guys, if they use some athletes. Zachary Levi plays Kurt Warner, so you have to have some ability to sell that. You have to have some ability as a athlete, right?
I don't think
to play a quarterback. Don't you think?
I think there was I can't remember. Remember Woodlawn movie?
Yes. Yeah.
My aunt was background actor, extra in the stands.
Really?
Yeah, in the stands. And I don't even know if they had any players actually as players. I think they were all actors. Pretty sure they were all none of them were football players. I think they were all actors. They may have played sports back in the day, but I don't think a single one of them was one in that.
I'm looking at the bio for Zachary Levi, the guy that plays Kurt Warner.
Yeah. Is that the guy?
It doesn't show him as athlete at all. It says he went to Buena High School in L.A. He's been in movies like The Outsiders.
Oh,
Grease.
That's the guy that played Shazam. He's like a superhero guy.
Yeah, not in my wheelhouse.
He was in Thor Ragnarok. He was
not in my wheelhouse. Yeah,
I remember that.
Yeah,
no.
And then the woman that plays Brenda Warner is Anna Paquin, from Canada. She looks familiar, like she's been in some other stuff that I've seen. I don't know what. She's another one. X-Man United, X-Men, or whatever the heck that stuff is you watch. She was in that stuff. That's back in 2000.
X-Man. It's X-Men.
X-Men.
Men.
X-Man.
It's more than one. It's not just an X-Man. Give me them X-Man.
It's not just X-Man. She was in Scream.
Okay.
She was in X2, X3. She was an X person in one of those things. So she was in something like that. So she is in the movie. And Dennis Quaid is Dick Vermeil in the movie. So that's a guy that we know. The only person in this movie that we know is Dennis Quaid, who plays Dick Vermeil. No, it's true.
I knew the main character because I've seen him in one other movie. That's it. But I know Dennis Quaid.
The guy that plays Kurt Warner?
Yeah.
I gotta watch the trailer.
Yeah, I've seen Shazam. It's a superhero DC movie, and it's like where a kid gets superpowers basically, and it's supposed to be more like a comedy than anything.
It's so hard to do a football movie because the football scenes are so bad. You know what I mean? When you do a football movie, it's so hard to get decent football scenes. Will is up next. Will, welcome to the show. How are you?
Hi, what's up, Tom? Doing pretty good. Now, I was going to see who you were thinking about SEC Coach of the Year. Who heard Drew and Scott talking about this morning? They're all over Heupel and Lane Kiffin, which, they both did great jobs, but a lot of people aren't really mentioning Shane Beamer. After playing a 32-year-old GA assistant quarterback or whatever and being bowl eligible, I just thought he would have a lot more votes for him. What do you think?
So how do we define Coach of the Year? Do we define Coach of the Year as a guy that took a program that had lower expectations and over exceeded like a Shane Beamer, or maybe like a Lane Kiffin? I mean, I think Lane Kiffin is definitely a candidate there, or even Josh Heupel, who, by the way, I had him at 7-5 anyway, and he went 7-5. Or do we find Coach of the Year as the Coach of the Year, like the guy that won the SEC championship and is going to go win a national championship? You know what I mean? I mean, to me, Coach of the Year. Is it best coach, or is it just a coach that – see, Nick Saban can never be the coach of the year because he never has a sucky team to turn around. He just wins all the time. To me, Nick Saban is the coach of the year.
And when we were talking about it, he was the SEC coach of the year last year, Saban.
Nick Saban was. And how is he not the SEC coach of the year? Year in and year out, when you go out and you recruit the best class and you coach them up, and they go and they go as an underdog to the SEC championship game and play that kind of a game. And if they play like that, they're unbeatable in the playoff. How is he not the coach of the year? But I know what I know what they're saying when they talk about people like Lane Kiffin and Josh Heupel and stuff.
Right. Well, see, and I think for me personally, SEC Coach of the Year should easily be Shane Beamer because they were projected 3-9 maybe.
Right.
And bowl eligible, and especially dealing with the quarterback room that he had to deal with this year, I think that shows how good of a coach he is.
Yeah,
and so
he did a tremendous job.
My take on it. So
yeah, he did a tremendous job. If we're looking for a guy that overachieved, he's that guy. If we're looking for a guy that just achieves, then it's the guy in the straw hat. But if we're looking for if we're looking for overachievers, we're looking at him. We're looking at Heupel, and we're looking at of those three.
Why not Sam Pittman?
Pittman did a wonderful job too.
Started 4-0.
Yeah, turning
number
a program around. He turned
beat Texas A&M.
I put Sam Pittman ahead of Josh Heupel. Of course, Pittman is in his second year. Of that group that he's talking about, thanks for the call, I appreciate it. Of that group that Will was talking about, I would have Lane Kiffin first, Shane Beamer second, and Josh Heupel third. Let me get Smokey Mike in here, speaking of Josh Heupel. Smokey Mike, what's up?
Oh, my God, big dog. That whole talking about the movie was just brutal to hear because, my goodness, you can't even understand Shazam, or even Rogue from X-Men. My goodness gracious.
Yes, she was Rogue. Sorry, that was me too, by the way.
Who was Rogue in X-Men? The guy
lady you were talking about.
Warner?
No,
the girl? Well, I don't watch kids' movies. I'm sorry. I watch adult stuff, not adult stuff. You know what I mean? But I watch man movies. I watch movies that have to do with cops, and I watch movies that are real, like Fast and the Furious. You know what I mean? Stuff that believable stuff.
Every adult now, pretty much, or should be an adult, or should be the status of an adult, grew up on X-Men. So
Well, yeah, but I'm an adult now. I don't watch cartoons and kids' movies and things like that. I don't watch Batman and X-Men and all these, that stuff. I watch movies that.
So you never had a comic book that you read as a kid?
Oh God, no.
Wow.
As a little kid, I read Archie and the Veronica as a little kid. But I stopped that when I was 8 years old.
In the funny pages.
I watched that. I read a comic book till I was 8 years old. That was it. I didn't go trick or treating. I didn't do comic books. I didn't watch cartoons. Other than Foghorn Leghorn, I say song. Other than Foghorn Leghorn, that's it.
You mean to tell me as a red-blooded American male, you did not watch any bit of that Adam West Batman?
Oh, you mean the one that was the TV show in the 60s?
Right.
Yeah, I watched that. It was Batman and the Green. It was Batman and the Green Hornet back to back, and I watched that. Yeah, I was literally in my single digits. I would watch Batman and the Green Hornet back to back, and then it was bedtime. Batman would be on like 7 o'clock Eastern, and then the Green Hornet would be on right after that Batman, and then it was bedtime. But I was 7 or 8 years old.
Green Hornet was.
I'm sorry?
You probably didn't even know who the main guy for the Green Hornet was.
No, I don't know who was it?
Didn't even know Bruce Lee was in the Green Hornet. Shame.
Bruce Lee, I did know that. Once you said it, I know that, yeah.
Right.
Yeah. After you said it, I
real quick though. Real quick. Do you think this is probably the year that I would say transfers would be the most important instead of just regular recruiting, compared to the last previous years?
Yeah, I think that the transfer thing is now to the point where it's almost equal to the recruiting because these kids are more ready to play. And you think about the guys that are in the transfer portal, I think that coaches are moving so rapidly that kids are jumping into the transfer portal. They're seeing what they can do at other places. And I think that we are to the point, we are within, I'd say right now it's 60-40 recruiting high school kids versus the transfer portal. I think the transfer portal is almost 50-50 as to which is important to recruit, the transfer portal or or recruits coming out of high school.
One last thing, and I know you got a break, but you think the Johnson brothers are going to be a package deal on where they go since Max decided to transfer out?
I had to break 7 minutes ago.
Decommitted?
I had to break 7 minutes ago. What are you talking about?
I know you had to break 7 minutes ago. I would
go. I say, go away, boy. You bother me.
I say, son. Yeah, they probably want to stay together. I would say, But we'll see.
Well, I'm going to get up off here and let you take your break. So have a
break
good one, big dog.
All right. Coming up next, Justin Ferguson will join us. A lot of news, a lot of stuff going on down on the plains. We'll talk to Justin Ferguson next on 97.7 ESPN The Zone.
You're listening to the Thom Abraham Show on 97.7 ESPN The Zone.
This is Brent Musburger's VSiN Action Update on 97.7 ESPN The Zone. Heads up, sports bettors. Right now you can try VSiN All Access free for 30 days with no credit card required. Visit vsin.com/free month to sign up now.
NFL Week 14, the Falcons plus 2.5 at the Panthers, and the Saints a 5-point favorite against the Jets on the road. This Saturday at UFC 269, 2 title belts on the line. Lightweight champion Charles Oliveira and underdog against former interim champion Dustin Poirier. Poirier at -165, Oliveira at +135, and Amanda Nunes a -850 favorite when she puts her bantamweight title on the line against Juliana Pena at +525. Alabama quarterback Bryce Young is the odds-on favorite to win the Heisman Trophy at -3,000. Michigan defensive end Aiden Hutchinson at +2,000, Pitt quarterback Kenny Pickett at +2,500, and Ohio State QB C.J. Stroud at +3,000.
I'm Trey Westerberg, 97.7 ESPN The Zone.
I'm attorney Gary Lackey. You'll hear people say we're like a family, but here at the Lackey Law Firm, that's really true, not just a saying.
I'm Justin Lackey. With my father and my sister, we have a special connection to each other.
I'm Jennifer Lackey. At the Lackey Law Firm, when we take on your case, you become part of our family. You really do.
And we'll always do whatever it takes to get everything you deserve.
If you're injured, you worry about getting well, not about paperwork or insurance companies or figuring out how to get to your lawyer's office. I'll come to you.
We worry about your case so you don't have to.
When you've been injured, we know that your case is probably the biggest thing going on in your life. More important than almost anything else.
And it's important to us, too, for one simple reason. Family takes care of each other, and at the Lackey Law Firm, we'll take care of you.
The Lackey Law Firm. The Lackey Law Family. 1-800-4RIGHTS.
No representation is made that the quality of the legal services to be performed is greater than the quality of legal services performed by other lawyers.
Valley Equipment Rental. Pretty self-explanatory name, no? Thom Abraham here. And look, Valley Equipment Rental is all over the Tennessee Valley. And they rent equipment. All kinds of equipment. And not just to the contractors out there, but to you, the general public as well. Need a skid steer or an excavator? Well, they've got over 40 units to make sure they've got one for you. From huge boom lifts to miscellaneous hand tools, it's at Valley Equipment Rental on the South Parkway. And soon, they'll have a second location to handle even more equipment. More on that to come.
TOC Sports has been there for you. Now, you're probably asking yourself, what does that mean? It means for more than 20 years, Alabama's largest orthopedic group has been there providing coverage and care to more schools and student athletes in the Tennessee Valley than any other group. It means whether you are the star football player, the all-region volleyball ace, or someone who hurt their knee in a weekend pickup basketball game, TOC Sports physicians are proud to have the opportunity to care for all your orthopedic needs. It means for parents, coaches, athletes, desk jockeys, or even weekend warriors, TOC Sports physicians continue to meet and exceed the orthopedic and sports medicine needs of our community. But most importantly, during these challenging times, We're here for you now, and will continue to be here. So as long as there are players on the field, games to be played, and contests to be won, the orthopedic specialist from TOC Sports will be ready to help. We don't know what the future holds, but you can count on the TOC Sports team to stay committed to you, so you can stay in the game. Call 256-539-2728 today and ask to see a TOC Sports physician. Check them out online, also Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
AVIQ. Who is AVIQ? AVIQ is audiovisual the intelligent way, where we put our IQ to work for your AV needs. With more than 100 years combined experience in audio, video, and automation, our team of experts is dedicated to one thing, helping you discover technological solutions that make your home special. Once you experience a game or a movie on one of our state-of-the-art home theater systems, you may never leave the house again. AVIQ can build the entire system for you or provide the quality components if you're a do-it-yourselfer. But AVIQ is more than just home theater and state-of-the-art sound systems. We offer a variety of control options for home technology. Energy efficiency, heightened security, and improved quality of life are all attainable through the automation of home systems. Intuitive and user-friendly control is our main priority in designing a system that meets your needs. Don't just take our word for it. You need to see it to believe it. Come visit us at our state-of-the-art showroom on University, just east of Jim and Nick's, across from AT&T, or visit aviqhsv.com.
Hi folks, Bobby White back again for Woody Anderson Ford. And while placing a custom factory order is a smart way to save big and get exactly what you want, it's not suited for everybody. Right now, during our year-end sales event, choose from the best selection we've had in months of 2021 F-150, Explorer, and Edge. These Fords are on the ground and ready for your driveway. Woody Anderson Ford has financing as low as 0% for up to 60 months on most 21 models, and 22 Edge has up to $2,000 in bonus cash. If you're like me, you've seen more and more Bronco Sports running the roads in Huntsville and Madison. Come take one for a test drive and you'll see why folks rave about it. It's Woody Anderson Ford's year-end sales event with 0% financing for 60 months or up to $2,000 in bonus cash, and it all ends November 30th. Come in to Woody Anderson Ford. We're America's best-selling brand. Woody Anderson Ford, corner of Jordan Lane and Sparkman Drive. Hope to see you soon.
From the Fox 54 Weather Center, I'm Chief Meteorologist Jordan Dressman. A partly sunny sky this afternoon. Temperatures climbing into the mid and upper 50s. A little warmer this afternoon compared to what we saw yesterday across North Alabama, southern Middle Tennessee. As we head into the overnight, early into your Thursday morning, temperatures only dropping into the upper 30s and lower 40s. A mostly cloudy sky for your Thursday, still getting to enjoy a little bit of sunshine. A couple of scattered showers, though, are going to be possible. Temperatures climbing into the lower 60s, dropping into the upper 50s and lower 60s as we head into the overnight. I'm Chief Meteorologist Jordan Dressman on your home for ESPN Radio, 97.7 ESPN The Zone.
Another year of Coach Saban in Tuscaloosa. You know what that means.
I've been a part of a team since I was 9 years old. It scares me to ever think of the day when I wouldn't be a part of a team.
Your home of the Crimson Tide Sports Network and the Nick Saban Show is 97.7 ESPN The Zone.
I got to tell you, I just watched the trailer for American Underdog, Kurt Warner movie. I had goosebumps watching it. I can't wait to see that movie. I won't see it Christmas Day. We got Christmas stuff to do. But that Zach, whatever his name is, the guy that plays Kurt Warner, Zach Levy, I mean, very believable in the scenes they show him, like dropping back and throwing a football. I mean, you know, most people that aren't professional athletes, they drop back and throw a football, and they look like, you know, some dude in the backyard dropping back and throwing a football. He looks the part. He holds the ball properly. I mean, somebody coached him up really good, and it's very, very believable. And it has the arena scenes in there as well, and it's I'm looking forward to seeing that movie.
Shane Falco was the best to ever do it on the movie screen.
This guy makes Shane Falco look like, you know, he should be playing in Turkey Bowl. All right, joining us now, Justin Ferguson from the Auburn Observer. He's on the Neighbors Wealth Management Hotline. Justin, welcome back to the show. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you, Tom?
I'm fantastic. I'm pumped up for this Kurt Warner movie, man. I mean, you know how it is. You can't just take any guy and have him look like he's an athlete, look like you can be in shape, but it doesn't mean that you can move around like a quarterback and, they show this guy in scenes where he's just in his backyard, throwing a ball, and he looks like an NFL quarterback. I mean, it's pretty impressive.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen plenty of football stuff like on TV where it's like the action is, or on movies where the action just looks
terrible,
completely unbelievable. So yeah, I mean, it takes you out of it, especially if you're as big of a sports person as I am or you are.
Right.
A lot of people are going to go watch the movie. So yeah, I have been impressed from what I've seen from the trailers from that movie.
I'm a uniform geek, so that's the one thing that's kind of sticking in my craw a little bit. The numbers are too small on the jersey, and the Rams. It doesn't look like, if you look at the Rams highlight and then you look at in the movie highlight, I don't know why. You would think that would be something that would be easy to replicate. Obviously, it's the classic Rams jersey, but it's like it's slightly off. And I don't know if the NFL didn't, maybe they had to get approval from the NFL, and so maybe they did. I don't know, but it's the numbers don't look right. But other than that, it looks like it ought to be pretty impressive stuff. All right, a lot going on down on the Plains. They're looking for an offensive coordinator. Let's start with the fact that we can't deny the fact Brian Harson's name has come up in association with the Oregon job. Is there any fear, thought, or expectation that, according to this article, quote unquote, might be looking to get out of Auburn after a 6-6 season? That makes it sound like he wants to leave. What are you hearing down there?
Yeah, this is the same thing that happened with the Washington job that opened up. And obviously they made their hire with Kalen DeBoer there, but yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where I think it's a spot where, if a really good job in the Northwest opened up and it's closer to the familiar territory for Brian Harsin, it would be something where I think you'd have to, weigh the options, right? I'm not saying he's like actively trying to get out, but the fact that Washington and Oregon, really the only two jobs in that area that would probably entice him to come back. Of course, with Washington, it's the Chris Peterson angle. Oregon, I mean, they're a team that is constantly in the Pac-12 title game. I think that was the thing there. So I mean, to me, it would have to be some pretty strong interest from Oregon for him to kind of get to that point. And it would just be kind of a thing. Well, you know what? Maybe this isn't the best fit for me. This first year was a challenge. Maybe I'd be better off coaching back, closer to my old stomping grounds. And, I don't think that's a case of, necessarily him running away from a challenge or anything like that. I think it would just be a situation where, is it a better fit for me, somewhere else and still get to, coach a high profile job. But, I don't expect Oregon to make the hire of Brian Harsin. And I would expect Harsin to be right where he is for the 2022 season.
If you're talking Northwest, those are the only two jobs, right? I mean, it's Oregon or Washington.
Exactly.
I mean, there's no other job that would drag a guy out of Auburn,
Nope.
to be a head coach. I mean, you wouldn't think, and I wouldn't even think those would, but those are the only two high profile jobs out there. Interesting. In the same note where it said about him potentially wanting to get out of Auburn, it said that one potential complication, Oregon has a vaccine mandate, and Harsin hasn't been forthcoming about his vaccination status. So today's the day originally. Now apparently it's sometime in January 18th or something like that, but this was the day that mandate was supposed to go down. But then, with the federal mandates that came forward, Auburn has now put a pause on this whole deal of the mandate being in play. Still nothing out of him as to whether or not vaccinated or not or any of that stuff. He still won't address it?
No, I don't think you're ever going to get a straight answer in public from him. I think it's going to be, if it ever comes to a point where, and honestly, with the legal stuff and the federal stuff kind of pushing it around, I mean, who knows if this mandate's ever going to be like fully in place at a place like Auburn anytime soon. It's going to probably be a situation where the deadline will come and go, and he'll still be the head coach, and we're like, okay, well, there's your answer. And the other thing there is that, there's been a lot of word around here about waivers and about, the clear, getting special permission and stuff like that. I've heard it put to me this way, is that, whenever the time comes, whenever that looks like, Auburn, Brian Harsin will comply. And whatever that looks like, whatever form that takes, I don't think it's necessarily going to be something that he comes out publicly and says it. But, I've had plenty of people kind of around the program say, like, they're not fearing a Nick Rolovich situation. This isn't some, standoff like he had with Washington State. This is a guy who has said from the beginning that he is not going to, he doesn't want to talk about the vaccine and considers it a private and personal decision, and he's sticking to his guns in that regard.
He says he doesn't talk about it. He never really says that he's not vaccinated. I mean, it's just
Exactly.
assumed. I mean, we don't know. He might be vaccinated for all we know.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like the whole thing, and there's a lot of truth to it. Is it's like, well, if you're vaccinated, you probably say it, but I mean that's not 100% true all the time. And this is, like I said, I think Hartson, this is a really good opportunity, right? And when we talk about him possibly, leaving to go to a place like Oregon, or when he was in the reportedly somebody that Washington might have been looking at. I mean, this is millions and millions and millions of dollars at stake here, and a high profile job. And like we've seen this with Nick Rolovich. Like Rolovich, I would be surprised if he coaches major college football again, and anywhere near the high level that you would get right here. Like choosing to walk away from this, choosing to walk away from a really really big opportunity. And I just don't see that happening. With what I know about Brian Harsin and the kind of guy he is and the kind of football guy he is, I don't see that happening.
So what do you think about Brent Venables throwing some shade at Auburn, saying that he didn't take the Auburn job last December because he was nervous because they don't have the kind of alignment that they have at Oklahoma? He said, I was a little scared for my kids because, I didn't want to go someplace where, they don't have what the hell is he talking about? I mean, is there a sense around, college football that Auburn is dysfunctional when it comes to that? And Gus Malzahn was there for a long time. And so was Tommy Tuberville.
I mean, I think it's one of those things where it's like where Auburn in that search last year, it just not everything was on the same page, right? I think that's pretty clear at this point with, the Kevin Steele situation and, getting deep into discussions with other candidates and having them publicly, pull out. And then, of course, Auburn hiring Brian Harsin kind of as a surprise. It wasn't really on a ton of people's radar until like right at the time he was hired. And so I don't know if it was necessarily like dysfunction or like you can't win at Auburn or you can't be successful. That's obviously not true. I think for Venables is just like that situation was kind of a little crazy. And, maybe that wasn't had all the factors that lined up the way he liked it. I think that was kind of the more vibe I got from him. And obviously he held out and made a great decision. I mean, how many times have people said he needs to go ahead and be a head coach? And, the time he finally does it, he gets to get, one of the, I would say, top 5-10 best jobs in America.
In a place where he had a lot of familiarity, where he was there for a dozen years already, so he knows his way around town. Justin Ferguson with us from the Auburn Observer. All right, they pulled the trigger on Mike Bobo. A lot of fans were all about Mike Bobo when he came in, and then of course, the fans they're fickle, and they make the decision to go away from him. I thought that they were moving on Zach Hill, who was out at Arizona State, and he's the guy that was Brian Harsin's offensive coordinator from 2016 to 2019, right before he came to Auburn. Why have they moved away from Zach Hill, and have they moved away from Zach Hill?
Yes, from what I've been told, that they have moved on from Zach Hill. Part of the reason there is because of the situation going on at Arizona State and NCAA issues there under Herm Edwards at Arizona State, and I think Auburn was, if they're going to pull the trigger on somebody, I think they want to be absolutely sure that it's not somebody that could end up getting in trouble or having a situation where it could get them in trouble down the line. So it seemed to me that it was more of a compliance thing than anything. He checked a lot of boxes for what I think Harsin would want, and obviously has the familiarity with him. But it does seem like, anything can happen, anything can change, obviously. But it does seem like in the last 24, 48 hours or so, Auburn has moved on.
Couple of names that are being thrown around: Kenny Dillingham, who is now the offensive coordinator at Florida State, and Damian Craig, who is at Texas A&M. These are Gus guys. These are guys that were there under Gus Malzahn. It's like the old staff. What do you think about the possibility of either of those two guys?
It'd be interesting. I think Kenny Dillingham obviously has got familiarity here with Auburn. He did leave Auburn to go be a play caller for Mike Norvell at Florida State. And he's had I think this year was a pretty solid year for them on the offense side of the ball. I think defense was kind of more of their issues at Florida State, but it would make sense. It's a guy that has some familiarity, obviously with the program, obviously recruiting in the South. Is a well-liked guy. Some people think he has continued to be a kind of an up-and-comer in the industry. Damian Craig would be a very interesting hire because I think it does not address they need a quarterbacks coach. And so would you move Eric Kiesau, who you just promoted from wide receiver coach, you move him back to quarterback coach, and Damian going to call plays? Is Harsin going to call plays? Like, there's a lot of stuff there. Now, if they could pull off a Damian Craig, and I think Del McGee, another former Gus guy, an analyst and a former Auburn player, that's another guy as well. I think Damian and Del McGee would both be like, okay, these are hot shot recruiters, like really good recruiters. Really well liked in the SEC for what they do at their position, and then if you can entice them to jump from good situations with the thing of being an offensive coordinator, then it comes in like, well, do they call plays? Have they ever, what does that do? And in both of those situations, it's like you still need a quarterbacks coach. So it'll be very interesting. I wouldn't rule anybody out at this point. I think there's been a lot of names kind of float around, those three that I just mentioned. I think Auburn's going to, see about Jeff Grimes at Baylor, and obviously he has the connection to Auburn. Others across college football, I think, make a lot of sense. I've seen the Appalachian State guy, offense coordinator, get named. Andy Ludwig at Utah obviously has connections with people on the staff at Auburn. So now that it looks like they moved on from Hill, it kind of feels like it could be wide open again.
But Joe Brady's name never comes up. Is the assumption Joe Brady, that's the sexy name coming back from the NFL. He's a 2-year guy. Everywhere he's ever been, he's 2 years. But is the assumption he's just going to Miami with Mario Cristobal? He's from Miami, and does that make sense?
Yeah, I haven't heard anything about Brady, and I feel like Miami makes the most sense. Honestly, here's my thing with Joe Brady is like I wonder how much he wants to be in college football. That was kind of the word that he wasn't crazy about recruiting, and This was a guy who interviewed for NFL head coaching jobs and not college head coaching jobs. He probably doesn't have a landing spot in the NFL, anytime soon, just because of the lack of success there in Carolina. But I have not heard anything seriously between Brady and Auburn.
Yeah. And then finally, recruiting is obviously such a hot topic right now. The early signing day, which is the signing day for all intents and purposes, comes up a week from today. Auburn's still mired down there at the bottom of the SEC in terms of recruiting. And now you got to recruit three things. You got to recruit the transfer portal. You got to recruit the high school kids. And you got to recruit your own team. Why is there rumors of Tank Bigsby going into the portal? I don't understand that. Is it just because he wants to go home? Or why would they be losing what is possibly their best offensive weapon right now?
Yeah, well, I'll tell you why the rumors are coming up again. It's because they came up last year around this time. It's just, I think it's very obvious that he's a really talented back, and he was a guy that a lot of teams wanted coming out of high school. Auburn will move heaven and earth, I think, to try to keep him around, keep him happy, and make him a focal point of the offense. It wasn't that good of a year this year for him. I think that was more to do with the line, inconsistent blocking in front of him, but. Yeah, I think the rumors are back because the rumors were here last year that there will be other schools kind of really interested in him, including the one in his from his home state that does a really good job with running backs. I think that's one of those things where they're going to have to continue to kind of recruit and keep people happy. And it's the same thing with Bo Nix, obviously at this point. Bo Nix hasn't made a decision yet on his future, and if Auburn, it doesn't take anybody to it doesn't take a genius to figure out that if Auburn could bring back Tank Bigsby and Bo Nix next year, you feel a lot different about 2022 for the Tigers than you would. So, yeah, I think that's just part of the process. Auburn's trying to close really hard in recruiting, and with the targets they have a realistic shot at here over the next week, there's a chance that they could really make a run here and kind of get closer to what you would expect Auburn to be in recruiting, kind of more of that top half of the SEC, kind of flirting with top 15 nationally.
Right.
In recruiting rankings, but they're going to have to close. They're going to have to close really, really hard. But they've got a lot of guys out there on the board that they like.
Yeah, definitely where they belong. All right, Justin Ferguson has been our guest. Justin, I appreciate you so much. Keep up the great work. We'll get into basketball as we get closer to the conference schedule getting started as well. And I appreciate you coming on with us.
Absolutely. Thank you, Tom.
Justin Ferguson, the Auburn Observer. All right, let's get a break in here. When we come back, first, before we get to the break, quickly, Grumpy, Josh, Ray Dog, Kramer, Rude Dog, and Ken Keller. You guys all won tickets to the Music City Bowl for the Tennessee-Purdue game. I need email addresses. Chad needs email addresses. So I need you guys to contact Chad, or you can contact me, or you can use the text window, and I'll send it to Chad. Grumpy, Josh, Ray Dog, Kramer, Rude Dog, and Ken Keller. We need to email you your Music City Bowl tickets. All right, so that's first call on that. Guys, get me your information, and we will get you your tickets for the Music City Bowl. All right, let's get a break. We'll come back with a final segment next on 97.7 ESPN The Zone.
You're listening to the Thom Abraham Show on 97.7 ESPN The Zone. Alabama Crimson Tide Athletics all season long is brought to you by Woody Anderson Ford, home of the 5-star experience. Bob Wallace Appliance, locally owned and operated since 1978. Brooks & Collier, your indoor and outdoor living headquarters, celebrating 75 years. The Aldridge Law Firm, Wow, Halls RV, and University Kia. Listen to the Crimson Tide Sports Network right here on 97.7 ESPN The Zone.
If you're ready to lower your utility bills, it's time to call Eagle Insulation. Eagle can handle it all. Attic re-insulation, insulation removal, wall insulation, and new construction insulation, commercial and residential. Our primary goal is to save you money, and lots of it. Typical clients realize their return on investment within 3 to 6 months. That means the re-insulation actually pays for itself and then some. See if we can help you. Contact Eagle Insulation today, 256-755-1556, or log on insulatewitheagle.com.
Taco Bell presents a get-out-of-bedtime story. It's time to wake up from this amazing dream, even though you're jet skiing on lemonade. How extreme! And oh, look at that. You just won the lottery. Is that a castle? Take the keys. It's your property. What's better than swimming in space? Just wait for the big reveal. It's Taco Bell breakfast, and it's actually real. So it's time to wake up and bid your dreams farewell, because toasted breakfast burritos are waiting for you, only at Taco Bell. At participating Taco Bell locations near you during breakfast hours only.
Take your taste buds back in time with a trip to the all-new Bubby's Diner, offering a variety of mouth-watering food, from delicious starters to 50-style diner food and meat-and-free meals, featuring owner and Huntsville native Chris Bubby Belcher's family's homemade recipes. Open for breakfast, lunch, and dinner at 8412 Whitesburg Drive in the former Gibson's Barbecue. And you can enjoy $50 worth of delicious Bubby's Diner food for half price with this week's Zone Deal. On sale now online at 977ESPN.com.
Hi, everybody. Eli Gold here. Right now, indoor air quality occupies top-of-mind awareness for families and business owners. Rick Smith and the trusted professionals at Environmental Comfort Systems can take care of your indoor air quality concerns with their state-of-the-art indoor air quality solutions. Environmental Comfort's indoor air quality systems remove 99.9% of airborne contaminants so you and your family can breathe clean, fresh air. If anyone in your family suffers from allergies, or if you just want the security of knowing the air you breathe inside your home is free from viruses, bacteria, pet dander, dust, and odors, Environmental Comfort Systems are the professionals to call. Environmental Comfort also carries state-of-the-art, high-efficiency comfort systems that increase home comfort, keep humidity in check, and help you save money on your energy bills. Give my friend Rick a call or visit them online at envcomfort.com and breathe cleaner air today. Environmental Comfort Systems, Alabama license number 92314.
Isn't the story of the prodigal son an amazing story? Basically, a rowdy boy who literally wished his father dead ran away and consumed his wealth with hard and fast living. Yet the father looked for his return every day, and when the boy got tired of eating pig slop, he decided to return. What did the father do? As soon as he saw that boy, he ran to him, threw his arms around him, and killed the fatted calf for a great celebration. Hey, I'm John Dees, pastor of the Cross Point Church. If you're looking for a church home, come see us, smack dab across the street from the YMCA in Madison.
In today's real estate market, you need the right professionals to help make sure your home purchase is smooth and hassle-free. That's where Jacob Title comes in. Stan McDonald and the staff at Jacob Title cater to the realtor and clients who are looking for a top-flight closing experience. Jacob Title uses the latest and best technologies to ensure a safe and secure exchange of funds, and they pride themselves on great communication well before and during the real estate closing process. Jacob Title in Huntsville and Madison, and online at jacobtitle.com.
People stay just a little bit longer. We want to play.
Welcome back, Thom Abraham Show. Final segment brought to you by TOC Sports. For all your injury needs, it's TOC Sports. The great surgeons at TOC Sports and therapists can get you back in the mix as soon as possible, whether it's a work injury or a sports injury, doesn't matter. The Orthopedic Center is there for you. Over 20 years now taking care of folks, and all you got to do is tell your doctor that you want a referral to TOC Sports if that's the position that you are in. The AP has named its all-SEC team. On the first team, Bryce Young out of Alabama. Also on the first team, Jamison Williams. Velus Jones was named the all-purpose player on the first team out of Tennessee. Defensively, let's see, Will Anderson, of course. He's also the defensive player of the year. Bryce Young was the offensive player of the year. Second year in a row, Alabama swept the offensive and defensive players of the year. Will Anderson makes it from the defense. Roger McCreary from Auburn makes it from the defense. Jordan Battle from Alabama makes it from the defense as well. Kirby Smart is the SEC Coach of the Year. They must have done this, obviously, before the SEC Championship game. Just saying. But at least they went with a guy that won a lot of games, and not just a guy that kind of, So Kirby Smart with a great year. The SEC Coach of the Year. Second team, Matt Corral is the quarterback. Brian Robinson, second team running back. Evan Neal, second team offensive tackle. John Mechie, second team. Derek Hall out of Auburn, second team. Zacoby McClain out of Auburn, linebacker, second team. And Jamison Williams, all-purpose player on the second team. I don't even know how he's a first-team receiver and all-purpose on the second team, I guess. All right, that's going to do it for us. Don't forget, tonight, a tremendous opportunity to win tickets to the Army-Navy game between 5 and 7:45 at Bubby's. Have a great day, everybody.
TOC Sports has been there for you. Now, you're probably asking yourself, what does that mean? It means for more than 20 years, Alabama's largest orthopedic group has been there providing coverage and care to more schools and student athletes in the Tennessee Valley than any other group. It means whether you are the star football player, the all-region volleyball ace, or someone who hurt their knee in a weekend pickup basketball game, TOC Sports physicians are proud to have the opportunity to care for all your orthopedic needs. It means for parents, coaches, athletes, desk jockeys, or even weekend warriors, TOC Sports physicians continue to meet and exceed the orthopedic and sports medicine needs of our community. But most importantly, during these challenging times, we're here for you now, and will continue to be here. So as long as there are players on the field, games to be played, and contests to be won, the orthopedic specialists from TOC Sports will be ready to help. We don't know what the future holds, but you can count on the TOC Sports team to stay committed to you, so you can stay in the game. Call 256-539-2728 today and ask to see a TOC Sports physician. Check them out online, also Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
Listen to The Drive with Wes Neighbors and Steve Moulton. Weekday afternoons starting at 5 on 97.7 ESPN The Zone.
This is SportsCenter.
I'm Christine Lisi. Breaking news from ESPN's Adam Schefter. Washington has placed tight end Logan Thomas on injured reserve for a second time this season, ending his season. He does not have a torn ACL, but an MRI revealed damage to his knee. Washington's run 4 in a row, owns the 6th spot in the NFC, and is 2 games back of NFC East leading Dallas, heading into Sunday's meeting with the Cowboys. The season's over for Seahawks safety Jamal Adams. Needs season-ending surgery to repair a torn labrum in his left shoulder. Serena Williams won't play in next month's Australian Open, won't compete in tennis's first major of the year. Following advice from her medical team, Williams hasn't played since retiring from her first-round match at Wimbledon with a right hamstring injury. Wednesday, NBA doubleheader. Bucks visit the Heat, followed by the Warriors hosting the Blazers. Coverage begins with NBA Countdown at 7 Eastern on ESPN TV.
.97.7 ESPN The Zone.
Southern Fidelity Mortgage. Think of them as a loan for everyone, offering more products than anyone else and the guaranteed lowest rates and costs in town. Of the 2,000 loans that Southern Fidelity Mortgage has pre-approved over the last 10 years, all but one have closed. That's unprecedented in the banking business. For FHA, VA, rural development, and conventional mortgages, for the best mortgage experience in town, it's Southern Fidelity Mortgage.
Call Southern Fidelity Mortgage Company at 256-656-5936.
Tom Luganbill here for Woody Anderson Ford. When I was in the Tennessee Valley, one of the things that impressed me the most was the quality of the people. People like Bobby White and his team at Woody Anderson Ford. And now you can experience the tremendous new service lanes and showroom at Woody Anderson Ford, at Jordan and Sparkman, or just stop by for breakfast or lunch at Henry's Mustang Cafe. And in Madison, visit Woody Anderson of Madison on Hughes Road, just south of 72. Like a great college football tradition, always there, Woody Anderson Ford.
TOC Sports has been there for you. Now, you're probably asking yourself, what does that mean? It means for more than 20 years, Alabama's largest orthopedic group has been there providing coverage and care to more schools and student athletes in the Tennessee Valley than any other group. It means whether you are the star football player, the all-region volleyball ace, or someone who hurt their knee in a weekend pickup basketball game, TOC Sports physicians are proud to have the opportunity to care for all your orthopedic needs. It means for parents, coaches, athletes, desk jockeys, or even weekend warriors, TOC Sports physicians continue to meet and exceed the orthopedic and sports medicine needs of our community. But most importantly, during these challenging times, we're here for you now, and will continue to be here. So as long as there are players on the field, games to be played, and contests to be won, the orthopedic specialists from TOC Sports will be ready to help. We don't know what the future holds, but you can count on the TOC Sports team to stay committed to you, so you can stay in the game. Call 256-539-2728 today and ask to see a TOC Sports physician. Check them out online, also Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
Kerry Rosenblum here with Rosenblum Realty, and we appreciate our MA family. Football season is back again, and we're here for your real estate needs. We've been also doing rental properties for many years. You may have a home that you need to lease out. You don't need the headaches. You need somebody to take care of it, make sure the repairs are done, keep the rent coming in, and screen the tenants. We can do all that for you at Rosenblum Realty, where we do property management services, or you can find a good home to rent as well. Call us at 256-539-9501. Put our years of experience to work for you.
Brooks & Collier has always been about making the most of your outdoors. Our lush greenhouse and new furniture ideas will inspire you, but we're also about value. Our brands are so handsome, they'll make themselves comfortable inside or out, and so well made, they'll weather the weather for many years to come. Our staff can consult you on the right choices, and Lucy for sure can show us the sofa that's the most comfortable. Make the most of your outdoors. Meridian Street and at brooksandcollier.com.
This is Brent Musburger's VSiN Action Update on 97.7 ESPN The Zone. Heads up, sports bettors. Right now you can try VSiN All Access free for 30 days with no credit card required. Visit vsin.com/free month to sign up now.
Alabama quarterback Bryce Young is the odds-on favorite to win the Heisman Trophy at -3,000. Michigan defensive end Aiden Hutchinson at +2,000. Pitt quarterback Kenny Pickett at +2,500. And Ohio State QB C.J. Stroud at +3,000. NFL Week 14, the Falcons +2.5 at the Panthers, and the Saints a 5-point favorite against the Jets on the road. This Saturday at UFC 269, 2 title belts on the line. Lightweight champion Charles Oliveira and underdog against former interim champion Dustin Poirier. Poirier at -165. Oliveira at +135, and Amanda Nunes a -850 favorite when she puts her bantamweight title on the line against Juliana Pena at +525.
I'm Trey Westerberg, 97.7 ESPN The Zone.
From the Fox 54 Weather Center, I'm Chief Meteorologist Jordan Dressman. A partly sunny sky this afternoon. Temperatures climbing into the mid and upper 50s. A little warmer this afternoon compared to what we saw yesterday across North Alabama, southern Middle Tennessee. As we head into the overnight, early into your Thursday morning, temperatures only dropping into the upper 30s and lower 40s. A mostly cloudy sky for your Thursday. Still getting to enjoy a little bit of sunshine. A couple of scattered showers, though, are going to be possible. Temperatures climbing into the lower 60s, dropping into the upper 50s and lower 60s as we head into the overnight. I'm Chief Meteorologist Jordan Dressman on your home for ESPN Radio, 97.7 ESPN The Zone.
Football season is here.
45, nobody's gonna catch him. No shot, touchdown, 68 yards, no shot, Marino.
97.7 ESPN The Zone.
In the South, it's always college football season, and the king of college football reigns supreme all year long. Southern Sports Today proudly presents The Chuck Oliver Show. It's an inside look at everything college football. Now live from Atlanta, Georgia, it's time to talk college football with the reigning king of college football, Chuck Oliver, on Southern Sports Today.
A Power 5 program has an opportunity to change its direction within a few seasons. And it's likely to whiff. It is the Chuck Oliver Show on a Wednesday. And Duke is a smart school. And there's a category there, okay? And so it's capital S, smart school. And if you take out your yellow legal pad and your black ink pen, and I say, all right, in fact, Dan, take out your yellow legal pad and your black ink pen and start writing down the smart schools who play D1 football. Just give me some of them.
Smart schools. Rice,
Ding,
Virginia,
Ding,
Michigan,
Ding,
North Carolina.
Now, okay, great, fantastic. He gave me, I think, a couple of private and a couple of public there. So whatever. Actually, maybe 3 public because Virginia's public, aren't they? Yeah. Whatever. So fantastic. You know what the smart schools are. Now, it doesn't mean if you didn't go to a smart school that you don't have a good degree. I've told you there's another category where I went, giant public state school. All right, that's David, our engineer. He went to giant public state school. Dan, you went to private school, right?
Did liberal arts.
There you go. Boom. So you go wherever you go. But I got a great degree. And you can even go to Sneed State Junior College or Sneed State Community College. I'm not even sure what Sneed State is. I can't promise you Sneed State is still open. But there are individual schools in I've joked before, and I mean it harmlessly, but if you went to Louisville, you don't take it that way. I've called Louisville 13th grade. And that when you turn down West Virginia, but then in your next breath took Louisville, I'm like, what are you doing, ACC? You're just pretending now. But you can go to Louisville, and it's a perfectly giant public state school. And there are individual schools in there that are as fine an education as anywhere. But I've said, like at my alma mater, engineering, vet, there are individual schools, certainly journalism, there are individual schools that are, University of Georgia journalism, dairy sciences at Clemson. But then there's the smart schools, where it doesn't matter what you graduated with. It's just a degree, man, that somebody says, oh. Like I said, I went to Giant State Public School, which has a fine reputation. Dan's brother went to North Carolina. That's different. It's just different. You know it is. Duke is a smart school. And it has decided it can only hire a smart coach. Have you seen the 3 finalists or targets or maybes or possibles? Tony Elliott, Jason Garrett, Mike Elko. Now, don't get me wrong. If you're David's age, he's 27, 7, 8, 28. I'm always behind. You probably don't know a lot of. I've talked about Tom Landry before in reference, especially with Chris Landry. Not related, but I've talked about Tom Landry before. Tom Landry just invented stuff. Tom Landry was a defensive back. I don't think he played offense. I think he was a defensive back. They used to call him a defensive halfback for the New York Giants. And this was like early to mid-50s. And so he's like 24 years old. And if I'm remembering correctly, wasn't Vince Lombardi an assistant on that staff? Okay. Well, that's great. Tom Landry is in like his second year, and he's basically running the defense. So he just invented things. Anybody can be a great football coach. I would prefer you have the brain power of Tom Landry. And if you're David's age and you don't know a lot about the details of Tom Landry, just go Wikipedia your computer. I'm telling you, you will be fascinated by everything you see this weekend in the NFL, and you go, oh my gosh, that's Tom Landry. So Tony Elliott, who is he? He is the remaining half of the uber successful duo, Elliott and Scott from Clemson. Jeff Scott already went solo. Tony Elliott did not have a good season, or the offense didn't. Do we know anything about Tony Elliott other than, hey, it's not the same since Jeff Scott left? Do we know about Tony Elliott? There's a chance that when he was because he was a walk-on wide receiver, there's a chance when he was at Clemson, he was the smartest athlete there. He was an academic All-American, got a postgraduate scholarship, blah, 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 blah. He's just off the charts. He's the guy that when he walks into QT, he says, no, I don't play the lottery because of it. And he starts, he's that guy. He's smarter. He's the smartest guy in the room in almost every room. And he may be just an uber head coach. Jason Garrett, he was Princeton, correct? Okay. If you've ever been around Jason Garrett, and I have just a couple of times, and I don't know him, I've never even spoken to him, I've been around him. I asked Dan, because Dan, he's a Cowboys fan, media out there in Texas. He was like, dude, just about it's a 4.5 to a 5.5. That's where he is, scale of 1 to 10.
Milk toast is what I said.
Jason Garrett at Princeton. Mike Elko, I think he was Penn. And now, see, Mike Elko, I'm really looking forward to him being a head coach somewhere. The point is, if a university decides to get serious about football, it can do two things: amend academics and then spend its way into prominence. And that's true. You have to open the gates to enough athletes, you do, because you just need a bigger pool to draw from. And I'm not saying 4 years at Duke and I have no transferable credits. I'm saying just amend it a little bit, maybe. And then you can spend your way to prominence. That part's true. If you have access to athletes, see, if you're Mississippi State and you don't have those same academic, you can spend your way to prominence if you have the money. I'm talking about schools who can both get the athletes in and have the money to spend. That means if you're a smart school and you're not succeeding at football, it's because you have chosen not to. Look at the endowment as an ultimate measuring stick of your alumni wealth, not as something you can dip into, because that's not what it is. The endowment is the endowment, and then you draw interest on it and you use it to add to the endowment as well as spend. I'm going to give $1 million to my school, and I want to fund a scholarship with this endowment. So that's why I say it's just a general measuring stick. I told a story before. I did color on Rice Marshall, and I got my hand slapped because in the pregame I said, the biggest difference between these teams isn't their rank in rushing yards, it's their endowment. I think Marshall was $80 million, and Rice was, $6 billion maybe. Stanford. Do you have any idea what they're endowment? $29 billion. $29 billion. You can't use that to build a new stadium or recruiting lounge or give the head coach a helicopter, but that's a measuring stick of your alumni wealth. And at some point, Stanford decided, you know what? Let's succeed at football. And for the most part, they have. Notre Dame, $12 billion. They haven't amended academics enough. As Paul Hornig, in a very crude way, he had comments about that, but the point was I want more athletes available to my head coach. The next school down that you say, Northwestern, and I'm talking about a school that either plays Power 5 football like Stanford, Notre Dame, and Northwestern, or is right on the edge. They're a group of five, whatever. Northwestern, $11 billion. Can't use it on a new stadium. Can't use it on. Nobody in college usually builds a new stadium unless you're UCF and you're playing them in that ashtray, the Citrus Bowl, and you're like, let's do our own thing. Northwestern, $11 billion. It's a general measuring stick of the university's alumni base. Do you know who's next? Duke. After that, Vanderbilt. After that, Rice. I'm talking about schools that play either what we used to call D1 football, but they're one of the 130 that aren't succeeding in football. And I'm telling you right now, Duke, they're a smart school. Everybody on here is a smart school so far. Notre Dame, my gosh, smart school. Rice, smart school. Every one of these. choosing to they're not choosing to fail. I'm saying they're choosing to not succeed because they simply don't care enough. It is not, I'm not even going to say enough of a priority. It's not a priority. So as the ultimate measuring stick of your alumni wealth, that means that you have the ability to spend. You also have the ability to increase the recruiting pool. And I don't mean to devalue every single degree that's ever walked off the campus in Durham. I'm not saying that. You know, when you watch an SEC game and 2/3 of the starting lineup, they used to give majors. They don't do that ever anymore, do they? Do y'all remember that, Dave and Dan? It used to be they would show the 5 pictures and say, left tackle, and they would give his major. Do you know how much either continuing education or early childhood education? Like you'd be watching an SEC, half the offensive line be SEC, I made early childhood education. At Auburn, we called it cut and paste. You'd sit on the floor, pass the book around. I was in a class because I was an English literature major and I had to take all education classes. I sat on the floor, read from a book, passed it to the person next to me. Now, a couple of smart schools, Georgia Tech and Tulane. Dan, Tulane's smart school, right?
Incredibly.
All right. Georgia Tech and Tulane, they really chose to not succeed. When they withdrew from the Southeastern Conference, do we know why Georgia Tech did? Their Fruit of the Loom's gotten a twist over Bear Bryant and taking football too seriously. That, by the way, that's Bobby Dodd's words. And also academics. Says you're giving too many scholarships to kids. It's just a football. It's like a tryout camp in August. And then Tulane. Anybody we're on in Louisiana, so there's a yes here, and Mississippi. Maybe even Dan knows. In a show of hands, who knows why Tulane left the SEC? Who knows? Tulane decided it could be Notre Dame. Not made up. Tulane president, when they left in 65 or 6, Tech was the year before. I think it was 65 when Tulane left. Tulane president, the comment was, we've become a national university. We should stop being limited by a regional football schedule. He said we need to play a national schedule. Instead of playing Mississippi State and Alabama, we need to be playing Southern Cal and Notre Dame. He said that. That's not made up. So they made the ultimate choice for that. And now Duke, hey, we can only hire the smart coach. I don't know, go hire the $7 million a year coach. How about that? You know why you can do that? Because you got the money.
Rushing to judgment is rushing to destruction. I know we've all felt the temptation to rush to judgment, and it seems like, as a society, we're trending in that direction. We hear a report, read a story, see a video, and we draw our conclusion. Our relationships and our society need us to act with more wisdom than that. We have to discipline ourselves not to judge until we know the whole story, until we've considered all the facts and heard more than just one side. We've got to train ourselves to take a deep breath and resist jumping on the first response bandwagon. Justice depends on us legitimately treating everyone as innocent until proven guilty. The book of Proverbs reminds us that the first one to speak seems right until someone else examines them. I've seen marriages torpedoed, innocent people vilified, and society wounded when people rush to judgment. Let's be the ones who act wisely, and let's calmly refuse to rush to judgment. This is Tom Gray, and This Stuff Matters.
ThisStuffMatters.net.
Harris Cherokee Casinos are a short drive from Atlanta and will turn your fun road trip into an epic escape. Harris Cherokee Valley River Casino and Hotel, that's in Murphy, North Carolina. Got everything you need for a quick gambling getaway, slots, blackjack, craps, roulette, all of it. And if you're looking to turn your escape into the ultimate gambling adventure, head to Harris Cherokee Casino Resort in Cherokee, North Carolina for their new and expanded poker room, a huge sports viewing area, over 2,900 Vegas-style slots and table games, golf at Sequoia National Golf Club, and so much more. And the sports book at Harris Cherokee Casinos are now open. Bet on pro and collegiate sports at 2 perfectly tailored gambling getaways. Visit harrischerokee.com for details.
Must be 21 years of age or older to enter the casino floor and to gamble, and must present a valid state or federal photo ID upon request. Know when to stop before you start. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700. An enterprise of the Eastern Band of Cherokee Indians.
97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
Never mind fall and football being in the air. We want to taste it.
And never mind not being able to tailgate at the game. Let's create the ultimate barbecue experience in your own backyard.
You said it, Foster Brooks, and that's where Brooks & Collier comes in. Big selection of outdoor furniture.
And a big selection of grills and smokers like Traeger, Big Green Egg, Blaze, even DCS, and more.
This is the good stuff.
And Paul, we definitely got the accessories. And remember, we deliver. Visit us at 813 Meridian Street and shop online at brooksandcollier.com.
So close to home, just 5 miles from downtown Huntsville, Montesano State Park sits on over 2,000 acres with spectacular vistas from atop Montesano Mountain. And right now would be a great time to purchase our zone deal so you can plan your getaway and save money. Get a 2-night stay in a cabin at Montesano State Park for the price of just 1 night, only $140. Get your zone deal before they're gone at 977ESPN.com.
This is Wes Neighbors talking to Chris Haygood of Bob Wallace Appliance. Chris, what sets you apart from other appliance dealerships?
Wes, these appliances are going into the most used room in your house, your kitchen. The way we have these appliances displayed, it's easy for you to visualize how they'll look in your home. Wes, what sets us apart is the people. They're well trained. In fact, they live and breathe these appliances. And if you need service, you'll really appreciate our parts department.
Contact Bob Wallace Appliance at 256-533-2121.
Orange is the color of power, of progress, the color of Kubota and Huntsville Tractor and Equipment. Those who need to get things done, trust Kubota's L and M Series tractors, zero-turn mowers, the fun sidekick, from one of the top dealers in the country. More than 50 years of family service, every part in the book, and folks who know what to do with them. You'll be seeing orange with Huntsville Tractor and Equipment.
Come on, let's go to work.
97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
Catch the king of college football no matter where you go with a new Southern Sports Today app. Catch the best college football conversation in the South everywhere with the SST live stream and daily podcast. Download it now at the App Store and the Google Play Store. Now more of the best college football talk in the country. It's the Chuck Oliver Show.
My God, what an honor. Thank you for everyone that's shown up today. So many people that I had a chance to play with or coach or mentor. This is incredible. It's just the beginning.
Time to go to work. As Mario Cristobal's comments as he was introduced down in Coral Gables to the assembled media. I have to mention, and I try not to get into the muck and the Twitter and memes and, hey, let's point and laugh, et cetera, because there's so many folks who feel the need to swing at every pitch that it's easier to just walk around something, you know? You don't have to stop. But what happened with Miami yesterday, this is on them. The university's media relations corps, before Mario Cristobal came out, and he was either finding the orange tie or the green tie because you always got to find the tie. Before Mario Cristobal came out, did we see the request? Not even the request, the demand. All right, Coach Cristobal will be coming out. We're going to ask everyone no questions regarding how he came to be the Miami coach. No, Dan, did you not see this?
That's ridiculous.
What was going to be the first question?
Why did you take this job?
How did this literally somebody's like, all right, we're going to tell everyone here, because suddenly I saw like 15 tweets from people in the room. Normally, if it's stuff that just, taking needless shots at either a coach or a president or whomever, I'm like, I'm not even going to get into it. That's just amateur night. That's silly. It's not realistic. We're about to bring Mario Cristobal out here. You would ask with any coach that might be, so how did this unfold? What was the timeline? When did you first have contact? Just to fill in blanks. With how it went with Manny Diaz? You're dang right it was going to be the first question. All right, Coach Cristobal, he's going to be out here in about a minute and a half. We're going to say, though, no questions about how he was hired, just his visions for the program. Okay, we're good. All right, Coach Cristobal, give it up. That's not made up. I've never worked in media relations in my life, and I know that's not how you do it. I mean, did you raise part of the money you raised? You student interns now? Or is there somebody in the employ of the university in charge of that stuff? Dan, how are you?
The only other thing I can think of, and this is not drawing comparisons between the two because one is an extreme example and the other one is just what you just mentioned, is remember when the Sandusky news broke at Penn State, they were going to make Joe Paterno available to the media, and they tried to tell the media, you cannot ask about it. And it's like, are you kidding me? Like, no, like he is directly in the middle of all of this, and you're going to try to tell us, hey, let's talk about Nebraska this weekend, Coach. Because
nuns protesting outside. You got an injury at safety?
Exactly. I mean, are you seriously going to be that codpiece in that room? Hey, Coach, tell us about Nebraska's secondary. We really want to know about the Cornhuskers and what they do on defense. It's ridiculous on all levels, and you need to be better than that. That's just completely not even living in reality. So that's on them, I guess, if they want to deal with that. But one way that they can get it back is if they add Joe Brady, because I am seeing this out here, and I look at a guy like Tyler Van Dyke and think Joe Brady could really do wonders for this guy in terms of being able to help him out with the RPO game and be able to get that Miami offense to the next level, because I think if nothing else, there is an opportunity here. We see what is happening in the ACC at the moment. It is up for grabs, and if Miami can just get a little bit more explosive on offense, maybe all of a sudden we're talking about a 9-10 win team.
Yeah, and the other story is, where does Jake Garcia go if he goes anywhere? Again, it is free agency at the quarterback position, that is for sure.
Care has the power to bring kindness where it's needed. It brings out the best in every one of us. It doesn't just see people. It takes time to understand them. It puts the needs of others ahead of its own. And when you start with care, you end up with a very different kind of bank. Truist. Truist Bank. Member FDIC.
15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
Wait a minute. I've heard that before. That's the note Jeremy wrote to me in my yearbook in the 6th grade. How'd you even know that?
Because it's from Geico.
Yeah, wait, here it is. Dear Luke, have a great summer. P.S. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more. Love, Jeremy.
Geico's had this tagline for years, because we help save people money.
So wait, you're saying Jeremy copied you? Yeah, that actually does sound like something the J-Man would do.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
LifeCare provides valuable whole life insurance to cover final expenses, such as medical bills, burial costs, and unpaid debt. A final expense insurance policy is fast, easy, affordable life insurance that's available to anyone between the ages of 50 and 80. No medical exams, no lengthy questionnaires, and no waiting period. The application process is quick and easy. You can even apply without having to undergo a medical examination. Just answer a few questions and we'll do the rest. With the average funeral cost skyrocketing to $11,000 and Social Security only paying $255, you need simple, affordable peace of mind for you and your whole family. Don't leave behind unpaid expenses that, if left unattended, will burden your family tremendously. Benefits include a guaranteed premium that will never increase, a guaranteed cash value, and a guaranteed death benefit that can never decrease. To find out how you can get final expense insurance with a guaranteed lifetime rate lock, call LifeCare at 1-800-708-2822. 1-800-708-2822. 1-800-708-2822.
Tom Luganbill here for Woody Anderson Ford. When I was in the Tennessee Valley, one of the things that impressed me the most was the quality of the people. People like Bobby White and his team at Woody Anderson Ford. And now you can experience the tremendous new service lanes and showroom at Woody Anderson Ford, at Jordan and Sparkman, or just stop by for breakfast or lunch at Henry's Mustang Cafe. And in Madison, visit Woody Anderson of Madison on Hughes Road, just south of 72. Like a great college football tradition, always there, Woody Anderson Ford.
TOC Sports has been there for you. Now, you're probably asking yourself, what does that mean? It means for more than 20 years, Alabama's largest orthopedic group has been there providing coverage and care to more schools and student athletes in the Tennessee Valley than any other group. It means whether you are the star football player, the all-region volleyball ace, or someone who hurt their knee in a weekend pickup basketball game, TOC Sports physicians are proud to have the opportunity to care for all your orthopedic needs. It means for parents, coaches, athletes, desk jockeys, or even weekend warriors, TOC Sports physicians continue to meet and exceed the orthopedic and sports medicine needs of our community. But most importantly, during these challenging times, we're here for you now. and will continue to be here. So as long as there are players on the field, games to be played, and contests to be won, the orthopedic specialist from TOC Sports will be ready to help. We don't know what the future holds, but you can count on the TOC Sports team to stay committed to you so you can stay in the game. Call 256-539-2728 today and ask to see a TOC Sports physician. Check them out online, also Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
Kerry Rosenblum here with Rosenblum Realty, and we appreciate our MA family. Football season is back again, and we're here for your real estate needs. We've been also doing rental properties for many years. You may have a home that you need to lease out. You don't need the headaches. You need somebody to take care of it, make sure the repairs are done, keep the rent coming in, and screen the tenants. We can do all that for you at Rosenblum Realty, where we do property management services, or you can find a good home to rent as well. Call us at 256-539-9501. Put our years of experience to work for you.
97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
Now more college football talk with the king of college football. It's the Chuck Oliver Show on Southern Sports Today.
Most wonderful time of the week. Bottom of hour one on a Wednesday. And I'll use this phrase quite a bit, and sometimes it's true. Like yesterday I mentioned Butch Davis, and I said close personal friend of mine. It's true, I'll say, with Butch Davis. With this next guest, it's so much more than that. He's a professional resource. Our next guest is actually a tax write-off for me because I pay for the membership. It is one of two places that I tell you it's worth opening your wallet for, LandryFootball.com. I want to welcome on the namesake right now. Chris, how are you, brother?
Chuck, doing well. How are you?
I'm doing good. Let's jump right into this. And Florida has its coach, and Florida State already had its coach, and now Miami has its coach. I've got a big picture to go to, but just tell me where Miami is right now with Mario Cristobal versus maybe a week ago, month ago, a year ago with Manny Diaz.
I think what they hope, and at this point, what I see is the potential to maybe gain some traction in recruiting that they've lost over the years. Now, that's what Mario does well. Not that Manny didn't, but Mario that's his specialty. So that's kind of the mission, the reason why you bring him in. And so he's got to bring that back. That's what they're trying to do. It's why they're spending all that money. And he's been around places where not only you learn how to do it, but what commitment level, resource-wise, you need to have it work, because he was there, and it's not just, well, he was there when it was working. No, he now knows how to do it from a recruiting standpoint. He did it at Oregon. He's going to have to do it here. And, you can question his coaching ability, but it's all about recruiting. It's all about putting together a staff.
Well, he knows how to hire, doesn't he?
Look, I mean, he's done those things very well, and that's what they need, because there is a path there. I mean, it is a cleared path, and a bulldoze cleared path to go right to the top of that division in the ACC, and nobody bothers to get on it and ride the tractor through it because it's just, everybody's mediocre. And Miami lost their way. They owned South Florida for a long time. And Urban Meyer killed that. He went in there and got it, and they never got it back. Now, Florida didn't keep it, but Alabama and Ohio State, everybody else went in there. So now they've got to get that back. And I don't know how effective they're going to be because, look, you let a lot of time go, and it's not going to be as easy to keep those kids in South Florida now as it was back then, because everybody is aware of everything now. Hey, the place to go is,
American Heritage.
Yeah, it's Alabama,
St. Thomas,
whatever. Those kids are going to want to go to places that they know more about and believe more about. So that's going to be Mario's job to convince it. Hey, look, this was once great, and here's why, and this is what we're going to do. So he's going to have to channel his inner Howard Schnellenberger.
Right. So, that is a bold declaration, because he basically saved the program. And if you look at where they are right now, I mean, they're listing. I mean, they're just kind of floating along. If they were in a decent division, it wouldn't even be 7-5. I agree with you on that. So I want to expand it now then, because I have a big picture question. As I said, Florida State, they just got their new coach last year. Florida has a new coach last week. Different details, but I think it's the same arrogance that has left all three of those major college programs just trying to keep up. I think it was all, and you and I have talked about this a little bit. There was an attitude at all three places, facilities, Bill, we don't need any of that. We're going to put you in the league. And I think that they got very chest out, and all three of them have been paying the penalty for years now.
Yeah, and when you get behind, you get so far behind that you never quite catch up. So if you're Florida State, you don't even look like you're competing on the same level as Clemson, facility-wise, in which you do. If you're Miami, same thing. And if you're Florida, you don't look like Alabama. You don't look like Georgia. Look, I went through it at LSU back in the day when nobody had facilities. Of the 10 schools, we had the worst. The Mississippi schools, Vanderbilt, had better facilities than we did. And it was that, well, you've won here. You've won 3 out of 5 SEC titles. Without it, why do you need it? Well, that was an era where it wasn't the biggest thing, but you do need it. And now you absolutely need it. So when they talk about, well, we're building this, and it's really nice now. And look, yeah, that's great, but they've been having this at other places for years and years and years. So you're playing catch up, and they're so far. It's like a horse race, and they're kind of in the back stretch, and you're out of the gate, and you're at the first turn. So you're going to need some help, and you're going to need some patience, something no one has today, to begin to catch up. Just because you have caught up and are better than you have been over the past, say, 10 years, doesn't mean you're as good as the people you're recruiting against. And that's what they've got to, I think, correct, because it has been a lot easier for folks to leave the state of Florida and say, I'm going to go somewhere else, and because they're more of a commitment there, because when I go over there, they got more bells and whistles. Kids love bells and whistles.
Oh, gosh. Dabo decided that North Florida was like South Clemson. I mean, he did everything but open an SO club in Lake Butler. I mean, he was like, oh, we're going to own that. And he decided to go down there and make it a priority, and he's made a living. It's part of why they've been a championship team. Talk about Clemson, though, where we are right now, their coaching staff. Are they going to lose the other half of Elliott and Scott to Duke? Is he going to lose his AD, or they already did lose his AD? Just walk through Dabo, because for a program that was built on stability and structure, that's not what it is today.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what he's going to do. I mean, he might. Sounds like he might go ahead and promote Wes Godwin on the defensive side. We'll see. The offensive side, obviously, we'll see what Tony does. I don't know. The Duke situation is certainly a possibility, and maybe a strong one. This is going to be the challenge for him, for Dabo. We've talked about it. His ability to hire well, and the stability with the money, and that has kept that program where it is. Dabo's a sales guy. I mean, he can sell guys, kids, and coaches on it, on the opportunity, and he delegates. But if you delegate wrong, or if you hire the wrong guy, then you're not all that successful, and you take a step back. So as we kind of talk about, like Miami and Florida State, that's one way to help you, is if Clemson comes back to the pack a little bit. And I know this year they did. It could be more of the same. And you're seeing a lot of Dan leaving, and the leadership there. I think there is something we're going to have to watch, because it's not, well, Dabo's there, it's fine. Dabo's there, he's got to find the guys to make it fine, because he's not someone that can coach the coaches. He's got to hire someone and delegate, and that's a different ask. That's a different hire. And so he's going to have the money and resources to do it. But getting the right guys are going to be, you got to choose right. Just like in recruiting, you can get a lot of guys, but the sales part may be innately built in, but you got to make the right selections.
Just like we were talking, American Heritage, or IMG, or Mark Richt and Saban, everybody found their way down there. Everybody found their way to Virginia Beach over the last about decade too. Am I still thinking too much of the Virginia job, or is it the fact that they don't really own? Because I'm telling you, Newport News and Roanoke, all of that stuff, man. There was really good recruiting in that state, and now it just gets picked clean, and Virginia doesn't get it.
Yeah, the only time where they've really made an impact in recruiting, getting those type of players, was when my good friend Al Groh was there and some of the member of his staff. They got some.
And Al Golden on that staff.
Yeah. You had quite a few of them, and they went out and got those guys. Now Virginia is one of the great public institutions academically, and they kind of consider themselves kind of a national. They consider themselves kind of Duke-ish.
Public Ivy.
Without that, so I don't know what Brent's going to do. I think certainly that's what they have to do, but a lot of those guys really can't. Some of the guys in that area of which we speak are not necessarily the guys that would do academically what you would expect them to do at Virginia. Now, Virginia Tech has been a little bit more open to getting some of those guys, and so at least under Frank, they were able to, no disrespect, but some of those guys were academically not the typical Virginia Tech students, but you could have exceptions. How much are they willing to do that at Virginia? Look, they hired Bronco because he could craft more out of less. How they go about it, my sense is that they're going to continue to do that, and they like that because they like being able to get that type of guy and that type of a profile coach and student. So I don't know that they're going to change that, and that's going to determine the answer to your question of whether they can go and get some of those guys that probably would help them football-wise, but may not be ideally students at UVA.
Jason Garrett a thing for Duke maybe?
I don't know. I mean, certainly, I don't see that as a great fit personally. I think that's a little bit of a name and a little bit of a grabbing. To me, that's a place where you've got to understand college football culture. I don't know that Jason is attached to that as much. I think they need to be really careful and not overthink this. There's some good coaches that want the opportunity. I think they've made a little bit more of a commitment facility-wise, relatively speaking, for Duke. Go get you good coaches. So we talk about Virginia. Go get you good coach that can develop and get a lot out of a players and understand how to recruit and evaluate. I don't think that's Jason personally. I think there's some guys in college that would be better fits.
That is what you get from Chris Landry at LandryFootball.com. Among other things, we're going to take a break, come back, talk more college football next.
Is your bathroom looking old and worn out? Want to update it, but you don't know where to start? Then let BCI Bath & Shower show you how to turn that old bath into an aisle of beauty and functionality. Our residential bathroom solutions provide the best value on the market, and our customer service is second to none. Our cost-effective BCI Bath & Shower family of products has what you need.
Remodeling our bathroom was a big decision for us.
They didn't make a mess out of our house at all. And at the end of the day, we had a beautiful new bathroom. And it was a great experience the whole way through.
We have the best monthly payment programs in the industry, with payments as low as $68 per month, or no interest, no payments for 18 months. That's right. Get the bathroom of your dreams now and pay for it in 2021. Call 1-800-329-4115 for a free no-obligation price quote. That's 1-800-329-4115. When you want quality bathroom products at a great price, it's got to be BCI Bath & Shower. That's 1-800-329-4115.
Care has the power to bring kindness where it's needed. It brings out the best in every one of us. It doesn't just see people. It takes time to understand them. It puts the needs of others ahead of its own. And when you start with care, you end up with a very different kind of bank. Truist. Truist Bank. Member FDIC.
With the KFC app, you can get your chicken finger licking quick. Quick, 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 quick. Park at the front, then skip the line. Skip, 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 skip the drive-through line. The quicker you get chicken, the quicker you can eat it. Eat it, eat, eat it, Kentucky Fried Chicken. Order on the KFC app or website. Quick, 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 pick up. Oh, the joys of KFC. Quick pick up. It's finger licking quick.
Participation in lobby hours may vary. Use drive-through if lobby is...
97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
Never mind fall and football being in the air. We want to taste it.
And never mind not being able to tailgate at the game. Let's create the ultimate barbecue experience in your own backyard.
You said it, Foster Brooks, and that's where Brooks & Collier comes in. Big selection of outdoor furniture.
And a big selection of grills and smokers like Traeger, Big Green Egg, Blaze, even DCS, and more.
This is the good stuff.
And Paul, we definitely got the accessories. And remember, we deliver. Visit us at 813 Meridian Street and shop online at brooksandcollier.com.
Take your taste buds back in time with a trip to the all-new Bubby's Diner, offering a variety of mouth-watering food, from delicious starters to 50-style diner food and meat-and-three meals, featuring owner and Huntsville native Chris Bubby Belcher's family's homemade recipes. Open for breakfast, lunch, and dinner at 8412 Whitesburg Drive in the former Gibson's Barbecue. And you can enjoy $50 worth of delicious Bubby's Diner food for half price with this week's Zone Deal. On sale now online at 977ESPN.com.
When you call most roofing companies, all you'll hear is, you need a new roof. Not when you call Fleming. At Fleming Roofing and Restoration, we're focused on your needs, whether it's an easy repair or a full roof replacement. Folks around here have trusted Fleming since 1965 for all their residential and commercial roofing needs. And as the area's storm damage experts, Fleming knows all the ins and outs of the insurance claims process. Log on FlemingHSV.com to schedule your free estimate today. Fleming Roofing and Restoration. We show up.
This is Wes Neighbors talking to Chris Haygood of Bob Wallace Appliance. Chris, what sets you apart from other appliance dealerships?
Wes, these appliances are going into the most used room in your house, your kitchen. The way we have these appliances displayed, it's easy for you to visualize how they'll look in your home. Wes, what sets us apart is the people. They're well trained. In fact, they live and breathe these appliances. And if you need service, you'll really appreciate our parts department.
Contact Bob Wallace Appliance at 256-533-2121.
97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
Now back to Southern Sports Today and the Chuck Oliver Show.
I ain't coached a game in 20-some years, and even I know that it starts and ends with the quarterback. That used to be true in the NFL. It's true in college to a large degree now. And like Rich Rodriguez, worst thing he ever did at Michigan is he showed up, looked at Ryan Mallett, who was an NFL guy. He's like, yeah, get lost. I got nothing to do with you. I can't do anything with you. I'm going to run these plays with, like, Tate Forcier or Nick Sheridan. LSU has now lost both of its starting quarterbacks. Miles Brennan announced he was going to portal after Ogeron it was agreed he wasn't going to be the coach. And now after Brian Kelly's hired, Max Johnson has decided I'm going to portal as well. I don't know if they met. Max Johnson's like, this offense doesn't fit me. Or Brian Kelly's like, yeah, you don't fit what I want. I can't imagine that's the case. He's an experienced quarterback with a lot of talent. Oh, yeah, and they got a bowl game where if Garrett Nussmeier takes one snap, it cost him his entire year. So unless they're going to run like single wing stuff from the 40s, I don't know what's going to happen there. Someone who may, from LandryFootball.com. Let's get back into it with Chris Landry. Chris, a lot to download there. First of all, what was the conversation and who decided, Max Johnson doesn't fit here?
Well, they did. He certainly met with Brian Kelly, that is, has met with a number of players. I would assume the quarterbacks were pretty high, if not number one on his list, depending on their schedules, and of course. So I would just take that as it didn't go quite here's my sense of it, is that no one's going to be promised a starting job. You're going to have to earn it. And I think sometimes in today's world, some guys think that I won the starting job. It should be my job, and somebody needs to beat me out of it. And well, the new head coach is kind of the attitude, look, nobody, what is done here in the past is in the past. And I'm going to start it from scratch, and everyone starts over with me. And I don't think that probably went over very well and led to maybe a decision of it's probably best if I move on. It'll be interesting to see what he can do with bringing in a quarterback and for Max where he might go. It might consider going to Florida State, some other places. It's going to be interesting. The bowl game, it will be interesting to see what happens. But beyond that, I think what's real interesting is what he's going to be able to do. He's got Walker Howard coming in, but now you're talking about an opportunity for a true freshman to have a real big impact. I would think there'd be somebody that would enter into the mix, at least in terms of you got to have better depth than what LSU currently has. So, Brian will work that, and he has a certain temperament and ideas of what he thinks quarterbacks should look like.
Staff getting fleshed out?
Yeah, it is. Frank Wilson's a really good addition. He's essentially, he is, for people who don't know who Frank Wilson is, he's a longtime New Orleans native high school coach. He's coached in a lot of places, including Tennessee with Lane and Ed and those guys. He was a head coach at McNeese State.
Had a UTSA gig for a minute, didn't he?
Yeah, and he, I thought, was a fast-track guy. He really did a good job over there before Jeff came in and has done an even better job. So he's going to be the assistant head coach, and essentially, without maybe saying it to describe his duties, he's basically going to be the chief recruiter and kind of the face of LSU recruiting, because that's kind of his strength. Relationships. He knows every nook and cranny of the state. Brian doesn't. Brian is a very good closer in recruiting. He's a very good overseer, but Frank will be the guy that's going to eat, sleep, drink every hour of the day recruiting, which Brian is going to be the head coach, and we will pick his spots on where he's going to be in recruiting and whatnot. And Frank's going to do the heavy lifting there, so that's how and then of course the rest of the staff will be filled out accordingly. So recruiting is going to be obviously a critical element of having the right contacts, and he'll have enough of those guys along with guys that he wants to bring in. You've seen him come in. Most everybody as a head coach wants to bring in their strength coach. There's no two people that need to be more aligned than the head coach and the strength coach. And it is almost always you bring your own guy. Now, for Les Miles and for Ed Orgeron, they were told Tommy Moffitt stays. But Brian Kelly has more control and more say-so that's been given to him. And, it's not that Tommy didn't do a really good job over his career, but that position, because they're so closely entwined with the players all year long, that the head coach doesn't want to have let's get to know you type. It has to be somebody that I know real well, because that's going to tell you exact who is on board, who are the workers. So when you can't be around them, the strength coach lives with those guys. So those type of things are being implemented right now.
All right. Last week, I was correct in my charge for Doug Marrone and O'Brien and Saban. I was like, if they can block it up on the right side, then Bryce Young will have a chance to be Bryce Young, and then we got a ball game. Now, I knew that's what they needed to do. I didn't think that there was a way to get that done. Just give me you explain it. You watched the game.
Well, neither did I. I didn't see it being executed to the degree that it was. The thing that I did know, and I think that maybe people may not be as aware of, a lot of them, is that the Georgia's edge rush pressure is not their strength. It's the A and B gap pressure that they're a little bit better at. I'm very surprised, because I thought defensively they would bring more pressure. Manufactured pressure, but pressure nonetheless. They did a poor job of that. I thought that Alabama had they had greater emphasis with their backs and tight ends and protections. So they said, we're going to give the quarterback time, and we feel our receivers, particularly one in particular, that can beat single or double coverage. And if we give the quarterback time, we will be able to formation and get guys open, and we'll get some big plays. And they did it. I'm very surprised that Georgia gave them that time by not bringing extra pressure, because that's what A&M did. That's what LSU did. That's what Auburn did. Yeah. They didn't follow that. And on the other side,
and when did Auburn get in trouble? When they, all right, we're going to back off now. We're going to play some zone.
They did, and they got beat at the end. And I think that that's where Georgia got trouble. And I think that Georgia got into we're the better team. We don't need to game plan as much for this opponent. We just need to game plan for what we do well. And I think that they, in their belief that they were better, they look, you've got to play better, and the fact that you dominate people, they did not adjust in game plan well enough for Alabama. So it's going to be interesting to see what they do with enough time to get ready for Michigan. And then if again at Alabama on the offensive side, they did a very poor job of scheming their receivers open. I didn't see any separation at all. So they didn't do a good job of trying to create matchups. It was kind of a, you know what, we're better. We're just going to do what we do and beat you, in not as much regard for the fact that maybe this team was as good as they were. Maybe they got lulled into, you know what, we're really a lot better this year. So let's not screw it up. Let's do what we do, which tends to be Kirby's MO, but he just underestimated how much better he is or not against Alabama, and I think it caught him.
Even 2 of the touchdowns, I remember, like Lab McConkey, he made somebody miss and then just sprinted to the end zone. And Darnell Washington, that was, hey, I'm 6'7" and you're not. That wasn't necessarily a chess match sort of thing. Chris, we got a minute left. Tell people if they make the choice I do, go to LandryFootball.com, say, hey, wait a minute. It says click here for 50% off. If they join, what do they get?
They get all the film room breakdowns of all these games. So it's the college game, it's the pro game. We like to say if it involves players, teams, coaches, schemes on the college and NFL level, that's what we provide for you. So, like, we'll have a breakdown of all of these bowl games right now. I'm putting a in-depth breakdown of the 4 playoff teams, roster analysis, everything. But all the bowl games, every single one of them, we'll have broken down for you. Obviously, all the NFL games, all the news and notes, all the coaching search information, everything you'd want from soup to nuts on football. Recruiting, obviously, a week away, signing day, the draft, you name it. It's all at LandryFootball.com. Take advantage of it. It's less than $10 a month, cheaper than that on a year membership. So take advantage of it today. Great holiday gift for you or someone that you love.
Yeah, and you know that marketing phrase, value at twice the price. It literally was twice the price, and it was a value then. It's the 50% off. You see the banner over there on the website. So, Chris, I appreciate you coming on, brother. 7 more days.
Thank you so much, Chuck. Take care.
All right, Chris Landry, LandryFootball.com. Yeah, and it was scheme. I said on Monday, I got 3. Saturday, the summary, 3 words. You got outcoached. That's exactly what it was. The players didn't suddenly, I put on 30 pounds of weight this week, and, boy, my technique got even better. No, it was a different plan and different positions, different spots to put those kids in, and then the kids went out there and executed, and so they get the ultimate credit. Just a tremendous outcome for Bama.
The old way of living with diabetes is a pain. You've got to remember to do your testing, and you always need to be sticking your fingers. The new way to live your life with diabetes is with a continuous glucose monitor. You simply apply a discreet, easy-to-use sensor on your body, and it continuously monitors your glucose levels, helping you spend more time in range and freeing you from painful finger pricks. If you test your blood sugar at least 4 times per day and inject insulin at least 3 times per day, or use an insulin pump and have private insurance or Medicare, you might be eligible for a CGM with little or no cost to you. Call U.S. Medical Supply today for a free benefits check. We offer free shipping, 90-day supplies, and we bill Medicare or your insurance directly. Call now and say goodbye to finger pricks.
855-390-3278. 855-390-3278. 855-390-3278. That's 855-390-3278.
Attention Medicare recipients and anyone turning 65. Medicare has approved new benefits not included with original Medicare and older Medicare Advantage plans. You may not be getting all of the benefits you're entitled to, including in-home aids, telephone appointments with your doctors, home-delivered meals and prescriptions. These benefits may be available, and it's a free call to enroll. The new plans may also offer free eyeglasses, free hearing aids, free wellness visits, and gym memberships. Call the Medicare benefits line now. It's easy. Call 800-340-1290. 800-340-1290. Find out if you're eligible for new benefits like meal and prescription delivery, in-home aids, and telemedicine. Some plans may have a $0 monthly premium or 0 copays for big out-of-pocket savings. Not all Medicare Advantage plans are alike. The new plans have more benefits for many people. Call 800-340-1290. 800-340-1290. 800-340-1290.
WZZN, Union Grove, Huntsville, Alabama.
Alabama!
Your home of the Crimson Tide Sports Network.
This is SportsCenter.
I'm
Christine Lisi, breaking news from ESPN's Adam Schefter. Washington has placed tight end Logan Thomas on injured reserve for a second time this season, ending his season. He does not have a torn ACL, but an MRI revealed damage to his knee. Washington's run 4 in a row, owns the 6th spot in the NFC, and is 2 games back of NFC East leading Dallas, heading into Sunday's meeting with the Cowboys. The season's over for Seahawks safety Jamal Adams. Needs season-ending surgery to repair a torn labrum in his left shoulder. Serena Williams won't play in next month's Australian Open, won't compete in tennis's first major of the year. Following advice from her medical team, Williams hasn't played since retiring from her first-round match at Wimbledon with a right hamstring injury. Wednesday NBA doubleheader. Bucks visit the Heat, followed by the Warriors hosting the Blazers. Coverage begins with NBA Countdown at 7 Eastern on ESPN TV.
.97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
Taco Bell presents a get-out-of-bedtime story. It's time to wake up from this amazing dream, even though you're jet skiing on lemonade. How extreme! And oh, look at that, you just won the lottery. Is that a castle? Take the keys, it's your property. What's better than swimming in space? Just wait for the big reveal. It's Taco Bell breakfast and it's actually real. So it's time to wake up and bid your dreams farewell, because toasted breakfast burritos are waiting for you, only at Taco Bell. At participating Taco Bell locations near you during breakfast hours only.
Are you in the market for a recreational vehicle? Do you want to get out and see more of this beautiful country? Well, imagine hearing the laughter of your little ones enjoying gooey s'mores by a cozy campfire and making lasting memories with your friends and family from the comfort of a new camper. We can make your dreams come true at Hall's RV. With over 15 years in the camping business, we know how to get our customers into the perfect camper. We have several models and floor plans here for you to choose from, both new and used. We're family owned and operated with fantastic deals and great service. Everyone wants to work with people they can trust, so come on down to Hall's RV and get the deal of a lifetime. We'll treat you right and get you on the road in the camper of your dreams. Visit us on Highway 431 in Albertville. Hall's RVs, where we sell fun. Or see us on the web at www.hallsrvsales.com.
Hi, my name is Dan Aldridge. I'm here to let you know about the Aldridge Law Firm and the soon-to-be-announced Legal Town Center. I've been practicing law in Alabama since 1984, and I also practice in Tennessee. And I'm from North Alabama, and I'm here to represent you and take care of your legal needs. For many of us, hiring an attorney is not high on the priority list, and maybe a little scary, but it's something that we all need at some point. So by all means, do your homework. And if you need representation for car accident, wrongful death, medical malpractice, nursing home abuse, or estate planning, or any other matter, just give us a call at 256-534-3188, and you can email me at Dan, that is Dan at danaldridgelaw.com. Dan at danaldridgelaw.com. God bless America.
No representation is made that the quality of legal services to be performed is greater than the quality of legal services performed by other lawyers.
Ho, ho, ho! Bob Baumhauer here, and Baumhauer's Victory Grill is kicking off the holiday season right. From our always fresh buttermilk fried chicken tenders to our homemade Nana's chicken salad, and of course our world-famous buffalo wings. We've got your holiday meals covered with our legendary party-ready trays. And what's a holiday party without gifts? Now through December 24th, get a $5 bonus card with every $25 in gift cards purchased. Plus, our signature sauces make great stocking stuffers too. Merry Christmas!
This is Brent Musburger's VSiN Action Update on 97.7 ESPN The Zone.
Heads up, sports bettors. Right now you can try VSiN All Access free for 30 days with no credit card required. Visit vsin.com/free month to sign up now.
NFL Week 14, the Falcons plus 2.5 at the Panthers, and the Saints a 5-point favorite against the Jets on the road. This Saturday at UFC 269, 2 title belts on the line. Lightweight champion Charles Oliveira, an underdog against former interim champion Dustin Poirier. Poirier at -165, Oliveira at +135, and Amanda Nunes a -850 favorite when she puts her bantamweight title on the line against Juliana Pena at +525. Alabama quarterback Bryce Young is the odds-on favorite to win the Heisman Trophy at -3,000. Michigan defensive end Aiden Hutchinson at +2,000, Pitt quarterback Kenny Pickett at +2,500, and Ohio State QB C.J. Stroud at +3,000.
I'm Trey Westerberg, 97.7 ESPN The Zone.
From the Fox 54 Weather Center, I'm Chief Meteorologist Jordan Dressman. A partly sunny sky this afternoon. Temperatures climbing into the mid and upper 50s. A little warmer this afternoon compared to what we saw yesterday across North Alabama, southern Middle Tennessee. As we head into the overnight, early into your Thursday morning, temperatures only dropping into the upper 30s and lower 40s. A mostly cloudy sky for your Thursday, still getting to enjoy a little bit of sunshine. A couple of scattered showers, though, are going to be possible. Temperatures climbing into the lower 60s, dropping into the upper 50s and lower 60s as we head into the overnight. I'm Chief Meteorologist Jordan Dressman on your home for ESPN Radio, 97.7 ESPN The Zone.
Listen to Alabama football on our app. Download it today. Just search for 977 ESPN. Your home of the Alabama Crimson Tide is 97.7 ESPN The Zone.
In the South, it's always college football season, and the king of college football reigns supreme all year long. Now more college football talk with the king of college football. It's the Chuck Oliver Show on Southern Sports Today.
Hour 2, Chuck Oliver Show on a Wednesday, and you know that means Chris Landry, and that's already happened. It also means during the season, Russ Mitchell from College Football News, Heisman voter, which he's already, when's that deadline? It happened Saturday night. And it's after Saturday, obviously.
Well, yeah, I want to say that the deadline was this past Monday, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, yeah, I got a Heisman voter actually in the hallway with me, and he was talking about meeting the deadline. So we'll have Russ Mitchell on bottom of the hour. Coming up in about 10 minutes, we're going to have Jim Nagy on yesterday from the Senior Bowl, and he had a thing. And so when you're executive director of Senior Bowl, you can have a thing. So we rescheduled him for today. So coming up about 10 minutes from now, as a matter of fact, which means let me go ahead and get you up to date.
Everything you need to know about college football every single day. This is CFB 365.
Headline: LSU starting quarterback to enter transfer portal. That might be sort of a repeat headline because Miles Brennan already did that about 2 months ago. Yeah, about 2 months ago. Max Johnson this time, and this is, say, a week after Brian Kelly's introduced, and there was a conversation, and Max Johnson is going into his third year on campus. He would be. He started, I don't know, 15 games or so? That's a lot of experience. He's developed some bad habits, and it's out of self-preservation, but all that stuff's correctable. He's a big, strong kid, and he's smart, and now he's experienced at that level, et cetera, and he was told he would have to compete and go win the job. And he's like, nah, not really work for me. I've already put in my time. So he is gone. In an example, who said big bank take little bank? Is that Ice Cube? All right. Yeah, example of big bank take little bank. And a place with T. Boone Pickens should never be described, or at least the remnants of his bank account, as little bank. But Oklahoma State's Jim Knowles hired as Buckeyes' new DC. Ohio State went to Stillwater, Oklahoma. Here for your coach. You know what Oklahoma State's response was? Which one? Like, there are times when you realize what's going on, you're like, yeah, go ahead. You know, if you were cellmates with Mike Tyson back in the day and he wanted your lunch, just leave me what you leave me, Mike. Go, what are you going to do? You going to fight? Oklahoma State, we're going to dig in against the Buckeyes. 3 words. No, you're not. Big bank, take little bank, and in the world of... Folks, LSU just took from Notre Dame. So, yeah, when you value football... Ohio State does, and so does Oklahoma State, but not as much, and it doesn't mean as much in Stillwater as it does in C-Bus, and that's because what's going on for the last 125 years, that's just how it is. Mark Whipple is now at Nebraska as offensive coordinator. I saw him recruiting, actually. It was interesting. I saw a picture of Mark Whipple recruiting for Pitt. And then the next, this was Tuesday. Or actually, it was yesterday I saw it. And then later yesterday, I was like, yeah, he's not the coach there anymore. Huh? Get him a raise. He's at Nebraska. Boom, there you go. I got other stuff. Consider yourself up to date. We're going to take a break, come back, and talk with Jim Nagy from the Senior Bowl.
My mom's a breast cancer survivor. The United Breast Cancer Foundation saved her life. Their free breast cancer exam caught the cancer early, and it saved her life. But now the foundation needs your help so they can continue offering free or low-cost breast screening exams, saving more women's lives. Help them by donating your car, whether it's running or not. They'll provide fast, free 24-hour pickup, and you receive a charitable tax deduction, plus the great feeling you'll get knowing your donated car is going to help save more lives. Just call
800-525-3204
to set the wheels in motion. They take cars, trucks, vans, and SUVs, running or not.
Call 800-525-3204.
The United Breast Cancer Foundation needs your help, and your donation could literally save women's lives, helping them catch breast cancer early, like they did with my mom. Donate today.
Call 800-525-3204. 800-525-3204.
Are you paying too much for your health insurance? Are your deductibles too high? Or are you completely uninsured? If you answered yes to any of these questions, Healthcare Help Desk can help you now when people need help the most. Health insurance laws and rules have changed. If you have Obamacare, are uninsured, or your premiums are too high, call Healthcare Help Desk. It's free. New healthcare plans are available, and you may qualify for dental coverage and lower copays and deductibles. Make the free call now. Top quality coverage at the lowest prices anywhere. You may be paying too much and not even know it. In these troubled times, healthcare is more important than ever. Don't let another day go by without health insurance. Policies are being offered with very low copays and deductibles. So if you're uninsured, underinsured, or paying too much, call Healthcare Help Desk.
Call 800-387-4788. 800-387-4788. 800-387-4788.
97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
Tom Luganbill here for Woody Anderson Ford. When I was in the Tennessee Valley, one of the things that impressed me the most was the quality of the people. People like Bobby White and his team at Woody Anderson Ford. And now you can experience the tremendous new service lanes and showroom at Woody Anderson Ford at Jordan and Sparkman, or just stop by for breakfast or lunch at Henry's Mustang Cafe. And in Madison, visit Woody Anderson of Madison on Hughes Road, just south of 72. Like a great college football tradition, always there, Woody Anderson Ford.
It just works. Picture this. You're at home, doing whatever it is you do. Then, pow! The power goes out. Then what? Well, at my house, life goes on. We have a Generac automatic home standby generator from Current Electrical and Generator Services. For your home security and peace of mind, get a free personal consultation on how a Generac automatic home standby generator can protect you. Current Electrical and Generator Services. Call or visit us on the web at HuntsvilleGenerators.com. You've got the power.
Hello, this is Kerry Rosenblum Realty, and we're part of that MA family. It's great to see football season back in, and we're at Rosenblum Realty trying to take care of all your real estate needs, whether home buying or selling. We'd like for you to put our 64 years of experience to work for you. We have 4-generation family ownership, and again, take a personal touch to taking care of your real estate needs. Call us at 256-539-9501 or rosenblumrealty.com.
Chapman Commercial Realty, your source for Alabama commercial real estate. Chapman Commercial Realty has the experience and expertise you're looking for when making commercial real estate decisions. If it's office space, retail space, investment property, or project development, Chapman Commercial Realty is your answer. Call Bill Chapman today at 256-656-8413. That's 256-656-8413. or find them online at chapmancommercialrealty.com.
97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
Catch the king of college football no matter where you go with a new Southern Sports Today app. Catch the best college football conversation in the South everywhere with the SST live stream and daily podcast. Download it now at the App Store and the Google Play Store. Now more of the best college football talk in the country. It's the Chuck Oliver Show.
Wednesday on the Chuck Oliver Show, it continues. And somehow, One Tulane football topic just isn't enough for today's show. And I don't know how that's ever possible. No disrespect to Tulane. And I think anybody like we're on in Louisiana, it's Tulane fans going, really? He's going to talk about us twice? It's actually about the Southeastern Conference, though. It's not really about Tulane. I was talking earlier about the ability to do two things, and then that's you choosing to be relevant in college football. The ability to do two things. First of all, just amend academics, admissions, what you have to take as a freshman, et cetera, get your academic footing. Maybe as a red shirt, you can do that. But then also choose to spend. And I was saying that Duke right now, they're a smart school, and they seem boxed into only the ability to hire the smart coach. So I was talking about how Tulane and Georgia Tech were two smart schools who really chose how to not compete when they left the SEC altogether. There is a continuation of that story. Believe it or not, yes, two reasons to talk about Tulane football in the exact same show. If that ain't a tease to hold you, I don't know what would be. But I told you before we went to break, going to be joined by a very special guest I always love catching up with. From the Reese's Senior Bowl, Executive Director down yonder in Mobile, it is Jim Nagy. Jim, how you doing today, man?
I'm doing great, Chuck. Thanks for having me back on.
Yeah, I appreciate your time as always. And, there was Rosenblatt, which everybody knew. And then about 10 years ago, they're like, yeah, let's upgrade. So even the history and the ghost of World Series past, now you got wider concourses and better concessions and everything. Senior Bowl, same thing. Lad Peebles, about as much history as you're going to find. But look at the shiny new crib. How has the move been now that it's been a couple of years?
It has been it's been a game changer, Chuck. You're right. I mean, you think about the coaches that coached at Lad Peoples Stadium. You got Bear Bryant that used to play Alabama games there, and then you talk about the Senior Bowl with Paul Brown and Don Shula and Tom Landry. So there is, and all the greats, all the Hall of Famers that played in the Senior Bowl. But being out on the campus at South Alabama has been a game changer. Just like you talked about, amenities. We went from, I think, 8 points of concession to like 90 points of concession, wider concourses, bathrooms. So, and most importantly for our players, it's just a great playing surface. It's a great atmosphere. We were only at a quarter capacity last year, which was about 6,200 in a 25,000 seat stadium because of COVID. But we'll be able to pack that thing out this year, and it's going to look like a college football Saturday out on that campus, and give people to come down kind of one last tailgating experience before the following August.
Yeah, the phrase, I think the saying is the draft starts in Mobile, and that is not an overstatement at all. And I do want to, and you can be candid here if you want to, attendance locally. This is a TV show, first and foremost, for me. And then secondly, I know for the NFL coaches and coaching staffs and scouts, it's about the week of practice. How has it been making Saturday not just a formality, oh, yeah, we have to have a game as well? Because all the NFL teams, they're gone by Saturday. How is it getting the local ticket sales and all that improved?
Well, it's been easier with 15,000 less seats,
yeah.
That's for sure. But really, like you said, the draft starts in Mobile. That's kind of been our mantra for the past 3 years. And again, you look at last year's draft class with 106 players drafted out of the game, which was 41% of last year's entire draft class. It continues to build, and I think with the scarcity of tickets now, there's a little more urgency. There's more demand, again, the venue changed, the tailgating experience, all the different activations. It's just a different vibe. But you're right. There's over 900 NFL folks in town during the week. As you mentioned, most of them leave. We usually do get a rep or two per team that stick around for game day. But just to build out the week, we have a Players Mardi Gras parade on Friday night because this is the home of Mardi Gras as well.
Yep.
We have a concert downtown, which the first year we did it 2 years ago drew 20,000 people. We've got a Senior Bowl Summit event that's going to be great at the Sanger Theater downtown that's going to be hosted by Kirk Herbstreit. And we've got, all the big boy college coaches, James Franklin, Sark, Brian Harsin, Mel Tucker. That list goes on and on. So we've really tried to build the week out and give people a reason more than just the game or more than a couple practices, a reason to come to Mobile for it.
I had seen, I think, Alante Taylor when he said yes, Fidarian Mathis. I think maybe James Cook maybe a couple of days ago or recently had said yes as well. There's competition. These guys, there are other all-star games they can go to. What's the pitch, and why do so many just the top elite talent say yes to Mobile?
Well, I just think you look over the last 20 years and what this game's been able to do to separate itself. And this predates me. I mean, Phil Savage did some great work here, and before him, Steve Hale. So I mean, it's just you look at the draftable players, the amount of first-round picks, the fact that the two coaching staffs from the NFL teams and where they kind of start with the draft order. So if we started right now, it'd probably be the Lions and the Texans, I believe, are those first two, and that's a big draw. You look at this year's quarterback class, and we could have Kenny Pickett, Desmond Ridder from Cincinnati, Malik Willis from Liberty. Those guys are committed. There's a couple high-profile juniors, Bailey Zappi at Western Kentucky, and they all want to be coached by these coaching staffs, right, and spend a week with those guys. So, that's really the selling point. It's just what we've done and created around here. And honestly, Chuck, our best recruiters right now are the players that have played in the game in the past. And, we treat them right down here, and they have a really good experience. And they're hopefully they go back and talk to the guys that were coming up under them in the past years and help sell the game.
Now, this is just a personal thing, and I hope everybody listening enjoy this along with me. I've asked you in the past about guys like Kyle Duggar. Well, he was in the game, right?
Yeah. Kyle from Lenore-Ryan, yeah.
From Lenore-Ryan, and he's down there and went in the second round of the NFL draft. I could ask you about, Velus Jones, for instance, and everybody knows him. Tell me about Jalen Tolbert, because he's a local kid who gets to play in his home stadium down there, and I think that there ain't going to be a player on either roster this game is a bigger deal to.
No, Jay, we've got three Mobile guys, and you brought Velus as one of them. And then Roger McCreary from Auburn is another one, the great corner who played great in the Iron Bowl. But no, Jalen's a special guy. He went to McGill-Tulane High School here in Mobile. I think he's the fourth receiver in Sun Belt Conference history to go over 3,000 yards. Right now, he probably projects, depending on who you talk to in the league, there's really kind of it's a more of a narrow range. I mean, everyone's got him in the third or fourth round right now, heading into the Senior Bowl. So he's a guy that projects to be at minimum a good third receiver in the league. He's got a great body for it. He's got a great catch radius. He can run after the catch. He's a skilled receiver. I mean, he would start on any SEC roster, maybe outside of Alabama with Mechie and Jamison Williams, But no, Jalen's really talented. And again, we did an invite process with he and his parents and captured some video out of South Alabama, and it was great. It shows what this game means to these kids growing up in the community. Jalen's mom brought out some old black and white photos of him at practice with Dexter McCluster and Ben Tate, the old Auburn running back, out at practice, 12 years ago. So it's some of those stories of the guys that grew up in the area and playing the game. It is special for those guys for sure.
All right, so like a guy like Velus Jones, as I had brought up, an NFL scout, because you were a scout for 2 decades, when you all talk, I mean, you don't, hey, tell me about Velus. Oh, he had 74 catches. That's not what you're going to say because, I mean, and flesh this out and use Velus if you want to. It's not the stats, it's how the kid got to the stats. It's what he physically did out there. If a scout asks you, hey, I hadn't watched Velus Jones, tell me about him, you're not going to give numbers necessarily as far as catches and yards and all that. Just give a bird's eye of his play, what he is.
Yeah, it's not about stats, Chuck. You know that. I mean, we had a running back in last year's game, Chris Evans from Michigan, who had 16 carries as a senior, and then he gets drafted by the Bengals, and he's their backup running back right now. So it's not about stats. No, Velus is a guy that coming into the year, he would not have been in the game. He played his way onto the roster this year. He had a phenomenal year. The return value, both punt and kick, really helps Velus. The thing about him is he's really strong with the ball in his hands, and he's got a gear. I hate throwing out the name Deebo Samuel because they are not the same players. Deebo played in the game a few years ago, and now you could make an argument he's the best receiver in the NFL. So I'm not saying Velus is at that level, but they're similar in skill set in the sense that you wanted the ball in this guy's hands. And everyone in the league right now is looking for a Deebo-type player that they can get the ball to quick and do damage after the catch, and that's what Velus is. And he's a starting level returner at the next level. So he at the receiver position. He probably moved up the board as much as any player during this fall, and he really played his way in.
Another guy similar to what you're talking about, Dameon Pierce. They only let him use one football, and there were Malik Davis. There were just a lot of talented guys down there. Give us just a scouting report on Dameon Pierce and what his his projection to Sundays is?
Yeah, I think Damien's a guy. I brought up Chris Evans, very similar, even though Damien's got more touches than Chris did, but very similar, underused guy. And I get it now in college football. You got to keep everyone happy with their touches, or they're hopping in the portal. So I understand what coaches are dealing with. But no, Damien, when you watch him, we said it in the office. The best way to describe him is he's an NFL running back. I mean, this guy's big, thick. He runs angry. He's hard to get on the ground. He's good in the pass game. He's played on special teams and been a good special teams player. But he's just that guy. He does not go down on first contact. And when you're a scout, I mean, that's what I always look for in running backs is like, how hard is it to get this guy in the ground? And Damien is so strong in his lower body. Like I said, he runs violent. He's going to be one of those guys that is going to be a better pro than college player, because I really think if Damien gets in the right situation, he could be a starting NFL running back, and he wasn't even that for Florida.
Last thing, we got like 60 seconds. What do you think an NFL team wants to do with Jeremiah Moon?
That's going to be a great question. Seeing Jeremiah Moon, I go back to my Patriots days. I really feel like Jeremiah could have played any of our four linebacker spots when we were in an old 3-4 back in the 2000s Patriots teams. But, yeah, he's played off the ball, and he's instinctive doing that. He's long enough to play on the edge and set the edge, and he has some pass rush to him. So I think the great thing about him is you could probably plug him in anywhere. I think what teams need to figure out where is the best fit. But he certainly is one of the most versatile linebackers in this year's draft class.
All right, Reese's Senior Bowl Executive Director Jim Nagy. You got Reese's Pieces on property already?
Yeah, we got some hanging up on our Christmas tree. We decorate our Christmas tree with all the different football helmets, and we've got a bunch of Reese's product on the tree. On my way out the door yesterday, I grabbed some pieces off the tree.
All right, real quick, no lie, 30 seconds. Did I see Panini is a sponsor?
Yeah, Panini came on.
Wow.
This is our second year, and they're the official trading card company of the National Football League.
Yeah.
So this is cool. The guys came to Mobile last year, and they left with their very first football card. And they're gifting a NFT to all the players this year, kind of a one-of-one unique NFT. So now these guys can do with it what they want. They can give it to mom. They can sell it on the internet and make a lot of money. But no, Panini's been an awesome partner for us.
What Topps is for baseball, folks, that's Panini for football and hoops cards, man. That's big time with them being the association there. Jim, appreciate it as always, brother. We'll catch up again as the game gets close.
Yeah, Chuck. Happy holidays.
Same to you. Jim Nagy again, Executive Director of the Senior Bowl. Yeah, Panini is they're in Dallas, based out of Dallas. And if you remember the old Donruss name, Donruss, you can still find cards with the Donruss brand on there. That's now under Panini. So it's about honestly, they're the coolest looking cards out there. And so it's a college football player who's like, wait a minute, no, now I'm on one of those. This is really, really fun.
Care has the power to bring kindness where it's needed. It brings out the best in every one of us. It doesn't just see people. It takes time to understand them. It puts the needs of others ahead of its own. And when you start with care, you end up with a very different kind of bank. Truist. Truist Bank, member FDIC.
Today, Atlanta, and that's all cool. It's groovy being in studio, but tomorrow, 24 hours right now, Harrah's in North Carolina. That's right, tomorrow, December 9th, broadcasting live from the all-new book right on the casino floor. It's us, it's me, and you. It's the collective we, Harrah's Cherokee in Cherokee, North Carolina, where I can wager on football, or hoops, or golf, or any collegiate or professional sport. You can place your wagers in the book, as well as all the games you always loved at Harrah's in North Carolina. Throwing dice, turning cards, yep, all those awesome games too. Plus top shelf accommodations, golf, great dining options, the spa, it's all there. Plan your easy getaway today online, harrischerokee.com. Again, plan your getaway online, easy peasy, harrischerokee.com.
Must be 21 years of age or older to enter the casino floor and to gamble, and must present a valid state or federal photo ID upon request. Know when to stop before you start. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700. An enterprise of the Eastern Band of Cherokee Indians.
You're always up for some fun with the family, so you order the essentials, a new board game, some baking supplies, and even a new projector for outdoor movie night. And with the Bank of America customized Cash Rewards credit card, you can choose to earn 3% cash back on online shopping, which could increase to up to 5.25% as a preferred rewards member. Rewards which you can put toward an extra treat that everyone will enjoy, like an old-fashioned popcorn machine. Visit bankofamerica.com/more rewarding and apply now. Copyright 2021 Bank of America Corporation.
97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
This is Wes Neighbors talking to Chris Haygood of Bob Wallace Appliance. Chris, what sets you apart from other appliance dealerships?
Wes, these appliances are going into the most used room in your house, your kitchen. The way we have these appliances displayed, it's easy for you to visualize how they'll look in your home. Wes, what sets us apart is the people. They're well trained. In fact, they live and breathe these appliances. And if you need service, you'll really appreciate our parts department.
Contact Bob Wallace Appliance at 256-533-2121.
Normally, when you call a roofing company, all you hear is, you need a new roof. Not when you call Fleming Roofing and Restoration. Since 1965, the folks at Fleming have been focused on what you need, whether it's an easy repair or a full roof replacement, commercial or residential. And when it comes to storm damage, you want Fleming on your side. They know all the ins and outs of insurance claims and will guide you through the entire process. Log on FlemingHSV.com and book your free estimate today. Fleming Roofing and Restoration. We show up.
The Drive.
You know, both those guys have done a good job in what we've asked them to do, and both of them have developed nicely, and both of them have consistently made plays.
Wes and Steve.
Their decision-making, their judgment, their ability not to force things and take what the defense gives and distribute the ball with good decision-making, down in, down out, is, you know, probably the only thing that's going to be any different about them, because it's not physical ability or talent. So it's intangibles, leadership, decision-making, judgment, and all those types of things. And, you know, both guys have done a good job in that regard as well.
Listen to The Drive with Wes Neighbors and Steve Moulton each weekday afternoon starting at 5. We are your home of ESPN Radio. 97.7 The Zone. .97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
It's always college football time in the South. Now back to more of the king of college football, Chuck Oliver, on Southern Sports Today.
Frosty the Snowman
on the
was
side
a
of my
jolly,
fridge.
happy soul.
And if you've been listening to the show for any amount of time, you know that you've got the same thing. We have a list. Yellow legal pad, black ink pen, life rules, sports rules. Sports rule. Quarterback is the most important position in the history of any sport. Now, I don't even know, like I say, you know, curling. Maybe the guy with the broom. Maybe I don't know. I don't know what fencing, maybe the coach. Whatever. But quarterback, which is why I say when we talk about most important, most impactful, most desperately needed upgrade, I said when talking about football, you always have to take quarterback out of the conversation because it's always the answer. A B-minus quarterback is worth way more than an A-plus tight end or safety or receiver or anybody else. And Bryce Young proved that he was more impactful than an elite defense, all 11 guys. And going into the game last week, so many of us were looking at that and going, I like Georgia. We didn't expect Bryce Young to have time, but he's a quarterback. And when you are a great quarterback with a potential to win a Heisman Trophy, then you can win any game. I want to welcome on now a guy who actually has a vote for the Heisman. Among other credentials on his resume, it is Russ Mitchell. Russ, how are you?
Kicking the tires, lighting the fires, baby.
Bryce Young on Saturday. I'm not going to ask you necessarily who you voted for, but that is the kind of game that if a voter was on the fence and you saw that performance against that defense, I said, like, during the game, I was like, this is over. Everybody, Kenny Pickett, enjoy second, whatever.
You know, I always vote before the conference championship games. I always have. I always will. I think that, you know, if you're trying to give an award for the season and not that we've created these money grabs, which are these conference championship games, because of the fact that everything's expanding and not every kid gets to play in the 13th game, then I always vote before that. But boy, what a game, man! What a game! He did such a good job of avoiding the rush, and I don't even want to call it scrambling because it was better than just scrambling. Scrambling implies like there's no purpose or you're just running around trying to stay alive. He avoided the rush. And it wasn't just to race and run. He avoided the rush to throw and just did a spectacular job for the Alabama Crimson Tide.
Now the kids are out there and they're bleeding and sweating and executing and doing all that other stuff. How impressed, though, with Saban / the staff in that they figured out something that you can't figure out a mismatch against a defensive front. That's a physical thing. It's not a mental thing.
Yep.
They turned it into a mental thing. They turned it into a chalkboard thing.
It is such a good point, Chuck, because it wasn't like this was a fluke.
No.
Alabama had 6 drives. They had 5 drives that were at least 75 yards, and another that was 62 yards. 6 offensive scoring drives that were almost the entire length of the field. That's nearly 600 yards of offense. You know, and I guess at some point we have to ask ourselves, you know, how weak is the SEC East compared to the SEC West that, you know, I mean, how much of this is – because, listen, this is an Alabama team that looked like crap against LSU, Arkansas, and should have lost to Auburn. And you know, and then they can go out 6 days later and put up a staggering total against the supposed number 1 defense in the country. So excellent job by the coaching staff at Alabama.
Daniel Russ Mitchell, get him on Twitter at Russ Mitchell CFB. I have an opinion about Kirby Smart. I think like if he were driving from his home in Athens to New Orleans, you know, he's going to Mardi Gras. I think Kirby would get to Houston before he would stop and ask for directions. I think he is the most deep, I am dug in, won't change my opinion dude. But with me, it doesn't matter because it means I just win a couple of exits extra before I turned around and asked for direct. I don't think Kirby's going to win, and it has to be his way.
My mother told me never to say anything if I didn't have something nice to say, which, of course, anybody that's been listening to your show over the last decade knows clearly didn't listen to that advice.
You let Mom down.
I agree. I agree with you 100%, man. 100%. You know, the funny thing is here, if not for Tua coming off the bench, you know, a few years ago, he's already got his first national championship, and who knows how it would have changed. I don't know. I don't think it would have changed anything. He is a stubborn person when it comes. He believes. And you know what? Listen, they were 12-0 and were ranked number 1. Had been playing the best football, the most complete football of any team in America.
He can middle finger every one of us. Absolutely.
Alabama hasn't played a game like that all year. They haven't had one game all season where they played like that. Not one. If you're an Alabama fan and you've watched every single game this year, you're sitting back, you turned the TV off, and you looked at your significant other, and you said, damn, that was the best game we've played all year.
If you were father to a 17-year-old quarterback recruit, I have said that is the only position I would not send my kid to Athens for right now. You know, Jake Fromm, I don't know if you saw this. He may start for the Giants on Sunday because Glennon's hurt and Jones hurt and whatever else. So maybe Jake Fromm gets his first start. He's already been cut twice and was a 4th or 5th round pick, and that's who it's worked out, quote, best for. There literally has not been a single quarterback who has come through Athens under Kirby who it's worked out for. What would you do? Your dad to a 17-year-old 4-star, and he wants to go play for Kirby.
Oh, wow. Now, that's a really deep question.
Literally not one.
You know, the truth is that there's only, there's only 30-plus jobs in the NFL as a starting quarterback. And your chances of your son making it to the NFL and staying for any meaningful period of time are almost zero, even if he is a 4-star person. So, you know, I would be looking more to the more longer term. Personally, I'd be saying, is my son going to live in Georgia his whole life? You know, is this where he's going to build a family and do these sorts of things? Because then if you go to that school, then you're set for life. You're set for the rest of your life. So, to me, that carries more weight. And I think that we get too much of these, everyone thinking just in the second, just in the moment about where their son should go, to get to the NFL.
Okay,
I think it's much deeper than that.
And it was for me because I didn't play, and I was looking at schools in my life ever after. What if you are, because if you're transferring after your like Harrison Bailey, he's not transferring because he wants a deeper educational experience. He's transferring because he's like, I got to get to the league. If your dad has been your agent since you're 10 and the focus, the only goal of going to college is playing in the NFL, if that's the goal, if you're that dad, are you sending him to Athens?
No. Not with the offensive coordinator that y'all have, not with the stable of offensive coordinators that you've put up there. No.
All right. Let's talk Brian Kelly and him fleshing out the staff there. First of all, were you offended by the speech at halftime? I was like, guys, he ain't a pinata. He had a goofy moment. So what?
Who cares? Listen, this again is like, if the guy goes off and wins 11 games next year, nobody's going to remember any of this stuff.
No, he put a piece of hay in his mouth if he wanted to.
Exactly. This is like the off season. As far as none of his staff coming to be with him, again, who cares? He's not there to be the mayor of Baton Rouge. Nick Saban is one of the most surly human beings on the face of the earth, and yet he still manages to get staff to come.
Brian Daboll left to go live in Buffalo, New York to get away from him.
Yeah. And you know what? Go look at his tree. Go look at Kelly's tree. He continues to get guys to come and coach for him because he's at good spots and because he's a good coach. He knows how to coach other coaches, even if he's a jerk. And I think this is a great hire. I really do. I think that ultimately, if you can win a national championship in Baton Rouge with Coach Orgeron, Les Miles, and a young Nick Saban, you can certainly win one with Kelly. This is the most, if you think about it, this is the most experienced head coach with the greatest resume. The only thing he doesn't have is national championship. With the greatest resume that LSU has ever hired at the football head coaching position.
If you are Max Johnson, why are you leaving?
I don't know. Actually, I personally think that's a poor decision. I think that you're leaving. There could be some stuff going on behind the scenes. I'm almost sure a lot of it's behind the scenes. Maybe you think that Kelly's style is not going to fit.
He was told that he had to compete. That, you had the most experience, et cetera, but, hey, come spring, let's go out there and compete. And I don't know if that was part of the decision. Maybe it was just offense, X's and O's or whatever, but I'm like you. I'm thinking this is not guaranteed to be a step forward for the young man.
Yeah, all these things, especially, by the way, you're the de facto starting quarterback at LSU. You're only a junior. It's like, where do you want to go?
That's the situation you transfer into.
Yeah, maybe there's another spot that's a little bit better, but how much greener could the grass really be? You're going to have a ton of talent around you. Let's even say next year's not that great. All right. Well, then you're a senior with, the talent. You've got a bunch of, and you have one big blowout year. You're a 4-year starter. You'll be a hero in the state of Louisiana for your life if things don't work out and you want to go be an insurance agent somewhere. And you'll have that shot to make it to the NFL. I don't know. I find this to be 20-year-old person angst.
Last thing for you, and this is, I think the bowl game, you play Garrett Nussmeier, but as soon as he takes the first snap of the game, that's the 5th game of the season he's played in. Boom, there goes the red shirt. I don't know. When Russell Shepard was there, you could at least say, all right, we're going to run the option. Russell, you get to play quarterback finally. You always wanted to. You just do that, don't you? You got to take the bullet here and say, all right, Garrett, there goes the red shirt, but you're going to get all the snaps. They don't have a quarterback other than him.
don't care about bowl games, unless it's a championship game, or something that's material like the Rose Bowl.
You get a strong safety who ran the veer in high school and say, all right, we got 2 weeks, let's put in the option.
I don't know, man. I wouldn't burn his red shirt for a useless bowl game, for a 6-6 bowl game. You're gonna burn some cats. You're gonna burn like the 23-year-old senior that he could be, where just like Joe Burrow, he's got almost no classes. He's got like 2 classes he's taking online, and he can live in the football operations building just studying tape all day long. You're going to burn that kid for one useless bowl game?
Well, the rules of football make it fairly mandatory. Someone does take the snap.
He can run the ball from the snap, man. I mean, I've watched Arkansas play an entire season where they snapped the ball directly to McFadden. So, just who cares? You barely have a coaching staff, man. And what bowl game are they in again? The Weed Eater Bowl or something? Who cares?
David Lee lives. Russ, I appreciate it as always, brother. Thank you so much.
Talk to you later.
All right, Russ Mitchell again. Russ Mitchell, CFB. Wasn't it David Lee? Wasn't that his thing? When he was at Arkansas, the Wildcat? I'm trying to remember that if he was because then he was in the NFL with Dallas. I'm trying to remember. I think it was David Lee was the guy who said, all right, we're going to go Wildcat. I think he was behind it. And then when he spread to the NFL, that was Saban and the Dolphins unleashed it against New England. So, all right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll come back and wrap up on this Wednesday next.
Is your bathroom looking old and worn out? Want to update it, but you don't know where to start? Then let BCI Bath & Shower show you how to turn that old bath into an aisle of beauty and functionality. Our residential bathroom solutions provide the best value on the market, and our customer service is second to none. Our cost-effective BCI Bath & Shower family of products has what you need.
Remodeling our bathroom was a big decision for us.
They didn't make a mess out of our house at all. And at the end of the day, we had a beautiful new bathroom. And it was a great experience the whole way through.
We have the best monthly payment programs in the industry, with payments as low as $68 per month, or no interest, no payments for 18 months. That's right. Get the bathroom of your dreams now and pay for it in 2021. Call 1-800-329-4115 for a free no-obligation price quote. That's 1-800-329-4115. When you want quality bathroom products at a great price, it's got to be BCI Bath & Shower. That's 1-800-329-4115.
My doctor prescribed me Viagra. It wasn't covered by my insurance, so it was costing me like $65 a pill. That's expensive.
Over 20 million guys like us use Viagra. Over a certain age, we just need it. I found a way to pay less than $3 a pill and get virtually the same effect of the $65 pill. I heard an ad just like this on the radio, called, and for $99, I got 40 generic versions of the $65 pill. Save yourself money and call right now and get over 40 pills for $99. There's no embarrassment here to use Viagra. If we're over 50, we need it, but not at high prices. Call now with your credit card and get the 40 pill special for just $99.
800-823-3851. 800-823-3851. 800-823-3851. That's 800-823-3851.
97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
TOC Sports has been there for you. Now, you're probably asking yourself, what does that mean? It means for more than 20 years, Alabama's largest orthopedic group has been there providing coverage and care to more schools and student athletes in the Tennessee Valley than any other group. It means whether you are the star football player, the all-region volleyball ace, or someone who hurt their knee in a weekend pickup basketball game, TOC Sports physicians are proud to have the opportunity to care for all your orthopedic needs. It means for parents, coaches, athletes, desk jockeys, or even weekend warriors, TOC Sports physicians continue to meet and exceed the orthopedic and sports medicine needs of our community. But most importantly, during these challenging times, we're here for you now, and will continue to be here. So as long as there are players on the field, games to be played, and contests to be won, the orthopedic specialists from TOC Sports will be ready to help. We don't know what the future holds, but you can count on the TOC Sports team to stay committed to you, so you can stay in the game. Call 256-539-2728 today and ask to see a TOC Sports physician. Check them out online, also Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
Have you ever found exactly the right new car or truck with the exact features that you want and nothing else? Well, at Woody Anderson Ford, we can promise you just that. Hey, Bobby White back again, and you can now factory order your new Ford today, and you'll get your new car or truck exactly the way you want it. And there's no extra cost to custom order. Plus, you get $1,000 off MSRP on top of any additional factory rebates. This applies to 2021 F-150, Explorer, Ranger, and Expedition. It's a win-win with a custom order at Woody Anderson Ford. You get the colors, the features, and the options that fit your life. Plus, you get notified when it's built, shipped, and ready to deliver. Listen, buying a new car or truck is likely the second largest investment you'll ever make. So why settle? Get exactly what you want with a custom factory order today. And get $1,000 off MSRP. See how at WoodyAndersonFord.com or at the corner of Jordan Lane and Sparkman Drive. Hope to see you soon.
97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
Now back to the Chuck Oliver Show on Southern Sports Today.
I don't know if he would be interested in coming back, and I don't know if there's true interest. I think from a fan perspective, you always say, well, let's put the old band together. That group of coaches is no longer available. Many of them have retired, would not come back. Some are coaching elsewhere.
Mike Bellotti, former Oregon head coach, and he knows what it's about there. He was the OC there back in the late 80s when Oregon and Oregon State, they played to a scoreless tie one year. Don't even begin to think it was a defensive battle. That was Oregon and Oregon State. It was nuclear winter when it came to college football. And then it wasn't. And it came back he took them to the Rose Bowl, for gosh sakes. They joined I've said that when Penn State joined the Big Ten, Oregon that same year popped up. And suddenly, instead of a Rose Bowl that looked anything like what you found familiar, if I said Rose Bowl was going to be Ohio State or Michigan versus USC or Washington, and I might have said USC or UCLA, folks, that had covered like 85% of the games. And then suddenly you turned it on and it's Oregon and Penn State. You're like, wait a minute, that game can't even happen. So Bellotti was there through the late 00s and handed it off to Chip. And then obviously, Chip took the national championship game, but he's just commenting that because he joined the media after that. But he's just commenting saying that it does not look like anything currently on my radar right now. I mean, it's not going to happen, but you don't know that it's a reality. You don't know if Chip even wants to come back to Oregon, much less if Oregon wants to have him. So I said earlier before we were bringing Jim Nagy on that somehow one Tulane football topic is not enough for today's show. One more thing about Tulane leaving for the Southeastern Conference. And that happened in 1965, after the 65 season. Tulane informing the Southeastern Conference in December of 1965, we will leave at the conclusion of this academic year, eventually set in motion Lincoln Riley taking the USC job. And it is not even Kevin Bacon stuff. Tulane leaving the Southeastern Conference in 1965 eventually set in motion Lincoln Riley taking the head coaching job at Southern Cal, as well as literally every major off-field event in college football the past 30 years. Late 80s, about 20 years after the Green Wave left the Southeastern Conference, Tulane decides to call an old friend, SEC Commissioner Harvey Schiller, and ask back in the conference. Now, I think this was 1987, and everybody in Birmingham's like, no, we're good. Really, we're good, Tulane. And for almost everybody in the Birmingham office, it was a big yuck fest about Tulane calling, I want back. Because remember, folks, spatially what this was like? It was only about 20 years after they left. It would be like Miami, right? It's about the same, almost exactly. Can you remember Miami and Virginia Tech playing in the Big East? Okay. In 1987, almost everybody could remember, oh, yeah, Tulane, they were in the Southeastern Conference. Of course, I watched them. We got David in his late 20s, Dan in his late 30s. There's recognition. Oh, yeah, they were in the Big East. It had only been 20 years. The SEC's like, no. After they hung up on Tulane, big laugh around the office, everybody except Harvey Schiller, commissioner. The phone call from Tulane started Schiller musing who would be interested in joining the Southeastern Conference if we extended an invitation. Who would we be interested in inviting if we expansion? That's interesting. Tulane, they have more SEC championships in football than Mississippi State and Kentucky. Tulane has more football titles in the SEC than half the current conference. But Schiller made the correct call. He took the call, just not the school. I believe the phrasing was one Vanderbilt is enough. But the call from Tulane is like, wait a minute, expansion. Hadn't thought of that. And that's how South Carolina and Arkansas got invited. What up, Dan?
Not much. I got to give a tip of the cap to Sam Pittman and his coaching staff for what they were able to pull off a couple of days ago. Jaden Hazelwood, did you see that? That he is now going to play at Arkansas. And
he's going to be the Treylon Burks position.
There we go. So, of course, we will see what happens there with him, likely gone. And then KJ Jefferson as well, what happens with him there on the offense. But if nothing else, I think that you can point to places that are able to get players like Hazelwood to say yes as places that offer stability. And remember what I told you, too, about what I think that Sam Pittman soon could become at Arkansas is almost like somebody that you trust, and also that somebody, if you see a coach going there, there's a reason why they're going there. We know that Sam is a man about organization. We know that he's a man who cares about his players. And we know that also, too, he is a man who is going to do it all with character and class. So that is why you can bring on a Kendall Briles, despite what people say about him with his past, and they can say, you know what, that's just fine. With players like Hazelwood, he's going there because he says, I see the vision. I see what this guy is doing on the recruiting trail, and I see not only is 8-4 attainable here, we can do even better going forward.
And what he sees is a guy who played receiver for this coach in this offense, this field, this competition. He's going to be the first receiver taking the NFL draft. It's about Sundays, not Saturdays. That's almost every single one of those calls. All right, wraps it up on a Wednesday. Dan, David, everybody listening, thank y'all for getting in. 22 hours from now, I'll be back with more college football conversation right here on The Chuck Oliver Show.
The old way of living with diabetes is a pain. You've got to remember to do your testing, and you always need to be sticking your fingers. The new way to live your life with diabetes is with a continuous glucose monitor. You simply apply a discreet, easy-to-use sensor on your body, and it continuously monitors your glucose levels, helping you spend more time in range and freeing you from painful finger pricks. If you test your blood sugar at least 4 times per day and inject insulin at least 3 times per day, or use an insulin pump and have private insurance or Medicare, you might be eligible for a CGM with little or no cost to you. Call U.S. Medical Supply today for a free benefits check. We offer free shipping, 90-day supplies, and we bill Medicare or your insurance directly. Call now and say goodbye to finger pricks.
855-390-3278. 855-390-3278. 855-390-3278. That's 855-390-3278.
LifeCare provides valuable whole life insurance to cover final expenses such as medical bills, burial costs, and unpaid debt. A final expense insurance policy is fast, easy, affordable life insurance that's available to anyone between the ages of 50 and 80. No medical exams, no lengthy questionnaires, and no waiting period. The application process is quick and easy. You can even apply without having to undergo a medical examination. Just answer a few questions and we'll do the rest. With the average funeral cost skyrocketing to $11,000 and Social Security only paying $255, you need simple, affordable peace of mind for you and your whole family. Don't leave behind unpaid expenses that, if left unattended, will burden your family tremendously. Benefits include a guaranteed premium that will never increase, a guaranteed cash value value and a guaranteed death benefit that can never decrease. To find out how you can get final expense insurance with a guaranteed lifetime rate lock, call LifeCare at 1-800-708-2822. 1-800-708-2822. 1-800-708-2822.
This is Chuck Oliver. That'll do it for me today. Coming up next is the Paul Feinbaum Show on 97.7 ESPN The Zone.
WZZN, Union Grove, Huntsville, Alabama. WZZN, Union Grove, Huntsville, Alabama. 97.7 ESPN The Zone. No other radio station in Alabama has 2 voters for the Heisman Trophy.
Winner of the Heisman Memorial Trophy is...
Listen to Steve Moulton and Scott Tyson. 97.7 ESPN The Zone.
Get him with the flex.
From Williams-Brice to Death Valley. On the Feinbaum Show, Paul's on the roll. If he don't get the best of me, Paul. Help make sense of it all.
What's going on, Feinbaum?
Kneeling's up on Rocky Top. The Razorbacks are hard to stop. War Eagles soaring in the wind.
Let me talk, Tammy. Okay, go.
Tigers rocking in Missoula. Wildcats are grinning too. Talk about the tide that's rolling in. The weekend's full of surprises. From big upsets to robberies. On the Feinbaum Show, heads are gonna roll. If they don't get the best of me, we'll call Paul. Yeah, make sense of it all. Yeah, call Paul.
Don't take those calls. I could give you my address and phone number if you're ever in this neck of the woods.
This is the Paul Feinbaum Show. It's not Jerry Springer, right?
What is up, y'all? Welcome to the Paul Feinbaum Show. As you can tell by the hair and the attire, it is not Mr. Feinbaum. Peter Burns sitting in, wearing my 318 Great Jacob Hester prom picture shirt today. I figured I'd dress up real nice and bring in that huge demographic there in the Shreveport area for today's show. As always, you can hit me up on Twitter at Peter Burns ESPN. We're going to get into some of the big storylines going out. But right now, breaking news, if you see the SEC Twitter account, they're starting to tweet this. The 2021 SEC Football Awards are out. Shocker, Bryce Young going to be the Offensive Player of the Year. Imagine a Heisman soon to follow. Defensive Player of the Year, Will Anderson. Probably should have been in New York City along with Bryce for the Heisman. We'll discuss that today. Special Teams Player of the Year. That goes to Jamison Williams. We saw him a huge play in SEC Championship. And Velus Jones Jr. is the Special Teams Player of the Year. As we start flipping it to the other side, Freshman of the Year. My God, a freshman, Brock Bowers. I think he had like 93 touchdowns so far this season. Great to see him and see what he can do against the Michigan Wolverines later on. Scholar Athlete of the Year, well, Tyler Beatty. Not only did he dominate the classroom, but 5 200-yard-plus games on the ground for the Missouri Tigers. Great to see him get that. Darian Kennard, who is a mountain of a human being, wins the Jacob Blocking Trophy. And I'm sure there will be some phone calls about this. SEC Coach of the Year awarded to Kirby Smart. All right, really the only, I guess where people might have an issue is going to be SEC Coach of the Year. We saw some, going down to probably the last week or two, we saw there was chances that Mark Stoops could have got it with how the season Kentucky had. Josh Heupel and the way Volunteers were starting to get their offense going. Shane Beamer, had they beat Clemson, that was a heck of a job for the Gamecocks to go bowling in their first year. Nick Saban, of course, what he did in the SEC championship game, but not shocked that it would go to Kirby Smart. Undefeated regular season, fantastic for them. The problem is what happened in Atlanta. The good news is that he still got a 2-game tournament to win a national championship, something that they haven't done since 1980. And by the look of the calls already, people are fired up about it. 844-242-PAUL is the number, but let's get you the highlights and headlines that's going on right now. Just a normal slow day in Baton Rouge, huh? LSU starting quarterback Max Johnson has entered the transfer portal. Of course, Brian Kelly just took over that job. They have not hired a new offensive coordinator yet. Kind of curious about the timing of that. We'll discuss that coming up a little bit later in today's show. More headlines going on right now. Jeff Lebby to the Sooners, reportedly a done deal. Lebby did a fantastic job with that offense alongside Lane Kiffin, making Matt Corral a fantastic player. That offense never really skipped a beat all season long. Allegedly going to be joining Brent Venables. And Boardroom had a really interesting topic earlier today. College football's destination job era is dead. If you look at guys going from Notre Dame out to LSU, Oklahoma, which was a blue blood, losing their head coach, of course, Lincoln Riley headed out west. And then Mario Cristobal with all the Nike money saying, you know what, I want to head back home. Well, it is all about family, and those guys are getting paid extremely well, to say the least, and everybody's getting raises. Bryce Young, when was asked this week during media availability, he said that he was surprised that Will Anderson was not among one of the Heisman Trophy finalists. Now, Will Anderson, ever the gracious human being, said, listen, it's all in God's plan. Hey, we straight. That's exactly his words, talking about how Bryce was the only teammate in that group that was headed to New York City. But Aiden Hutchinson in there and not Will Anderson, I got some issues with that. And how about this? WWE has unveiled the inaugural NIL class featuring 15 collegiate athletes. The NIL standing for Next in Line. So basically wrestling has a pipeline now, and they're going to some of these athletes. And a couple of different SEC athletes. See big Glenn Logan over at LSU. We see a couple of football players along with Dalton Wagner, who will be joining us a little bit later on the show to talk about it. Masai Russell, Riley White, some track and field stars. So a little something different. We'll get your thoughts on that. 855-242-PAUL is the phone number. And in fact, let's go ahead and show you the guest list of what we got. T-Bob Hebert will, I'm sure, compliment my Jacob Hester T-shirt coming up in a little bit. Josh Pate, the biceps in the Renaissance season of 24/7 Sports, will join us in the second hour. Scott Hamilton will be in here from ESPN Radio in Charleston. He'll join me in studio. Dalton Wagner, how about the Hog? He is now the newest member of the WWE. That just sounds weird to say. I'm excited to see how that deal came up. Barry Tram will get his thoughts on, are they really naming part of a highway in Oklahoma, 3 inches of it after Lincoln Riley? And Michael Katz, Northeast Mississippi Daily Journal, will join us in the last hour, talk about Jeff Lebby potentially headed over to Norman, Oklahoma, and where does Lane Kiffin go from there. Let's get some of your phone calls in early. Let's go, Coach Jay. Thanks for joining Peter Burns in for Paul Feinbaum. What's up, Coach?
Hey, glad to hear from you. Glad you're on the show. Hope you're enjoying yourself. Listen, just a couple of quick things. Do you know the offensive line coach and the defensive line coach's names for Alabama?
Not off the top of my head. You're stumping me right now. I've been so caught up in Bill O'Brien and Pete Golding and those guys. But why? Why are you bringing that up?
Well, don't feel alone. I'm an Alabama fan, and I don't either. So, but we've heard so much of the game as far as the skill players. Bryce Young, which had a tremendous game, but I believe the game was actually won by those two coaches. I sat back yesterday and watched the replay of the game, and I remember days when I coached them. We watched 8mm films from the previous game they played, and you could study them. And Alabama picked up Georgia's stunts better than they picked up anything all year, and the defensive line had some stunts that I hadn't seen all year. But, I mean, without that offensive and defensive line, the way they played, Bryce wouldn't have had a chance to do what he did. I mean, he's a great ball player, and he deserves all the credit. But I don't think enough credit's given to that offensive line coach and that defensive line coach for what they performed or how they performed Saturday in that game. One other thing, then I'll let you go. The hiring of Venable to Oklahoma, has he not been with Dabo the whole time he's been at Clemson?
Been there a long time, especially since they started taking off. That's correct, Jay.
I wonder how he's going to react and the situation's going to be there, because Saban loses coordinators every year. And this is really the first big coordinator he's lost, and I just wonder how that might affect them in the long run. Anyhow, roll tide, and I appreciate you having the call.
You got it. We were talking earlier, too, and it was ended up being Brent Key and Coach Roach over there on the offensive, defensive lines. I want to start with that, about the difference in that game. And I'm with you, right? I mean, how much is the cliche about, hey, it's a line of scrimmage league? And there was no doubt. I mean, we were kind of wondering what Georgia was going to be able to do against that offensive line. They protected them really well. I was just more surprised that Dan Lanning wasn't more aggressive against against an Alabama team that had struggled a little bit. Like, you were clearly the kind of the alpha dog coming in, and yet you decided to play conservative. And late into the game, all of a sudden, when they needed some stops, that's actually when they started throwing a little bit more pressure. But at that point, it had been too late. Regarding Dabo, it is interesting, right? Because now you have his worst year in a while. There's talk about Tony Elliott potentially going to Virginia. We see Brent Venables headed out. That's always been something that Nick Saban has had no problem dealing with. The only issue is Nick Saban can do it successfully in the hardest division and the hardest conference of college football. Right now, who in the ACC is really going to even give Dabo Swinney a run right now? I don't see Pitt doing that. They lose Kenny Pickett. I don't see Wake Forest doing that with losing Hartman. So, again, not going to be necessarily the hardest job over there in Clemson for Dabo, because I would imagine somebody else is going to want that gig. 855-242-PAUL is the phone number. See Bob Aber going to join us. What in the world is happening right now down in Baton Rouge? Look at that. The man, the myth, the legend joins us next here on the Paul Feinbaum Show.
The Paul Feinbaum Show is presented by Regions Bank. Play hard and persevere through anything, because the SEC taught us how to face a challenge. Regions, official bank of the SEC.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-511-3535. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider, 800-511-3535. That's 800-511-3535. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with, call Big Lou at 800-511-3535.
97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
I'm Chris Haygood at Bob Wallace Appliance.
Hey, Dad, if someone gets an appliance for Christmas, how will Santa get it down the chimney?
Magic.
Madeline, part of the magic of the season is our chance to get together again more often than not. Those gatherings will be in the kitchen. Look for holiday savings on the best brands you already know and trust, like Whirlpool, KitchenAid, and Maytag.
Santa's going to need some help delivering those.
That's what we're here for.
Huntsville, Florence, and Coleman.
Bob Wallace Appliance.
Sometimes the best things in life are right in front of you. When's the last time you took time to enjoy everything Montesano State Park has to offer? So close to home, just 5 miles from downtown Huntsville, Montesano State Park sits on over 2,000 acres with spectacular vistas from atop Montesano Mountain. And right now is a great time to visit and enjoy all the fall colors. In just a few months, spring will arrive with native azaleas in bloom along the 20 miles of hiking trails and 14 miles of biking trails. And no matter when you visit, you can enjoy time in one of 11 stone cabins with working fireplaces, built in 1930 by the Civilian Conservation Corps. These historic cabins all sit on a bluff line that offers beautiful views from their screened-in porches. Prefer a more primitive camping experience? Montesano State Park offers improved and primitive camping year-round. If you're ready to take some time to slow down and get away, log on allapark.com and make your reservation now. That's allapark.com. Ann Adams with Berkshire Hathaway Rise Real Estate is the one name to know if you're buying or selling real estate. With years of local experience, Ann Adams offers buyers in-depth knowledge of the local housing market and will narrow available properties down to those you'll be interested in so you can save time when shopping for your new home. If you're ready to sell, Ann offers a seamless process using accurate pricing and expert negotiation skills to make sure you get a fair price for your home. Call Ann Adams today at 256-337-2625 or log on bhhsriserealestate.com.
You may be into punk rock, soft rock, or classic rock, R&B, hip-hop, or house, country, techno, or techno-country. But no matter what kind of music you listen to, here's something else you should hear. Please consider getting vaccinated. Talk to your pharmacist today about Comirnaty, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA. This message brought to you by BioNTech and Pfizer.
You've got to experience Toyotathon at Bill Penny Toyota. They've got the selection with over 700 new Toyotas to choose from. And they've got the extras with Bill Penny perks and a 10-year unlimited warranty. So get on over to Bill Penny Toyota today and experience Toyotathon. Bill Penny Toyota in Huntsville and online at BillPennyToyota.com. Bill Penny's Toyota 10-year unlimited warranty is valid through the 10th year of ownership. Valid on new vehicles only. See dealer for details.
In today's real estate market, you need the right professionals to help make sure your home purchase is smooth and hassle-free. That's where Jacob Title comes in. Stan McDonald and the staff at Jacob Title cater to the realtor and clients who are looking for a top-flight closing experience. Jacob Title uses the latest and best technologies to ensure a safe and secure exchange of funds, and they pride themselves on great communication well before and during the real estate closing process. Jacob Title in Huntsville and Madison, and online at jacobtitle.com.
From the Fox 54 Weather Center, I'm Chief Meteorologist Jordan Dressman. A partly sunny sky this afternoon. Temperatures climbing into the mid and upper 50s. A little warmer this afternoon compared to what we saw yesterday across North Alabama, southern Middle Tennessee. As we head into the overnight, early into your Thursday morning, temperatures only dropping into the upper 30s and lower 40s. A mostly cloudy sky for your Thursday. Still getting to enjoy a little bit of sunshine. A couple of scattered showers, though, are going to be possible. Temperatures climbing into the lower 60s, dropping into the upper 50s and lower 60s as we head into the overnight. I'm Chief Meteorologist Jordan Dressman on your home for ESPN Radio, 97.7 ESPN The Zone.
Bring that playoff intensity every day to our shows.
Bring it on, Chomp. Let's go.
Okay, maybe just for Drew DeArmond.
Bing. Me.
Listen for Talkin' Ball with Scott Tyson and Drew. Weekday mornings starting at 7 on 97.7 ESPN The Zone.
In for Mr. Paul Feinbaum, and by the way, I've got to declare myself the idiot that I am. I earlier had said Freddie Roach and Brent Key, and my wife texted me, and she goes, "You idiot, is Doug Marrone on the offensive line." So very impressive that my wife would call me out early, and now you know you married a diehard Alabama Crimson Tide fan. All right, let's talk a little LSU football on the other side. T-Bob Hebert joining me right now. T-Bob, just who's actually got a better outfit today? Is it your Christmas sweater or my Jacob Hester 1999 prom Frosted Tips shirt? What do you think?
I mean, look, Frosted Tips is a trump card that, and as much as I love this sweater, I don't even know if I can compete with the Frosted Tips, but you may see the snowflakes, but check this out. Ooh, a little Star Wars, the Death Star, the Trench Run. I got the Imperials here, the Alliance here. Let's ride, dude. It's that time of year, bro.
The Alliance, I didn't even see the Big Ten or the ACC or the Pac-12 logo there. That's impressive, my friend. All right, has anybody else within the last 5 minutes transferred out of LSU? What we saw the news of Max Johnson late yesterday and some other players. What's happening?
It's not great, PB, but I do think that this is a byproduct of true regime change, right? And that's where this gets interesting for LSU, is that you really have to go back to when Nick Saban arrived in the year 2000 to find true regime change. So here locally, this feels very odd because when you went from Saban to Miles, you kept a lot of connective tissue. Because Saban didn't get fired, it wasn't broken, it was rolling right along. He got a promotion, he went to the NFL. When you went from Miles to Orgeron, you kept almost everything. Mm-hmm. You really, in that case, just needed a change at the head. You just needed a CEO change. What Brian Kelly has taken over is something more chaotic, more broken, and more in need of sweeping change. And so I've been talking about it for weeks. This attrition that you're seeing now is not unexpected. And we said it. It's going to hurt. There is still probably more on the way. But you made this move knowing this attrition would come in order to be better in the long term.
Yeah, T-Bob, it feels like, hey, he bought a house in an unbelievable neighborhood, and he looked at it, and he's like, well, you know what? The bones of this house are great, but we are revamping everything. We're going to have to knock down some walls, and that's what they're doing right now. But the thing that I didn't understand, though, Max Johnson was a starter. By all accounts, it felt like he had told Brian Kelly, hey, listen, I'm good. I'll be here. And then all of a sudden, something's changed. I don't understand the timing of that before an offensive coordinator was named, unless names have been floated out there and the Johnson family said, nah, that's just not going to be a good fit.
I mean, it's potentially that. It might not even be that complicated, though, right? It could be a situation where, sure, early on, Max is like, yeah, I'm in, right? And then he starts to think about it more. Some new hires get made, maybe like a Tommy Moffitt leaves. I mean, let's really take a step back and look at Max's 2 years at LSU. I used the word chaos earlier, and what a tumultuous time it has been for Max Johnson. I mean, I'm talking about constant turnover of coaches. I'm talking about 500 football 2 years in a row, which is almost unheard of at LSU. Mm-hmm. I'm talking about negative fan noise, negative media coverage constantly, right? Because nothing angers a fan base more than where you land in relation to expectations. And 500 football 2 years following the national championship is very far below. So it's been toxic, and he's been centered unfairly a lot of times at the center of that toxicity. So I kind of get it, man. Everybody else is hitting a change of pace. Everybody else is getting new scenery. Like, I don't think it's too hard to understand why Max wants to leave. Unfortunately, I also don't think that there is any way of spinning this into being a positive at all for LSU.
Yeah, I mean, listen, no one's going to want to replace Nick Saban, the legend, after that. That's going to be tough. No one's going to want to replace Paul Feinbaum from this chair because of the legend that and he's become as well. And it's tough to replace the legend of Joe Burrow. And unfortunately, Max Johnson had that opportunity, and Miles Brennan to a certain extent, and it has struggled a little bit. How about some positive news? The hiring of Frank Wilson. I saw Leonard Fournette. I saw everybody. Jacob Hester talking about, hey, they went and got that guy. Clyde Edwards-Helaire was talking about it, going, oh, Lord, they ended up getting Frank. What does Frank Wilson mean to this program, and how can that help Brian Kelly?
I mean, he means everything, right? A good leader will always look to supplement his weaknesses, to shore up his weaknesses. Well, what did everybody say when Brian Kelly was hired? How would the fit be? Would he fit in? Does he know Louisiana? You know who fits in? You know who knows Louisiana
Frank
inside
Wilson.
And out? Who has connections that run deeper? I mean, the St. Aug grad, Frank Wilson. And not only does he know the entire state, but he specifically knows New Orleans, right, and the West Bank. And you have to be able to succeed all over Louisiana, but you especially have to be able to succeed in New Orleans if you want to be the LSU head football coach. And there's reason why a guy like Tyron came out and was so glowing in the hiring of Frank. And that's because Frank Wilson is the only reason why Tyrann Mathieu even ended up at LSU. He had to beg Les Miles to take this one-star cat, Tyrann Mathieu. So not only will he get you the big names, but he can find these diamonds in the rough. And most importantly, he opens doors that would have been closed to Brian Kelly otherwise, and he closes doors that people like Nebraska and hiring Mickey Joseph, especially Florida hiring Jabbar Jalouk. Like, it is a direct refutation of those hires in bringing Frank Wilson in. You can already see the New Orleans recruiting scene heating up a bit.
Yeah, Jarvis Landry, Devin White, those guys. And part of the reason why Nick Saban had it so good is that he wasn't letting those guys out. You've seen Dylan Moses and Devontae Smith and some of those guys go back into Louisiana and pull guys out. Maybe that's not the case with Frank Wilson over there at the helm with recruiting. All right, let's spin this big picture now. SEC championship, we saw it went down. Are you pulling for a Georgia-Alabama rematch or something completely different here, T-Bob?
I mean, okay, if we're just talking SEC, I think there's an unfortunate lesser of two evils. LSU makes a lot of hay being the other national champion in the conference, right? I guess Auburn not too long ago. I don't know if we're just talking from a threat standpoint, right? It's one thing for Alabama to win another one. I don't know. What is that? Let's say it's like 10, right? So that represents 10% more championships in the last 20 years. If Georgia wins one, you are talking about a 100% increase in the last 40 years. And Kirby already has that thing rolling. And Brian Kelly isn't just stepping into the SEC for the West. I mean, he has to go through the East eventually as well. Yeah. So I don't know if I need Georgia. And this is from like a very LSU-centric fan perspective here. I don't know if I need Georgia winning that national championship. And you know my feelings on Alabama. So for me to say that, well, it means a lot. I do want to be clear about this, though. Anybody who is saying that Stetson Bennett is the problem with Georgia or lost the game for Georgia, I mean, did Stetson Bennett play 5 times, 6 times worse than he did all year? No, the Georgia defense did. We can't spend all year praising them and then scapegoat them with Stetson Bennett when they give up 34 and just get outran by Alabama.
Last thing, were you shocked? I mean, and hindsight, of course, is always going to be 2015, not even 2020, but that Dan Lanning and Georgia weren't a little bit more aggressive towards Bryce and played a little bit more conservative and giving him kind of free reign, which Jamison Williams was incredible? Or is that just, hey, looking in the past going, well, they did it all season long, why change it?
I do think there's definitely an element of that, right? Because you were so dominant all year long. I mean, you're going to do what you do. I think what you also saw – think about this, PB. What you saw Saturday is not that unlike what you saw in the 2011 National Championship. And I'm talking about a team that looked so dominant all year long and then looked so foreign in this game against Nick Saban and Alabama, and that's the point. Yeah. When you get the full focus and the intensity of Sauron's gaze, when he's not distracted or looking left or right or looking at this area, like when he fully focuses that vision on you, it is withering. And you saw that with Georgia. I'd be fascinated to see if they rematch and Alabama's on the other side of that revenge equation, how that plays out differently. But look, there is nothing that Nick Saban loves more than being an underdog. It is fuel for his miserable, wildly successful soul.
And fuel for this show as well, too. I think it's, 193 games that Saban has had, something along those lines, that he was head coach at Alabama. He's been the underdog, I believe, 5 times. He's won 4 of those outright. Not bad, not too bad there. T-Bob, congratulations on continue to carry Jacob Hester in your show each and every morning, man. We appreciate the time, right?
Hey, PB, I love watching you and CD in the morning in the studio as well, and I hope y'all have a wonderful day.
Thanks, dude. Have Merry Christmas if I don't see you before then. T-Bob Hebert joining us. More of your phone calls coming up. If you want to react to that, you can hit me up on Twitter as well, at Peter Burns, ESPN, in for the great Paul Feinbaum.
Brought to you by Johnsonville. Game day tastes better when you throw sausage on the grill.
Marvel Studios presents Hawkeye. Kate, you want to be a superhero? You put your life in danger.
There's also cool costumes, some trick arrows.
And then there's that. Now.
There's only about 1,000 of them. And 2 of us.
They should have brought more guys. An Avenger has arrived.
Follow me!
On Disney Plus.
There's an Avenger in my home.
Hey.
That's amazing!
Marvel Studios Hawkeye. First 2 episodes now streaming only on Disney Plus.
It's J.M. Wood Auction's 48th annual 2-day machinery and truck auction, December 7th and 8th in Montgomery, Alabama. Over 2,000 construction machines, farm tractors, trucks, utility vehicles, and more from government agencies and utility companies across the Southeast, selling to the highest bidder. All J.M. Wood Auctions feature live online bidding at jmwood.com. That's December 7th and 8th. Start bidding now at jmwood.com, LIC 1137.
97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
You want the right specialist for your recovery. At SportsMed Orthopedic Surgery and Spine Center, we understand every body is different. Your muscles and bones are unique, as is your body. Our SportsMed specialists offer innovative treatments and minimally invasive procedures, allowing you to quickly return to the life you love. Locations in Huntsville, Madison, Athens, and Decatur, and on the web at sportsmedalabama.com. Improving performance, improving lives. So close to home, just 5 miles from downtown Huntsville, Montesano State Park sits on over 2,000 acres with spectacular vistas from atop Montesano Mountain. And right now would be a great time to purchase our zone deal so you can plan your getaway and save money. Get a 2-night stay in a cabin at Montesano State Park for the price of just 1 night, only $140. Get your zone deal before they're gone at 977ESPN.com.
Tom Luganbill here for Woody Anderson Ford. When I was in the Tennessee Valley, one of the things that impressed me the most was the quality of the people. People like Bobby White and his team at Woody Anderson Ford. And now you can experience the tremendous new service lanes and showroom at Woody Anderson Ford at Jordan and Sparkman, or just stop by for breakfast or lunch at Henry's Mustang Cafe. And in Madison, visit Woody Anderson of Madison on Hughes Road, just south of 72. Like a great college football tradition, always there, Woody Anderson Ford.
Touchdown, Boilermakers! Witness tomorrow's NFL stars this month at the TransPerfect Music City Bowl.
First down, handoff, tailback, right up the middle to the 30. He's out of here. 20 to the 10, crank up Rocky Top. Touchdown, right up the middle.
Don't miss a second as Tennessee and Purdue, two of college football's top programs, go head-to-head on Thursday, December 30th at 2 p.m. inside Nissan Stadium. For more information on this year's game, including ticket availability, visit MusicCityBowl.com. Presented by the Tennessee Lottery.
Our customers trust us not only to find the right hardware, but to advise them on the technology that makes them more efficient.
My Next Level team researches and discovers real solutions. Check-in software, HR, digital signature, and workflow software. It saves you money immediately. We hold your hand and stay with you through the transition.
We're taking our customers to the next level in business process automation.
This is Brent Musburger's VSiN Action Update on 97.7 ESPN The Zone. Heads up, sports bettors. Right now you can try VSiN All Access free for 30 days with no credit card required. Visit vsin.com/free month to sign up now.
Alabama quarterback Bryce Young is the odds-on favorite to win the Heisman Trophy at -3,000. Michigan defensive end Aiden Hutchinson at +2,000. Pitt quarterback Kenny Pickett at +2,500. And Ohio State QB C.J. Stroud at +3,000. NFL Week 14, the Falcons +2.5 at the Panthers, and the Saints a 5-point favorite against the Jets on the road. This Saturday at UFC 269, 2 title belts on the line. Lightweight champion Charles Oliveira and underdog against former interim champion Dustin Poirier. Poirier at -165, Oliveira at +135, and Amanda Nunes a -850 favorite when she puts her bantamweight title on the line against Juliana Pena at +525.
I'm Trey Westerberg, 97.7 ESPN The Zone.
From the Fox 54 Weather Center, I'm Chief Meteorologist Jordan Dressman. A partly sunny sky this afternoon. Temperatures climbing into the mid and upper 50s. A little warmer this afternoon compared to what we saw yesterday across North Alabama, southern Middle Tennessee. As we head into the overnight, early into your Thursday morning, temperatures only dropping into the upper 30s and lower 40s. A mostly cloudy sky for your Thursday. Still getting to enjoy a little bit of sunshine. A couple of scattered showers, though, are going to be possible. Temperatures climbing into the lower 60s, dropping into the upper 50s and lower 60s as we head into the overnight. I'm Chief Meteorologist Jordan Dressman on your home for ESPN Radio, 97.7 ESPN The Zone.
It's Alabama, Cincinnati, Georgia, and Michigan in the Final Four.
No. Yes.
Listen to all the coverage and the games right here.
All right, place your bets. Place your bets.
On 97.7 ESPN The Zone.
Greg Halbert, Royalman Harper get you locked and loaded for Wednesday, December the 15th, noon Eastern. I got to be honest with you. It's going to be great. It's going to be a huge, busy signing day. I don't like the early signing period. I think it needs to back down a little bit. It needs to be after the college football playoffs so we don't see some of the chaos when it comes to the transfer portal and coaches and extensions and whatnot. All right, Brandon Marcello had this tweet earlier today. Mountain West Commish Craig Thompson said, quote, "If we do want to expand the college football playoff prior to the 12th year term limit, that's 2026, is going to have to be done here quite readily, probably within the next month or so." By all accounts, this thing is a done deal. This thing will expand to 12 teams. I think everyone's agreed on that. They've agreed on the who gets the buys overall, who will play at home or host teams, which will be 5 through 8. The problem is the Alliance wants a guaranteed bid. They're afraid of some of the different smaller conferences like the American, maybe like the Mountain West, and they want to say, listen, if we're going to come to the table, you need to guarantee us a spot, which, again, wasn't the original proposal. I think their feelings are a little hurt, and rightfully so right now, because, look, they would struggle at some years to get teams into a 12-team playoff, and that's just the reality of it, and they want to guarantee. Will that change? I'm not quite sure. 855-242-PAUL is the phone number. Greg from Athens, welcome into the show. What's up, Greg?
Hey, Peter. It's nice to get to talk to you in the afternoon instead of the mornings. You know, let me just say this about expansion. If they're going to do it, then just put the 12 best teams in, and that solves everybody's problem, except the Pac-12s.
Well, yeah, I mean, listen, in fact, I think the commissioner and I think other leagues would say, we'll agree to go to 8 teams as long as you just keep the committee and do 8 at-large bids. Doesn't matter if you play in the Big 12, doesn't matter if you play in the American or the SEC, whatever. Let the committee decide right now. I mean, the SEC has already said, hey, Greg Sankey, we're fine at 4. Naturally, because this is the second year they've had 2 teams into it. But, no, it's the Alliance and those other conferences that want to switch it up.
Yeah, so let me say this about Georgia and Alabama and the opportunity possibly for both of them to meet again. The problem that's occurred for Georgia in the last 4 games under Kirby Smart, no matter where any of them have been ranked, who's the quarterback, who's on defense, is that Georgia has an inability to score in the second half. They scored a total of 24 points in the second half in the last 4 games, whereas Alabama has scored 85. And so when you surrender 21 points a game in the second half against Alabama, that's never a recipe for success. And even if they have attempted to make some kind of changes, they have not been effectual. And trying anything without results is almost as bad as doing nothing. And I think that's been Kirby's downfall in these matchups against Saban, and it's just more glaring this year to get beat by the same score you got beat last year with a less experienced team against you.
You know, Greg, you had a tweet earlier this week, and I saw across my desk on SEC this morning that was saying that the worst Bama team in 10 years just beat the best Georgia team in the last 40 years. And I mean, and that was kind of a harsh reality that Georgia fans are having to think about right now. And if you're a Bulldog fan and you do get that opportunity, I think you have to look at it as a complete different mindset and say, listen, we're going to be the aggressor. It didn't feel like they were the aggressor in that early game. It felt like they were tentative, like they were kind of trying to jab and you know, kind of get the pace of the boxing match. And then all of a sudden, Jameson Williams has that knockout blow early. And then, hey, it was like Drago in Rocky IV. They were cut. And after that, it was Bama all the way down.
Well, I think part of that is it's not within Kirby's DNA to change up his game plan regardless of what's going on, because it's been demonstrated to us throughout the last 4 years. And Georgia against Alabama comes out and punches early, and they score the majority of their points in the first half. Mm-hmm. And then Alabama adjusts in the second half, but then Georgia doesn't make any meaningful adjustment whatsoever to do that. And so I don't know. I mean, you and I can say this is what they need to do, but Kirby has been the ultimate decider. And if he's not willing to put JT Daniels in on offense, and he's not willing to surrender or make changes on what they do on the defensive end, because it's a give and take, then this is what's going to happen every time they play. And as a Georgia fan, how would you like to feel knowing no matter what you do, you can't beat your rival?
Buddy, I'm going to let you go so we get some more phone calls in here, but I'll tell you, as an LSU fan, I felt a lot of that same feeling that Georgia fans are feeling for about 7 years, until 2019, where they went down to Tuscaloosa and beat the Crimson Tide en route to a title. Bama Nick is on with us. What's up, Bama Nick?
Not much, Peter Burns. It's been a while since I talked to you, buddy.
Yes, sir. How you doing, man?
I've been doing pretty good. You been doing all right, you and your family?
Man, I threw out my back a couple of weeks ago building a princess bed for my daughter, so that's when I know I'm getting old, Bama Nick.
Yes, sir. I know what you mean, Peter Burns. Look, Peter, I wasn't even going to call the show today, but my good buddy Mark Tyler at the Fish House and Seafood Center called and said, your man Peter Burns hosting the show. Nick, call in. I said, okay. I got one question for you, Peter.
Yep.
Who is your top two in the championship going to be?
Well, I mean, Bama Nick, I look at this, and I love this Cincinnati story. I think it's just great to see a group of 5 team that's in there. I'm not betting against Nick Saban in Alabama, especially coming off of 3 weeks, and to be able to figure out, even though John Mechie's no longer there, I think they'll be able to come out with enough game plan and win the trenches. So I definitely go with Bama. I am worried for Georgia, but I do think this is a better matchup than Alabama was. So, again, call me a honk here on the SEC Network, whatever you want. I'm dying to see Bama in Georgia once again in Indianapolis. That's what I want to see. I have no interest whatsoever in watching Michigan, Alabama.
That's what I want to see, too, Peter, and I think it's going to happen. But anyway, Peter, I'll let you go. I know other people want to call. It was just great talking to you again, and I'll call you on the SEC Morning Show next week.
I love it, Bama Nick. Appreciate it. Happy holidays. Merry Christmas to you and your family this time of year. Let's go and get another phone call in here. James, thanks for joining us here on the Paul Feinbaum Show. What's up, James?
Oh, this is Peter Burns?
It is.
No,
what's happening, James?
Man, this is Carlos. The boss man, he found out that Paul wasn't on there, man, so he, walked out the back door. He handed me the phone. He said, hey, Carlos, you want to talk to Peter Burns? I said, boss man, who is Peter Burns? You know? He said, some dude sub-pitching for, Paul Feinbaum. And I said, boss man, I'm Hispanic. I don't know no Paul Feinbaum.
Dynamite drop in there, James. To think about that somebody spent 45 minutes on hold to do that is impressive. I guess that's one adjective to describe it. Columbus, Ohio. Jim, thanks for joining us here on Paul Feinbaum Show. What's up, Jim?
Peter Burns, awesome to be on with you. I just want to say that how in the heck did Georgia get in the top 4? I'm from the SECisoverrated.com. I think this is the entire problem with finalizing the playoff, dude. We can't finalize the playoff because the SEC rules everything. They put 2 SEC teams in the top 4. I called Paul before this game, and I told him that Georgia was going down. They haven't played anybody all year. They almost lost to Clemson in their first game. Well, how low scoring was that, and what a battle that was? I knew they were going down. They didn't belong in the top 4. They still don't. Michigan's taking out Bama in the final. The Bearcats will be the Bear Splats once Bama takes them on. That's my comments. I don't know what you think about that.
Jim, real quick, before you hang up, I want to ask you, you said that, hey, listen, Georgia didn't deserve to be there, but do you have a problem with who the committee chose? I mean, you realize it's not an SEC person choosing who's in the college football playoff, right, or an ESPN person. It's a committee of, 12 people made up throughout all the country, right?
Yeah, no, I get that. I'm just saying I think across the board there's this SEC bias. And, I just don't think that with a 14 playoff that there was room to put 2 teams from any conference in there. I don't think it should be allowed. I think there's a conflict of interest. I mean, what's his incentive to play his best game and risk his players at Georgia? Because no matter what, everybody said before this happened that he was getting in, that that Georgia was getting in no matter what, and that's what happened. What's their incentive to play their best game?
Jim, thank you for the phone call. I will tell you this: the incentive for Kirby Smart to beat Alabama was that Alabama would no longer be in the college football playoff. They will have exercised the demons of 40 years. And if you mean to tell me if it was Georgia going up against Notre Dame, going up against Michigan, and going up against Cincinnati, who was going to be the favorite? It would have been the Georgia Bulldogs. They had everything on the line in that game. So again, I've heard some conspiracy theories in my day, but the fact of what was it to gain for Kirby Smart that he just wanted to let Alabama hang around? Buddy, I can't even buy that one. 855-242-PAUL is the phone number. Hit me up on Twitter at Peter Burns ESPN. More conspiracy theories, more of your phone calls coming up next. This is the Paul Feinbaum Show here on the SEC Network.
Words to savor from Johnsonville.
If you are someone who pokes sausage while grilling, let it be known, let it be written, you are no tongsman. No. You are a sausage poker. You let juicy sausage flavor escape through your poke holes, never to be recaptured, gone forever. And for what? What's the matter with you? Throw on and don't poke the Johnsonville sausage. Calling all Tongsmen.
Official sausage of the SEC.
Marty, I am the ghost of Rewards Past, here to show you all the cash back you could have earned on your holiday purchases.
But I get up to 1.75% cash back on all my purchases.
Wait, really?
Yeah, I have a Navy Federal Credit Union cash rewards card.
Well, cool. Happy holidays.
Learn how you can slay the season with a cash rewards card at NavyFederal.org. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Insured by NCUA.
97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
Take your taste buds back in time with a trip to the all-new Bubby's Diner, offering a variety of mouth-watering food, from delicious starters to 50-style diner food and meat-and-free meals, featuring owner and Huntsville native Chris Bubby Belcher's family's homemade recipes. Open for breakfast, lunch, and dinner at 8412 Whitesburg Drive in the former Gibson's Barbecue. And you can enjoy $50 worth of delicious Bubby's Diner food for half price with this week's Zone Deal. On sale now online at 977ESPN.com.
This is Wes Neighbors with Philip with Eagle Insulation, and we have an announcement to make.
Yes, Wes, we are now Eagle Masonry and Insulation. We're still a place to call for your insulation needs, but now we offer masonry services.
What kind of masonry projects can you handle?
Wes, no job is too big, no job is too small. We can do renovations, new construction, outdoor fireplaces, fire pits, brick landscape borders.
Well, when you came out to my house, you did both the insulation and masonry at the same time. You guys did rock for me, you did brick for me, and you insulated my house. That's usually done at the same time that you're building a house.
Absolutely. It really capitalizes on two services you need at the same time, and you can get one company to handle both of those.
Philip with Eagle Insulation will come out, do your installation. He'll do your masonry. They do a great job. They guarantee your work. Check out more online at insulatedwitheagle.com and schedule your free examination today. 256-755-1556.
Thanks, Wes.
This is Wes Neighbors talking to Chris Haygood of Bob Wallace Appliance. Chris, what sets you apart from other appliance dealerships?
Wes, these appliances are going into the most used room in your house, your kitchen. The way we have these appliances displayed, it's easy for you to visualize how they'll look in your home. Wes, what sets us apart is the people. They're well trained. In fact, they live and breathe these appliances. And if you need service, you'll really appreciate our parts department. Contact Bob Wallace Appliance at 256-533-2121.
What can you expect when you shop for a firearm at Bullet and Barrel? Expect great prices. We specialize in quality over quantity. Expect great service. Our professional sales staff is never pushy. We won't talk you into something that doesn't fit your needs. You have the right to make a smart, informed decision. Expect Bullet and Barrel, Alabama's only 5-star indoor shooting range, to support you after the sale. Bullet and Barrel, 3252 Lehman Ferry Road. Like or follow us on Facebook. Come see us soon.
Why is this oven still going? Hi, this is Dinesh.
Dinesh's Bakery just landed a sweet catering contract.
40 dozen fritters? Friday at 5 a.m.?
He needs an event planner to help him rise to the occasion.
Oh, every Friday at 5 a.m. Not a problem.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Instant Match instantly connects you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
I'm Chris Haygood at Bob Wallace Appliance.
Hey, Dad, if someone gets an appliance for Christmas, how will Santa get it down the chimney?
Magic.
Madeline, part of the magic of the season is our chance to get together again. More often than not, those gatherings will be in the kitchen. Look for holiday savings on the best brands you already know and trust, like Whirlpool, KitchenAid, and Maytag.
Santa's going to need some help delivering those.
That's what we're here for. Huntsville, Florence, and Coleman.
Bob Wallace Appliance.
From the Fox 54 Weather Center, I'm Chief Meteorologist Jordan Dressman. A partly sunny sky this afternoon. Temperatures climbing into the mid and upper 50s. A little warmer this afternoon compared to what we saw yesterday across North Alabama, southern Middle Tennessee. As we head into the overnight, early into your Thursday morning, temperatures only dropping into the upper 30s and lower 40s. A mostly cloudy sky for your Thursday. Still getting to enjoy a little bit of sunshine. A couple of scattered showers, though, are going to be possible. Temperatures climbing into the lower 60s, dropping into the upper 50s and lower 60s as we head into the overnight. I'm Chief Meteorologist Jordan Dressman on your home for ESPN Radio, 97.7 ESPN The Zone.
I wanna thank you
Thank you for making us your #1 choice for sports talk in North Alabama.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
It is the Paul Feinbaum Show. Peter Burns and my little friend Jacob Hester here, his prom picture. Just decided to wear the nice stuff here on the show. 855-242-PAUL is the phone number. As always, you can hit me up on Twitter at Peter Burns. ESPN is, I don't believe any other LSU players have entered the transfer portal in the last 15 minutes. If they have, we'll go ahead and show you in highlights of it. All right, Brian Kelly leaving Notre Dame. Ash is in Birmingham, wants to talk about it. What's up, Ash?
Hi, Mr. Burns. Thank you for taking my call.
You got it.
I'd like to discuss the Brian Kelly leaving Notre Dame, and I think I have a little different take. Brian Kelly was at 92 wins. Could this be Notre Dame getting him to leave, basically, on a good note, of course, but to not break Newt Rockney's total wins at Notre Dame, which was 105, I believe.
Yeah, so it goes back and forth because, Brian, I think, if I'm not mistaken, Notre Dame has already acknowledged that because they did have some wins that were vacated at some point, but I'm not quite sure how that comes into it. Again, it's not as crazy as a conspiracy theory that we just had from a caller that said Georgia and Kirby let Bama win so they could, that they could get them into the college football playoff. I'm not buying that one. And I'm not buying about it had to do with they wanted Brian Kelly out. I think Brian Kelly tipped off everybody when he said alignment in his opening press conference. I don't think him and Notre Dame are no longer aligned with what they need to compete in this level, right? To compete against Clemson. We saw it a couple years ago. They got blown out. To compete against Alabama, to compete against national championship contending teams, you have to have the recruits to do it, and you have to have the facilities. And I think Brian Kelly went up to Notre Dame and went to the administration and said, I need this, this, and this. Nick Saban did it in Tuscaloosa, and look what worked out, right? Kirby did it in Athens when he took over, and it's trending in the right direction. Even Jimbo Fisher's doing that at A&M. I think that he went to Notre Dame, and they're like, all right. And then at some point, he says, all right, well, I'm going to leave. And I think, honestly, that they may have called his bluff, and now LSU gets an opportunity to have a Hall of Fame coach at the helm in the 225. Going to be a lot of rebuilding there in Baton Rouge, but maybe that's what that program need, taking 2 steps backwards to go ahead and take 4 or 5 steps forward.
All right. Thank you very much.
You got it, Ash. Thanks for the phone call, man. Let's go ahead and take another phone call. David, thanks for joining Peter Burns in here on the Paul Feinbaum Show. What's up, David?
Howdy, Paul. Howdy, Peter. Thanks for taking my call.
You got it, man.
I wanted to get a question answered. Has any team ever had all running back, receiver, and a quarterback as a Heisman Trophy winner?
Boy, I tell you what, I got to go through and you guys can Google this quicker than I can. I can't recall that because obviously you'll have Devontae, you'll have Mark Ingram, and you'll have Bryce win it.
And Henry.
And Henry as well, too. So I don't believe that's been the case because I'm starting thinking about the different wide receivers that have won it and who else their teams would have been paired with. I can't come up with any that come to mind. I mean, obviously with Bo Jackson and Cam, those end up being close, but obviously no wide receiver in that group.
Yes, and only a little bit fearful of this Heisman thing since they put a different defensive player in above Anderson. Not that the kid didn't deserve some recognition, but, we always feel like them Bama haters are out there waiting for any opportunity. And I'm going against the previous call saying that they're biased for Alabama.
Yeah, I mean, thank you, David, for the phone call. And I think that's what happened. I think that people that have regionalized votes said, listen, am I really going to vote for Bryce Young and Will Anderson? No, okay, I'll give Bryce the vote. Then I want a defensive player, and even though I'm not going to vote for Will Anderson, which they should have, 40 more tackles than Aiden Hutchinson, they go with the defensive player in Aiden, and then at that point, then it's just kind of luck of the draw who else was going to be invited. And listen, it's unfortunate. It's even more, if you need a chip on the shoulder, not that this Alabama team has it, you could say that to Will Anderson, but Will Anderson was kind of like, I talked to him on the show on SEC this morning. He could care less, right? Like he's like, it doesn't bother me whatsoever. Let's take another phone call. Chuck is in Georgia. Thanks for joining us. What's up, man? Chuck, you there, bud?
Yeah, I'm here. Hey, Peter,
Feinbaum better watch out. You're doing a great job today.
Man, Paul's going to be like Saban. They're both going to retire in the year 2062. So he's safe to say the least, Chuck.
I got you. Hey, let me preface this by saying I'm not a Georgia nor an Alabama fan. I guess an SEC fan first. But I thought it was interesting. No one had really talked about. Normally, I would say defense wins championship games. But I've got to hand it to Saban. He had a great offensive scheme coming into this game. And I think probably the blueprint he used, if you'll think about this, who is the team that scored the most points against Georgia?
I mean, Tennessee did it right off the bat, right?
They did. They scored 17. And remember, they were in the red zone twice, which would have been 14 more points because but they, went for it on fourth down. Now, to Georgia's credit, Georgia stopped them. They got the best defense I've seen in 50 years. But I just thought it was interesting that Saban sort of used the Tennessee plan. Tennessee said, hey, I'm not going to mess with that defensive line. They spread the field. They used their speed. Alabama kind of did the same thing. So I think that probably Saban did his homework and really came up with a great plan based on what he saw Tennessee do to Georgia.
Chuck, I'm glad you brought that up, and thank you for the phone call. And it's a very astute point you bring up because you're saying that he did his homework. And it's not only Nick Saban, but it's what Nick Saban has built, more importantly, kind of behind the scenes, right? Where you have guys,
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-511-3535. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-511-3535. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-511-3535. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford.
97.7 ESPN, The Zone. The big dog is loose again. Here's Thom Abraham.
With Alabama on the brink of winning back-to-back Heisman trophies, the sixth time in history a school has done that, let me say this. I hate the Heisman. And it's not the award itself I hate. And I must say, I love Heisman House commercials. And I don't even know what product they are promoting. But I hate that the Heisman presents itself as one thing when, in fact, it's clearly another. The most outstanding player in college football. That's what it's supposed to represent. Yet in 80-plus years, that player has never been a lineman or even a defensive player. And don't throw Charles Woodson at me. Woodson had 3 touchdowns receiving, 2 rushing, and 1 on a punt return. If that guy never gets on the offensive side of the ball, Peyton Manning wins the Heisman in '97. The Heisman is for the best offensive skill player of the year. Nearly half of the 82 winners are quarterbacks. Most of the rest are running backs, and there have been a handful of wide receivers. Never a linebacker or a D lineman or a tight end or an offensive tackle, which, of course, is absurd. Just call it what it is. Now, this year, Will Anderson was the runaway winner for the Nagurski Award, which goes to the best defensive player in the country. And why not? He led the nation in sacks and tackles for loss and amassed a total of 91 tackles, which is insane since he plays on one side of the field, which is generally the side the team runs away from. Aiden Hutchinson, Michigan's stud DN, wasn't even a finalist for the Nagurski, but he'll be sitting next to Bryce Young when Young gets the hardware. Go figure. Now, you want to know something that does make sense to me? Valley Equipment Rental. That's right. You got a job to do. You want to get it done like a pro. You need the equipment from Valley Equipment Rental. Nothing is too big or too small. Valley Equipment Rental.
Listen for Thom Abraham throughout the day on 97.7 The Zone.
When you call most roofing companies, all you'll hear is, you need a new roof. Not when you call Fleming. At Fleming Roofing and Restoration, we're focused on your needs, whether it's an easy repair or a full roof replacement. Folks around here have trusted Fleming since 1965 for all their residential and commercial roofing needs. And as the area's storm damage experts, Fleming knows all the ins and outs of the insurance claims process. Log on FlemingHSV.com to schedule your free estimate today. Fleming Roofing and Restoration. We show up.
You've got to experience Toyotathon at Bill Penny Toyota. They've got the selection with over 700 new Toyotas to choose from. And they've got the extras with Bill Penny perks and a 10-year unlimited warranty. So get on over to Bill Penny Toyota today and experience Toyotathon. Bill Penny Toyota in Huntsville and online at BillPennyToyota.com. Bill Penny's Toyota 10-year unlimited warranty is valid through the 10th year of ownership. Valid on new vehicles only. See dealer for details.
Everybody knows the fun begins when you get to the end zone, where you can enjoy half-price apps every Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, half-price burgers every Tuesday, plus late-night pizza specials and a spectacular menu that includes jumbo wings, half-pound burgers, Tex-Mex, and an incredible selection of craft beer, and plenty of big-screen TVs. It's all happening at the end zone, 1851 University Drive, 2030 Cecil Ashburn at Jones Valley Station, and coming in early 2022, Mid-City End Zone at 1115 McMurtry next to the Target Shopping Center.
In 2 years, you can have a career that makes sense for you. Skill up and earn a living working with your hands, or work on the front line of computer information systems and cybersecurity. Get a degree that lets your healing heart take care of people. Help design and manufacture the most advanced cars, machinery, or even aerospace components. In just 2 years, great careers are within your reach at Drake State Community and Technical College. Visit drakestate.edu to apply.
Jay and Max, mornings on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN.
WZZN, Union Grove, Huntsville, Alabama. Alabama! Your home of the Crimson Tide Sports Network. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you.
And Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
From 97.7 ESPN The Zone.
Let's party!
Cowbells and swamp, the Yankees wrong. There's nothing like the SEC. The weekend's full of surprise.
Hit him with the flex.
From Williams Park to Death Valley. On the Fine Mom Show, Paul's on the roll. If he don't get the best of me, Paul. Help make sense of it all.
What's going on, Pablo?
Kneeling's up on Rocky Top. The Razorbacks are hard to stop. War Eagles soaring in the wind.
Let me talk, Tammy. Okay, go.
Tigers rocking in Missoula. Wildcats are grinning too. Talk about the tide that's rolling in. The weekend's full of surprises. From big upsets to robberies. On the Fine Mom Show, heads are gonna roll. If they don't get the best of me, we'll call Paul. Yeah, make sense of it all. Yeah, call Paul.
Don't take those calls. I could give you my address and phone number if you're ever in this neck of the woods.
This is the Paul Feinbaum Show. It's not Jerry Springer, right?
What is up? Back for another hour. Peter Burns sitting in for the legend, Paul Feinbaum. As always, that's the information over there to get in touch with us. 855-242-PAUL is the phone number. And you can also tweet us at Peter Burns, ESPN. And again, in this first hour, we've already had conspiracy theories from some who said that the College Football Committee, despite only having one SEC-related member, was all in for the SEC, and the fix was in. And the other conspiracy was the fact that Kirby Smart just somehow let Alabama win on purpose, so therefore that they could have two teams in the SEC playoff. I love you guys. As always, never a dull moment here hosting this show. We got Jimmy, Bobby, Aiden, Matt, Tinsley, and Connor on hold. Let's go to Chattanooga. Bobby, thanks for joining us on the Paul Feinbaum Show. What's up?
Okay, first I want to say I'm a Tide fan.
over 60 years. Quit blaming the coaches who lost the game. Blame the fans, blame the media, because y'all had the game over before they ever started. They're about to say Georgia's won, Georgia's going to win. And they had Alabama down to nothing. So let's blame the people who run put Alabama down. And Alabama people saw what was going on. That's where they came back. They came ready to play football and show what they could do. And so let's quit the coaches down because they did not do with that loss.
Bobby, I don't think anybody, and again, I'm not quite sure if anybody is putting anyone down at this point, right? I mean, Alabama just came in with a very good team. They came in with the chip on their shoulder. They were looking for respect. And guess what? Georgia had an opportunity, put pedal to the metal. They were up 10-0. That's a hell of a game plan, right? By Kirby Smart, by Todd Monken, even by Dan Lanning early in that game. The problem is that they weren't aggressive enough, and Alabama made the plays. They had the Heisman Trophy winning quarterback. That's the biggest difference maker. I am curious, though, now what happens if Alabama, and I do believe they get by a Cincinnati squad in the semifinal, how different will that matchup look if you don't have a John Mechie, who's an incredible route runner, and the way that they can kind of mask him and Jameson Williams in some of these bunch patterns? I'm curious to see how that would play if there is a rematch, and I absolutely hope there is coming in Indianapolis here in a couple of weeks. All right, let's go to Tennessee. Aiden, what's up, man? How you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing great. Aiden, how old are you, my man?
I am only 12.
All right, 12 years old, man. So what are you thinking? What do you got for us?
I was going to ask you, how do you think Tennessee's going to do against Purdue in the Music Bowl down in Nashville?
You know, Aiden, thank you for the phone call. Listen, this, I feel like 10 years ago we had kind of a better feel, even 5 years ago, about what you would expect in a bowl game. Nothing surprises me any longer. I will tell you this, though, Aiden, the importance of this is monstrous for Josh Heupel, because out of all the hype that they got early in this season, if they're able to continue to build upon that, especially with that high-powered offense, I'd love to be able to see it. Remember Tyon Evans? He ended up transferring out. This is kind of that recruiting pitch for that next signing day, because I don't think they have a monster early signing day on December the 15th. But if you're able to keep that momentum and able to wax a Big Ten team that shouldn't be able to put up the same numbers as you offensively, that's what you need to get the Jimmies and Joes up there to Knoxville. And it is fun right now to be a Tennessee fan.
You're right. All right. Thank you.
You got it, Aiden. Thanks, man. Have a good holidays. Let's go. 2:10 we go. Matt in San Antonio, what's up, buddy?
How you doing, Peter Burns? It's been a long time since I talked to you.
It's been a while. Happy holidays, Merry Christmas coming up to you. What's
Happy
up?
holidays to you, Peter Burns. I want to talk to you about the bowl game with Texas A&M. Peter Burns, I'm not worried about the team we're playing in the bowl game. They suck. We'll smoke them. They're not going to be that hard, difficult for us. I want to also talk to you about a couple other things. I was watching your show in the morning, and one of you guys said on the show that they think Haynes King needs to be the quarterback next year. I wanted your thoughts on that and a couple of questions and advice I want to ask you. The questions I want is, what's your opinion on, do you think Haynes needs to be the quarterback? 2, how do you think the schedule's going to change in SEC with Texas OU coming, particularly with LSU and A&M? And my third final question to you, Peter Barnes, is, I like that suit you're wearing there, man.
Hey, a little Jay Hilburn right there. I thought you were going to say you like the Jacob Hester prom picture T-shirt, but no, I appreciate that. Matt, let's go backwards on your questions there. As far as Texas and OU and A&M, if you missed us on SEC this morning, we had Commissioner Greg Sankey on with me and Chris Doring, and I asked him, I said, when are you guys starting to make those decisions? Not when Texas and Oklahoma were joining the SEC, but what you're going to do as far as the scheduling. He said he would expect something to be out within maybe the next 6 months or so. So that kind of gives you at least a timeline of how that's going to fit. I've always said I wanted some type of pod system to where, you play everybody in your pod and that you play as many opponents at least once every other year. I don't think it's fair the way we do constant opponents right now and permanent rivals. I would like for that to switch up a little bit. I think that's the only fair way that you do it once you have 16 teams in this conference. We'll see what happens. As far as Haynes King and Calzada, I would have been really intrigued to see what this team would have had Haynes King given them a little bit of zip and not got injured early in the season. Defensively, they were fantastic. The problem is it took them a couple of weeks to get right. And I think, Calzada showed you that he had some great moments, but at the end of the day, you have to be dominant. Go back and look at the SEC championship game, right? Who was the dominant quarterback? It was Bryce Young, and that's the reason why they won that game. To win football in 2021 on a national championship level, you have to have a national championship caliber quarterback. Can Calzada grow to be that guy? I'm not sure. I just know Haynes King is a little bit more dangerous if he indeed is 100% healthy. Let's head out to Tinsley. Thanks for joining us here on the Paul Feinbaum Show. What's up, Tinsley?
Hey, Peter. Thank you so much for having me.
Appreciate you calling.
Yes, sir. So my question is, looking at Brian Kelly being at Notre Dame for a long time period, and my question is, how long do you really think he's going to be able to sustain a successful career at LSU with their high turnover rate?
Yeah, Tinsley, it's a fantastic question because we live in a microwavable society, and there's nothing that gets the heat hotter right now than being in this conference, especially in that division, especially when you have Nick Saban in that neighborhood. You've got Brian Harsin that shows up. They can put up some fight. Lane Kiffin's second around Oxford. I mean, hell, the Leach, Leach is doing a great job in Starkville, and Jimbo's building something good. And Sam Pittman, I mean, my God, I just went through the whole SEC West. It's not going to be easy, but I don't think LSU has a choice at this point. I think with Scott Woodward, he's not going to be one that's going to say, well, listen, I got to pull the plug early on this. I think Woodward went big, and he's going to realize that Brian Kelly probably went to Scott Woodward and said, if I'm taking this thing over, we are just knocking down all the walls. We're keeping the studs on this building, but we are completely rebuilding it. I don't think LSU fans want to hear that. I don't think LSU fans are going to be happy for 2 years, but you're not trying to win a national championship in 2022. You're trying to win multiple national championships by 2024, 25, 26. And sooner or later, Nick Saban's not going to be coaching out in Alabama. I'm not sure when that may be. Maybe he gets bored, hopefully, for everybody else involved in college football. But I don't see that ending anytime soon. But they better be patient right now, because the last thing you want to do is do what a lot of these programs like Tennessee, like Texas, and like others have had to do is just completely change coaches. Let's get one more phone call in here before a break. Connor is in South Carolina. What's up, Connor?
Hey, how you doing, Peter?
Doing great, Connor.
Hey, I just wanted to get your opinion on who's going to be the next coach at Oregon. You know, I've heard stuff about Lane Kiffin, Dave Arenado. I've even heard stuff about Urban Meyer. So I just want to know what you think about that.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious about that. I mean, it made sense that Mario Cristobal was going to leave and head back down to Miami, right? I mean, I don't think that was necessarily shock. Guys want to go back to where they played. So the name that I keep kind of hearing is for there to be kind of this reuniting of Chip Kelly straight up north. You know, he's coaching over at UCLA. We saw him beat LSU earlier this season. He's had some success, but if I'm looking for a guy that understands how to recruit there, who is still committed to the college football game, who are you going to find better at that point than Chip Kelly, who knows that and has that relationship already with Phil Knight? That's the guy that I would have. For Aranda, I think he's happy in Waco. For Lane, I'm glad that he's sticking around. Our conference is better that he's sticking around here. And frankly, I'm glad Mario Cristobal took that job in Miami, because had he not, I think that would have been the next phone call that Miami would have made, is to try to hire Lane Kiffin away. And now that, again, the coaching carousel is so funny, because had Lane gone to Miami, if that indeed was in play, I think Jeff Levy wouldn't be headed to Oklahoma with Brent Venables. I think Jeff Levy, the offensive coordinator for the Rebels, would have been promoted as the head coach over at Ole Miss. But again, it's all Jimmy Sexton's world, super agent, and we are just living in it. More of your phone calls coming up next. We will also talk to Josh Pate. Always great stuff that he has over on 24/7 Sports. Renaissance season and biceps are upon us. That next here on the Paul Feinbaum Show.
The SEC taught us how to prepare, play hard, and persevere through anything, because the SEC taught us how to face a challenge. Regions, official bank of the SEC.
So, you're a brain surgeon?
Yeah, but part-time. Part-time brain surgeon, full-time football fan.
How is that possible?
AT&T 5G. With reliable football alerts and fast streaming, I am always thinking about the game.
Well, I hope not when you're operating.
No, I operate during my football lunch breaks.
AT&T 5G is fueling full-time fans who are on the clock, even when their team isn't. It's not complicated. AT&T 5G is fast, reliable, secure. 5G requires compatible device and plan. 5G may not be available everywhere. Visit att.com/5G for you to learn more.
It's J.M. Wood Auction's 48th annual two-day machinery and truck auction, December 7th and 8th in Montgomery, Alabama. Over 2,000 construction machines, farm tractors, trucks, utility vehicles, and more from government agencies and utility companies across the Southeast, selling to the highest bidder. All J.M. Wood Auctions feature live online bidding at jmwood.com. That's December 7th and 8th. Start bidding now at jmwood.com, LIC 1137.
97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
McCurry Motors is your car and van rental headquarters. You can rent the vehicle you need today. Family in town, sporting event, church function, no matter what your need, McCurry Motors has you covered with a wide selection of cars and vans available for rent. They have 12-passenger Mercedes Sprinter vans, 12-passenger Ford Transit vans, 15-passenger Ford Transit vans, and 15-passenger Chevrolet Express vans. They have 2 locations, Highway 72 in Athens or Max Luther Drive in Huntsville.
You may be into punk rock, soft rock, or classic rock, R&B, hip-hop, or house, country, techno, or techno-country. But no matter what kind of music you listen to, here's something else you should hear. Please consider getting vaccinated. Talk to your pharmacist today about Comirnaty, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA. This message brought to you by BioNTech and Pfizer.
Are you in the market for a recreational vehicle? Do you want to get out and see more of this beautiful country? Well, imagine hearing the laughter of your little ones enjoying gooey s'mores by a cozy campfire and making lasting memories with your friends and family from the comfort of a new camper. We can make your dreams come true at Hall's RV. With over 15 years in the camping business, we know how to get our customers into the perfect camper. We have several models and floor plans here for you to choose from, both new and used. We're family owned and operated with fantastic deals and great service. Everyone wants to work with people they can trust, so come on down to Hall's RV and get the deal of a lifetime. We'll treat you right and get you on the road in the camper of your dreams. Visit us on Highway 431 in Albertville. Hall's RVs, where we sell fun. Or see us on the web at www.hallsrvsales.com.
Ann Adams with Berkshire Hathaway Rise Real Estate is the one name to know if you're buying or selling real estate. With years of local experience, Ann Adams offers buyers in-depth knowledge of the local housing market and will narrow available properties down to those you'll be interested in so you can save time when shopping for your new home. If you're ready to sell, Ann offers a seamless process using accurate pricing and expert negotiation skills to make sure you get a fair price for your home. Call Ann Adams today at 256-337-2625 or log on bhhsriserealestate.com.
TOC Sports has been there for you. Now, you're probably asking yourself, what does that mean? It means for more than 20 years, Alabama's largest orthopedic group has been there providing coverage and care to more schools and student athletes in the Tennessee Valley than any other group. It means whether you are the star football player, the all-region volleyball ace, or someone who hurt their knee in a weekend pickup basketball game, TOC Sports physicians are proud to have the opportunity to care for all your orthopedic needs. It means for parents, coaches, athletes, desk jockeys, or even weekend warriors, TOC Sports physicians continue to meet and exceed the orthopedic and sports medicine needs of our community. But most importantly, during these challenging times, we're here for you now and will continue to be here. So as long as there are players on the field, games to be played, and contests to be won, the orthopedic specialists from TOC Sports will be ready to help. We don't know what the future holds, but you can count on the TOC Sports team to stay committed to you so you can stay in the game. Call 256-539-2728 today and ask to see a TOC Sports physician. Check them out online, also Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
From the Fox 54 Weather Center, I'm Chief Meteorologist Jordan Dressman. A partly sunny sky this afternoon. Temperatures climbing into the mid and upper 50s. A little warmer this afternoon compared to what we saw yesterday across North Alabama, southern Middle Tennessee. As we head into the overnight, early into your Thursday morning, temperatures only dropping into the upper 30s and lower 40s. A mostly cloudy sky for your Thursday, still getting to enjoy a little bit of sunshine. A couple of scattered showers, though, are going to be possible. Temperatures climbing into the lower 60s, dropping into the upper 50s and lower 60s as we head into the overnight. I'm Chief Meteorologist Jordan Dressman on your home for ESPN Radio. 97.7 ESPN The Zone.
This is the only place for Drew DeArmond, Wes Neighbors, and of course, Thom Abraham.
I never met him, but I hear that he's a man of character.
97.7 ESPN The Zone.
Welcome back right now here to the Paul Feinbaum Show. Peter Burns filling in for Mr. Paul Feinbaum. Hit me up on Twitter at Peter Burns ESPN. Joining us right now alongside some of your phone calls here in a couple of minutes is Josh Pate from the Renaissance season, man. What a season it's been. We ran into each other over in Atlanta, and I'm a real big fan of your work, Josh. And I wanted to go in. If Georgia is redoing and has a mulligan against Alabama in the SEC championship game, what's the one decision they're changing right off the bat?
Well, I'm not going the same direction everyone else is going. I think a lot of people are going quarterback. I'm not sure that's where I'm going. How about this technology, by the way? This is top-notch camera work being done by me. It's even more fancy than that shirt you're wearing.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'll tell you what I think. I really think whatever they have to do to run the ball better, that's the key. Because everyone went back to Stetson Bennett. Yeah, he threw for a lot of yards, but he had a couple of turnovers. Well, that's because they were constantly in positions, as you well saw there, where they had to throw the ball out of necessity rather than luxury. And by that, I mean, Bama got them into a lot of 2nd and 7, 3rd and 8 type situations. They didn't run the ball well, Peter. They got outgained by Alabama on the ground.
Yep.
If you would have gotten a prop bet, which team's going to outrush the other going into that game, knowing what the perception of Alabama's run game was, you would have been able to get a plus juice number very, very tantalizing on Alabama. So whatever they have to do to run the ball better, to where instead of Stetson Bennett dropping back in 3rd and 7, I get to watch him in 3rd and 2, and truly you can achieve play calling and offensive balance there. That's what they need. And to be honest, I know a lot of people are looking towards a rematch. They're going to have to do the same thing against Michigan, for the record.
Yeah, and Josh, that's where I wanted to go next is as far as, everyone's looking forward to a rematch. They feel pretty confident that Alabama will get by Cincinnati, which may or may not be the case, but we kind of lean towards that way. But as far as for Georgia, how much of a better matchup is going up against Michigan, almost kind of like the Spider-Man meme where they're kind of pointing at each other and how they play against each other versus the bad matchup it was against Alabama?
Yeah, it turned out to be a bad matchup against Alabama because Georgia, as it turns out in the secondary, still could not handle that speed. And some people may have thought, oh, well, they lost Waddle, they lost Devontae Smith, those guys are gone, they're good now. And it wasn't that way. Now, Michigan does not possess that kind of perimeter speed offensively, but what they do possess is the ability to be balanced, again, in their play calling, what you want to achieve if you're Georgia, of course, what you did not have the luxury of achieving if you were Alabama the other night. But what they do is they're able to get pressure with 4. They're able to pressure off the ends. They're able to affect your quarterback. They are a very hard-nosed running team. Georgia prides themselves on being able to limit you on the ground. And they did a pretty good job of limiting Alabama on the ground the other day. That's where I think it's different. It's if you hold Michigan to under 115, 120 yards, or conversely, if you're holding Michigan to under 4.5 yards per carry, let's say, and they're having to throw the ball to beat you, I think if you're Kirby Smart, you feel a whole lot better about your odds against Cade McNamara not picking you apart than you do, obviously, against Bryce Young.
Yeah, they don't have necessarily a Jamison Williams and John Mechie, until he got injured with the ACL injury in that game. But I think it feels like a low-scoring game. So, because of this Renaissance season, it'll probably be 52-49. Chaos ensues. I want to go big picture here. We got a big signing day coming up on December the 15th. I personally, Josh, hate it. I hate that we've had the early signing day right into the middle. Coaches are trying to prepare for college football playoff. They're trying. I mean, we had Brian Kelly just leave Notre Dame, which could have been a college football playoff team. I think, frankly, because LSU wanted to hire him right then before signing day. would you think that the majority of coaches would want to move that, or do they like that December 15th day?
No, I think they want to move it. I think everyone hates it. Listen, you see the company I work for, so it's very good for us. But my goodness, tomorrow night, when we do Late Kick tomorrow night, I'm going to do an entire extended segment on what I think the perfect college football calendar would be. I can assure you that will be a major part of it. The concept of either not having early signing day, which I don't think is necessary. I think it does serve a purpose. But I also think it would serve the same purpose if we bump that thing to late July, early August. I mean, think about if you're a coaching staff, think about the concept of having all the early signing day activity out of the way before you even open fall camp, to where you can solely focus, especially as Conference Championship Saturday approaches, on your football team. And then you can worry about closing out the remainder of your recruiting class after the new year. But right now, if space aliens understood sports, but they just landed on Earth today, they would look at the NFL and they would say, good for you guys. You got your calendar figured out. Yeah. They would look at us and they would say, what is the matter with you? It's like 15 different committees decided 15 different aspects of the sport, and then they all threw them in early to mid-December. It's insane.
It is absolutely insane. And on the flip side of that, do you believe if we were completely changing NCAA rules right now, which I don't even know what the NCAA consists of at some point anymore, Josh, what about I'm a firm believer in having transfer portal windows, right? Not it being open 24/7 and it's a 7-Eleven type situation where you could pull your name out after week 3 at 11 p.m., Do you think that's something that coaches would look for, or can we even put that genie back in the bottle?
I don't think we can put it back in the bottle. Let's pretend we can. Let's hope we can, because that would be another aspect of what I plan on talking about tomorrow night. If you have an ideal window or windows for this, I think it obviously comes right about now. So once your season is wrapped up, I mean, I'd love for you to stick the bowl game out, but that's probably more idealistic than realistic. Having said that, I think the main transfer portal window is post-spring, and it wreaks havoc on your roster, I know, because once you lose kids after spring, there's really not much you can do to fill that void. But from an organizational standpoint, the post-spring practice window, that's where I would like to see that second window, instead of just kind of casually going through week by week and you see a leak over here, a leak over there. But like you said, that's idealistic. It's kind of like NIL. Once we implement something and it's kind of hastily done and there are a lot of corners not checked and boxes not checked, how do we go back and say, all right, we got this thing, now we need to make some touch-ups on it? Yeah. I'm not the guy to ask, but I don't know if that's possible.
Yeah, it's the same reason with the targeting rule. Everybody wants it changed, but once they decided to make that change, it's hard to say, oh, we're going to have less player, quote-unquote, player safety. That's a plaintiff lawsuit waiting to happen. For those who don't know, I love your work over there with Late Kick. Tell everybody how they can view it and consume it, my man.
I appreciate it because it takes a mouthful. So we do the show every Sunday, Tuesday, and Thursday night. It's 8 Eastern, 7 Central. It's live. It's over on the 24/7 Sports YouTube channel. But we also put out one of those good old-fashioned podcast products, Peter, and 2 of them are exclusive per week. So you just search Late Kick wherever you get shows on YouTube or podcast, and you'll probably find me. And at that point, if you haven't had enough, I don't really know what to tell you. At that point, my mom would be fed up, so you should be too.
He is Josh Pate, Late Kick Josh. Great stuff, Josh. We appreciate the time. We'll get the body by Josh later, as I need to get the workout tips coming down the road after the holidays, all right?
I got you, brother. I appreciate it.
There it is. Josh Pate joining us. Does a fantastic job. Really smart takes on that. And again, I think if you ask every single coach right now, they are livid. And guess what? College football should be livid right now. If you're a Notre Dame fan, you're probably not happy that you lost Brian Kelly right before you went to a potential college football playoff. It's not good for the fans. It's not good for the coaches. Not good for the players. It's not good for athletic directors, right? Athletic directors now have to hand out extensions like they're, Christmas cards and Halloween candy, and they have to be forced into these decisions because early signing day is or that early signing period is so crucial for all of these teams. So again, I think that they'll start looking at this date a little bit differently, and fingers crossed that they do. I personally think that they should just go back to one signing day. I love that. I love the drama of kind of that February 1st. It was built up. It was a holiday. And guess what? As long as you have 2 signing days, the rich are only going to get richer. Alabama, the Georgias, the Ohio State, the Clemsons, you know what they're going to do? They got the biggest plate, and they get to go to the buffet and they get their servings first. And everybody else is waiting in the back of the line, and they're waiting to say, like, all right, well, who did they take? What kind of seconds can we get? And you have just one signing day, I think that would help the calendar. We'll see if that ever changes. 855-242-PAUL is the phone number. Hit me up on Twitter at Peter Burns, ESPN. More of your calls, more interviews coming up next here on the Paul Feinbaum Show.
The SEC taught us how to prepare, play hard, and persevere through anything because the SEC taught us how to face a challenge. Regions, official bank of the SEC.
Get help managing your money for the life and years ahead. With Fidelity Income Planning, we'll look at what you've saved, what you'll need, and build a straightforward plan to generate income, even when you're not working. A plan that gives you the chance to grow your savings and create cash flow that lasts. Plus, you can start, stop, or adjust your plan at any time without the unnecessary fees. Talk to us today so we can help you go from saving to living. Fidelity Brokerage Services, member NYSE SIPC.
Today's pros need today's tools, and nobody understands that better than the Home Depot. Our app makes it simpler to get supplies ordered and delivered. Our online project calculators cut guesswork and last-second supply runs. Job site delivery puts what you need where and when you need it. And rental puts the right equipment in your hands, but not your overhead. That's how today's pros get more done. New tech, new tools, old-fashioned hard work. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
Hey folks, this is Arthur Seaton, managing partner at University Kia, here letting you know we are proud supporters of Madison Academy football. Stop into the University Kia today and shop our large selection of new Kias, including the all-new Telluride 8-passenger SUV, the stylish new K5, and sporty new Seltos. Visit universitykia.com to view all our great offers and get pre-approved in minutes so you can drive home your new Kia today, because we want to see you in a Kia. Go Mustangs!
I'm Chris Haygood at Bob Wallace Appliance.
Hey Dad, if someone gets an appliance for Christmas, how will Santa get it down the chimney?
Magic.
Madeline, part of the magic of the season is our chance to get together again. More often than not, those gatherings will be in the kitchen. Look for holiday savings on the best brands you already know and trust, like Whirlpool, KitchenAid, and Maytag.
Santa's gonna need some help delivering those.
That's what we're here for.
Huntsville, Florence, and Coleman.
Bob Wallace Appliance.
You may be into punk rock, soft rock, or classic rock, R&B, hip-hop, or house, country, techno, or techno-country. But no matter what kind of music you listen to, here's something else you should hear. Please consider getting vaccinated. Talk to your pharmacist today about Comirnaty, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA. This message brought to you by BioNTech and Pfizer.
Hi folks, Bobby White back again for Woody Anderson Ford. And while placing a custom factory order is a smart way to save big and get exactly what you want, it's not suited for everybody. Right now, during our year-end sales event, choose from the best selection we've had in months of 2021 F-150, Explorer, and Edge. These Fords are on the ground and ready for your driveway. Woody Anderson Ford has financing as low as 0% for up to 60 months on most 21 models, and 22 Edge has up to $2,000 in bonus cash. If you're like me, you've seen more and more Bronco Sports running the roads in Huntsville and Madison. Come take one for a test drive and you'll see why folks rave about it. It's Woody Anderson Ford's year-end sales event with 0% financing for 60 months or up to $2,000 in bonus cash, and it all ends November 30th. Come in to Woody Anderson Ford. We're America's best-selling brand. Woody Anderson Ford, corner of Jordan Lane and Sparkman Drive. Hope to see you soon.
This is Brent Musburger's VSiN Action Update on 97.7 ESPN The Zone. Heads up, sports bettors. Right now you can try VSiN All Access free for 30 days with no credit card required. Visit vsin.com/free month to sign up now.
NFL Week 14, the Falcons plus 2.5 at the Panthers, and the Saints a 5-point favorite against the Jets on the road. This Saturday at UFC 269, 2 title belts on the line. Lightweight champion Charles Oliveira an underdog against former interim champion Dustin Poirier. Poirier at minus 165, Oliveira at plus 135, and Amanda Nunes a minus 850 favorite when she puts her bantamweight title on the line against Juliana Pena at plus 525. Alabama quarterback Bryce Young is the odds-on favorite to win the Heisman Trophy at minus 3,000. Michigan defensive end Aiden Hutchinson at plus 2,000, Pitt quarterback Kenny Pickett at plus 2,500, and Ohio State QB C.J. Stroud at plus 3,000.
I'm Trey Westerberg, 97.7 ESPN The Zone.
From the Fox 54 Weather Center, I'm Chief Meteorologist Jordan Dressman. A partly sunny sky this afternoon. Temperatures climbing into the mid and upper 50s. A little warmer this afternoon compared to what we saw yesterday across North Alabama, southern Middle Tennessee. As we head into the overnight, early into your Thursday morning, temperatures only dropping into the upper 30s and lower 40s. A mostly cloudy sky for your Thursday, still getting to enjoy a little bit of sunshine. A couple of scattered showers, though, are going to be possible. Temperatures climbing into the lower 60s, dropping into the upper 50s and lower 60s as we head into the overnight. I'm Chief Meteorologist Jordan Dressman on your home for ESPN Radio. 97.7 ESPN The Zone.
We cover all the SEC schools, including Western Union and Venmo.
I want that money!
You know, 97.7 ESPN The Zone.
Fine Bomb Show. That guy with the blue check mark, Peter Burns, is hosting today. I asked a question and posed it to you guys listening to us and watching us. Have the changes in name, image, and likeness and the transfer portal, especially with immediate eligibility here in the conference, changed your relationship with the sport this year? Over about 1,000 of you guys have already voted on my Twitter account. 36% of you have said it's made college football more interesting this year. 20% of you had said, hey, listen, it's less interesting. I'm not quite as interested now that name, image, and likeness and the transfer portal is out there. And 44% have you say no change. I actually believe that for me, it's made it more interesting. Not necessarily the name, image, and likeness part. I think those are kind of cool stories that those student athletes can make a couple of dollars. That's not a problem. I think what's made it more interesting is you can look at teams like Michigan State this year and how they were able, under Mel Tucker, to have a great season. They used the transfer portal really well. Look at Alabama and Jamison Williams. Look at what Arkansas was able to do. Look at how about Kentucky, Wan'Dale Robinson and Will Levis. I think the transfer portal, if done right, can really shore up some teams fairly well. So I think it's been a little bit more interesting of a year. And that's the reason why I think we've had the most interesting year in college football, maybe in the last decade, simply for the fact of we have a couple of new contenders, we had a wide open Heisman race, and we've seen more upsets than we have ever had. That is good for the sport. Good for this show is your phone calls. 855-242-PAUL is the phone number. Let's get Justin from Alabama in here. What's up, Justin?
Hey, man, how's it going?
Doing great, bud. How are you?
Pretty good. I just wanted to talk to you about, I heard earlier a guy called in saying Georgia didn't deserve the 4 seed. And to me, who else would you want in there? The committee has Notre Dame sitting at 5, but every time they slide in, they get blowed out. So why would you want to see them slide in again over Georgia?
Yeah, I mean, again, Justin, I think that's a deal where people are, anybody that says that, hey, Georgia didn't deserve to be in there, they're probably jealous that Georgia didn't have the team, or their team is not as good as Georgia. And I think that they want to take a shot over at the College Football Playoff Committee. And guess what? If there were 6 of the 12 members of the College Football Playoff Committee had SEC ties, I would be like, all right, okay, I can kind of understand that. Well, guess what? There are, on the committee, 3 Big Ten people have ties, including Gary Barta, the chair of the committee. Well, how much did they love Georgia?
That's right.
Enough that they were in. So there was only one SEC member of a 12-team committee or a 12-person committee that is SEC ties, and that's Mitch Barnhart. Justin, thank you for the phone call, man. Again, I don't understand when those people say, I think that's a little bit of hindsight being 2020. Let's go to Shannon in Georgia. What's up, Shannon?
What's up, Peter? Man, enjoyed the interview earlier with T-Bob Avery. It was nice to hear a football guy, say that while Stetson Bennett was a concern, he wasn't the fault of the loss of the day.
Agreed, Shannon. What you got for me, man?
Hey, look, so in the last 24 hours, Florida has suffered 4 decommitments. They're now sitting at 7 commits for the cycle, 76th in the nation, and we're a week away from early signing period. And I'm assuming this is after Napier's had a chance to meet with these guys. Is this a cause for concern for Florida? I mean, they're looking at 7 commits going into the early signing period.
Yeah, I mean, Shannon, I think anytime you made, going back, there seemed to be a whole lot of appetite by Mullen and his staff to recruit at the same levels as Kirby Smart or Nick Saban or other teams across the country. And so you knew that this signing day was going to be, I wouldn't say a disaster, but was going to kind of fall apart, right? I mean, the reason why you're hiring Billy Napier is because of his recruiting acumen and how much he has a passion for it. So, I mean, if you're a Gator fan right now, I'm not worried. I would rather miss out a little bit on early signing day and have Billy look at this roster, which he's still learning right now, right? I mean, they need to find playmakers. I heard all week long from at the SEC championship game from people I respect throughout the SEC world, and I asked about, like, what's that roster look like at Florida? They're like, there's not that dynamic player any longer. There's not 4 or 5 guys that are like wow factors. If you're Florida, it's the same thing with LSU. You're going to lose a bunch of guys right now because a new coach is going to come in and he's going to want to do it his way. I wouldn't be concerned if I'm a Gator fan.
Yeah, I just know they got a quarterback, 2 receivers, and a defensive lineman that decommitted. So it's they definitely have the odds stacked against them right now.
Yeah, I don't think that there's a doubt in that, Shannon. But, again, you can't afford – Scott Strickland is in the same spot as Scott Woodward right now, is that this cannot be a snap your fingers, we got to get this right, okay, right immediately. A program like Florida and a program like LSU, they are absolute blue bloods in this sport. You have to commit down this road for a while. I think Brian Kelly will have success in Baton Rouge, and I think Billy Napier will have success over in Gainesville as well. Let's go to Drew in Alabama. Drew, thanks for joining us here on the Paul Feinbaum Show. What's up?
Hey, Peter, what's going on, man? Listen, 2 things. Transport portal. From what I get out of that, you use it, the students are using the transport portals for similarities as I didn't do good at your school, so I'm going to take my talent elsewhere. My position on that, and this is only me, is that if you're going to use the transport portal, let's use the transport portal during signing periods. It's just like we're up and we're saying, since you don't want me to play at your school, I'm going to go elsewhere. Second thing, the college format extension. You got these guys in there, look like they're playing politicians. If you're going to play politicians with the extended format, won't you just go ahead and vote on it and be through with it and stop playing with it, move on to bigger and better things for the league? That's all I got for you, man. Appreciate you.
Drew, thank you for the phone call. Let's go back to your first question as far as the signing day and transfer portal. I'm with you. I think that the competition committee and coaches need to come together, and I think that they will, and say, listen, transfer portal, I don't know if they can change it, but I'd like to see specific windows. Okay? It's hard enough to recruit players in college football. It's hard enough to get them to come to your school, much less having to re-recruit your roster every single day. How do I handle the quarterback room? How do I handle this? I don't think it's great for the work ethic to say, hey, I'm out the next day, right? But I understand with the way that it is for players getting more rights, how are you going to put that genie back in the bottle? I'm not quite sure if that happens. Regarding the college football playoff expansion, everyone says it's happening. I believe that it's going to happen. The problem is that the Alliance, the Big Ten, the ACC, and the Pac-12, they want to be guaranteed a spot. And not only that, it feels like they're going to look at this and go, well, wait a minute. We could do it in 2024, which would be all right. But if we wait until 2026, do we need to have the group of 5 here? That's kind of my feeling around all of this, of why the other conferences, the big Power 5 conferences, are looking at that going, hey, why are we having the Cincinnatis? Why are we caring about the Americans, about the American Athletic Conference, the Mountain West of the world? Why are we giving the group of 5, all of this love here? Which I think it would be a mistake if they don't have the group of 5 and gives them an opportunity to come in. But that would not shock me if all of a sudden the Alliance, which clearly is somewhat afraid of these smaller conferences, or else they would vote for the proposal that's been out there that was pretty much worldwide and universally loved earlier. 855-242-PAUL. Let's get one more phone call in here before a quick break. Joseph is in Tupelo. What's up, Joseph?
Hey, what's going on, Peter? What's going on, man?
Oh, just loving life, man.
Yeah, I hear you. Hey, listen, I just want to say, later on, I haven't talked to you in a while, but also, what do you think, about Rebels against Baylor? I think that we'll win, but also another part of my question is, with Jeff Levy leaving, even though, I don't know for sure, is he still going to coach this game, or is he going straight to Oklahoma? And also, I want to find out is, is that going to mess up our recruiting situation? Because I know that he's a big part of it, but Coach Kiffin does most of the calls regardless. You know what I mean? So that's one thing, but it's always good to have him around the quarterbacks at all times. So that's our main quarterback coach, is Jeff Levy, and he's a great quarterback coach, and I'm glad that he was ours, but I wish that he would have stayed ours. But I just wanted your opinion on that.
Yeah,
what part of that? And also, what do you think about is Max Johnson? I know that he's leaving, but I know he's a decent quarterback, but do you think there's any chance? We don't probably need him right now because we have great quarterbacks. But do you think that he would even consider coming to Ole Miss since there's in the portal?
Joseph, thank you for the phone call. Let's go, first of all, to the Levy to OU. I can't imagine. If Jeff Levy does end up being Brent Venables' offensive coordinator at OU, as had been reported by several different outlets earlier today, I can't imagine that he would stick around for Ole Miss. Now, if this was a college football playoff, maybe that they had worked out a deal as illustrious as the Sugar Bowl is and an honor to be in it, I think that that Jeff Levy would head out immediately to start recruiting for the Sooners if he gets that gig. And guess what? For Lane Kiffin, he's I would imagine people want to come play and coach under Nick Saban because they learn a lot. I don't think that there's an offensive mind that you would want to learn more about than coaching under Lane Kiffin. So I think the Rebels will be fine offensively. Regarding Max Johnson, I don't know. That's a weird situation. I was surprised that he decided to transfer out of LSU. I thought that he would at least wait to see who the new offensive coordinator is going to be for Brian Kelly. That was definitely not the case. So where he goes, I would actually look at the clue of where his little brother goes. His little brother ended up being Jack, I believe is his name. He's the number one tight end recruit in the country. He was committed to LSU, has since decommitted. I think those two want to play together, and I wouldn't be surprised if they head somewhere as kind of a package deal going forward. More of your phone calls, more of your tweets coming up after a quick break. Hit me up on Twitter, @PeterBurnsESPN, in for Paul Feinbaum.
Listen to the Man in the Arena podcast, a 10-part series exploring how sports impacts our everyday lives through the lens of Tom Brady's career. Brought to you by ZipRecruiter and available wherever you get your podcasts.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-511-3535. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider, 800-511-3535. That's 800-511-3535. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with, call Big Lou at 800-511-3535.
97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
Take your taste buds back in time with a trip to the all-new Bubby's Diner, offering a variety of mouth-watering food from delicious starters to 50s-style diner food and meat-and-three meals, featuring owner and Huntsville native Chris Bubby Belcher's family's homemade recipes. Open Monday through Saturday for breakfast, lunch, and dinner at 8412 Whitesburg Drive in the former Gibson's Barbecue. Drive-in, drive-through, carry-out, or curbside pickup with delivery coming soon through Grub South. Bubby's Diner, home of the Donut Burger.
When I chose a garage door company, I did my homework. I needed Precision Overhead Garage Door Service. They have a 5-star Google rating. I checked their reviews and liked what their customers had to say. Precision Overhead Garage Door has lifetime warranty packages. Same-day service if I call before 2 p.m. If they can't make it the same day, my service call fee the next day is waived. They did a 25-point safety inspection on the door and operator. Now that's peace of mind. Residential, commercial, and gate services. Precision Overhead Garage Door Service. Call 256-400-4500.
At Mr. Sparky, we're America's on-time electrician. Flickering lights and hot switches can be annoying, but they can also signal a major problem, or worse, an electrical emergency. So play it safe and leave it to the experts at Mr. Sparky. Trust our team of professional, clean, and friendly electricians. We'll get it done right and get it done safely.
You don't have to put up with any malarkey. Call 888-8-SPARKY.
Independently owned and operated, licensed in the respective state or county.
I'm attorney Gary Lackey. You know, you'll hear people say we're like a family, but here at the Lackey Law Firm, that's really true, not just a saying.
I'm Justin Lackey. With my father and my sister, we have a special connection to each other.
I'm Jennifer Lackey. At the Lackey Law Firm, when we take on your case, you become part of our family. You really do.
And we'll always do whatever it takes to get everything you deserve.
If you're injured, you worry about getting well, not about paperwork or insurance companies or figuring out how to get to your lawyer's office. I'll come to you.
We worry about your case so you don't have to.
When you've been injured, we know that your case is probably the biggest thing going on in your life. More important than almost anything else.
And it's important to us, too, for one simple reason. Family takes care of each other, and at the Lackey Law Firm, we'll take care of you.
The Lackey Law Firm. The Lackey Law Family. 1-800-4RIGHTS.
No representation is made that the quality of the legal services to be performed is greater than the quality of legal services performed by other lawyers.
Normally, when you call a roofing company, all you hear is, you need a new roof. Not when you call Fleming Roofing and Restoration. Since 1965, the folks at Fleming have been focused on what you need, whether it's an easy repair or a full roof replacement, commercial or residential. And when it comes to storm damage, you want Fleming on your side. They know all the ins and outs of insurance claims and will guide you through the entire process. Log on FlemingHSV.com and book your free estimate today. Fleming Roofing and Restoration. We show up.
Taco Bell presents a get-out-of-bedtime story. It's time to wake up from this amazing dream, even though you're jet skiing on lemonade. How extreme! And oh, look at that, you just won the lottery. Is that a castle? Take the keys, it's your property. What's better than swimming in space? Just wait for the big reveal. It's Taco Bell breakfast and it's actually real. So it's time to wake up and bid your dreams farewell. Because toasted breakfast burritos are waiting for you. Only at Taco Bell. At participating Taco Bell locations near you during breakfast hours only.
From the Fox 54 Weather Center, I'm Chief Meteorologist Jordan Dressman. A partly sunny sky this afternoon. Temperatures climbing into the mid and upper 50s. A little warmer this afternoon compared to what we saw yesterday across North Alabama, southern Middle Tennessee. As we head into the overnight, early into your Thursday morning, temperatures only dropping into the upper 30s and lower 40s. A mostly cloudy sky for your Thursday, still getting to enjoy a little bit of sunshine. A couple of scattered showers, though, are going to be possible. Temperatures climbing into the lower 60s, dropping into the upper 50s and lower 60s as we head into the overnight. I'm Chief Meteorologist Jordan Dressman on your home for ESPN Radio, 97.7 ESPN The Zone.
When we say local, we mean local, not Birmingham.
Loser.
We are the only sports talk station in Huntsville. It's all right here. 97.7 ESPN The Zone.
You've got a magical glow.
Is in here. How are you, Linda? What's going on?
Hey, it has been way too long.
Yes,
way
ma'am.
too long.
Yes, ma'am. How's your season been?
Yeah. Oh, my gosh. I have been on cloud nine since the end of the Iron Bowl. Beyond, oh, my goodness. We're going to go all the way. No problem with Cincinnati. And whoever we meet in the Natty, we're going to beat them, whether it be Georgia or Michigan.
Linda, who
do you think it's going to be?
Linda, real quick, let's assume that Alabama, I don't want to give any rat poison to Cincinnati and use it as bulletin board material, but let's say that Vegas is right and the Football Power Index is right and Bama gets by them. Who do you, as an Alabama fan, want to see? You want to see Michigan and Jim Harbaugh? Or you want to see a rematch against Kirby and the Dogs?
To be totally honest, it doesn't matter to me. Whoever it is, I think we're going to win the national championship.
I love that.
I'm not sure if I want to see a rematch. Not that Alabama's scared of Georgia, but it really does not matter to me. I know that sounds like a corny answer, but it just really doesn't matter. All I know is I think Alabama's going to win the national championship game, whoever they play, whether it be Michigan or Georgia.
Linda, I would say this, and of course, Nick had a great team last year, one of the best teams in college football history, and it was obviously looked and felt different because of COVID and only, a 10-game schedule. But as a Bama fan, if Nick was to win this one, where would you rank this as far as like the most the most rewarding Alabama Crimson Tide national championship after kind of all this team has been through this year and how tough they've battled?
I would rank it number one as far as rewards, because of what we've been through this year and stuff. Almost got had a close game with Arkansas, a close game with LSU. A close game with, let's see, who was the other team that we had?
The Iron Bowl, Arkansas, Florida, LSU.
Yes.
It's been a bunch of close calls.
Yeah, a bunch of close calls and stuff, and just made it through it and won those games and stuff. And, I just think this would be very rewarding for this team and for Nick Saban. I really do. I think this would be the most rewarding national championship, considering what we just said, what they have been through this year, their close calls, and just to come out and win that SEC championship game. Because I'll be honest, I never go against my team. I've been an Alabama fan for a very long time.
Yeah.
And I was questioning whether we could beat Georgia. And now I feel bad about that. But, I did. I'm just being totally honest. I didn't think we could beat Georgia.
Linda,
when we did, in the fashion that we done it, and our O-line was so much more improved. I was so proud of our O-line, and the way that SEC championship played out. I was jumping up and down, Peter.
and that's what I say. And Linda, and we got to go because we're up against it. But I'm glad you brought that up, because for Coach Saban, I think it would. I think Coach Saban has been energized in so many different ways. Like not coaching last year in the Iron Bowl, I think that he got a kind of a glimpse of what retirement would look like. And I don't think he liked it very, very much, right? So I think he was energized going into this year. I think he's energized because he knows this isn't the greatest, most talented team that he's had, but it's still pretty darn good. We just saw that, and that's why they're the number one seed. But I think almost as an Alabama fan, and I speak on behalf of my wife, who is one of those, this has been one of the more rewarding and fun seasons to have. I mean, it's fun, whipping everybody 45-0. We've seen that many times, right? We call them laundry games in the Burns household, where my wife's doing laundry in the third quarter. She's like, all right, okay, the game's over. This might be the most fun since the first title that Nick Saban brought. And even going back to the 2012 season, that was pretty darn good as well. All right, Scott Hamilton, one of my friends, going to join us coming up next. A lot of great interviews. Peter Burns in on the Paul Feinbaum Show.
Welcome to Parent Teacher Night. Oh, yes, Miss Garner.
If you have one of those airline credit cards, you're probably not earning double miles on every purchase.
You're right. My card only gets extra miles on some types of purchases.
With the Capital One Venture Card, you earn unlimited double miles everywhere.
Wait, but where can we use them?
You can use Capital One Venture Miles on any travel purchase.
Venture gets an A+.
Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Hey, yeah.
how's it going?
Word of mouth has Dante's dental clinic thriving.
17 new patients? Nice. Is this next month's calendar?
But he needs another dentist to give his schedule a good cleaning.
This is this week? You're kidding. Oh, you're not.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Instant Match. Instantly connect.
97.7 ESPN, The Zone. The big dog is loose again. Here's Thom Abraham.
What's that?
With Alabama on the brink of winning back-to-back Heisman trophies, the sixth time in history a school has done that, let me say this. I hate the Heisman. And it's not the award itself I hate. And I must say, I love Heisman House commercials. And I don't even know what product they are promoting. But I hate that the Heisman presents itself as one thing when, in fact, it's clearly another. The most outstanding player in college football. That's what it's supposed to represent. Yet in 80-plus years, that player has never been a lineman or even a defensive player. And don't throw Charles Woodson at me. Woodson had 3 touchdowns receiving, 2 rushing, and 1 on a punt return. If that guy never gets on the offensive side of the ball, Peyton Manning wins the Heisman in '97. The Heisman is for the best offensive skill player of the year. Nearly half of the 82 winners are quarterbacks. Most of the rest are running backs, and there have been a handful of wide receivers. Never a linebacker or a D lineman or a tight end or an offensive tackle, which, of course, is absurd. Just call it what it is. Now, this year, Will Anderson was the runaway winner for the Nagurski Award, which goes to the best defensive player in the country. And why not? He led the nation in sacks and tackles for loss and amassed a total of 91 tackles, which is insane since he plays on one side of the field, which is generally the side the team runs away from. Aiden Hutchinson, Michigan's stud DN, wasn't even a finalist for the Nagurski, but he'll be sitting next to Bryce Young when Young gets the hardware. Go figure. Now, here's an easy one. You go to the doctor. The doctor says, hey, you need to see an orthopedic for that bum shoulder of yours. You say to the doctor, I want to see the docs at TOC Sports. That's right. They'll refer you immediately. TOC Sports, there for you.
Listen for Thom Abraham throughout the day on 97.7 The Zone.
Take your taste buds back in time with a trip to the all-new Bubby's Diner, offering a variety of mouth-watering food from delicious starters to 50-style diner food and meat and 3 meals, featuring owner and Huntsville native Chris Bubby Belcher's family's homemade recipes. Open Monday through Saturday for breakfast, lunch, and dinner at 8412 Whitesburg Drive in the former Gibson's Barbecue. Drive-in, drive-through, carry-out, or curbside pickup with delivery coming soon through Grub South. Bubby's Diner, home of the Donut Burger.
So close to home, just 5 miles from downtown Huntsville, Montesano State Park sits on over 2,000 acres with spectacular vistas from atop Montesano Mountain. And right now would be a great time to purchase our zone deal so you can plan your getaway and save money. Get a 2-night stay in a cabin at Montesano State Park for the price of just 1 night, only $140. Get your zone deal before they're gone at 977ESPN.com.
You've got to experience Toyotathon at Bill Penny Toyota. They've got the selection with over 700 new Toyotas to choose from. And they've got the extras with Bill Penny perks and a 10-year unlimited warranty. So get on over to Bill Penny Toyota today and experience Toyotathon. Bill Penny Toyota in Huntsville and online at BillPennyToyota.com. Bill Penny's Toyota 10-year unlimited warranty is valid through the 10th year of ownership. Valid on new vehicles only. See dealer for details.
At Mr. Sparky, we're America's on-time electrician. Flickering lights and hot switches can be annoying, but they can also signal a major problem, or worse, an electrical emergency. So play it safe and leave it to the experts at Mr. Sparky. Trust our team of professional, clean, and friendly electricians. We'll get it done right and get it done safely.
You don't have to put up with any malarkey. Call 888-8-SPARKY.
Independently owned and operated, licensed in the respective state or county.
This minute.
Greeny with Mike Greenberg. Weekday mornings at 10 Eastern on ESPN Radio. And watch exclusively.
WZZN, Union Grove, Huntsville, Alabama. 97.7 ESPN, The Zone. This hour on the Paul Feinbaum Show is brought to you by Fleming Roofing and Restoration, located online at FlemingHSV.com. Leading the way for sports talk in North Alabama.
Winning is the only thing that matters.
Thank you.
Yes, amen, I say yes.
97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
In my life, I've never had a phone call like that.
What is up, y'all? We're past halftime, third quarter of this show, third hour. Peter Burns joined alongside my good friend Scott Hamilton. Scott Hamilton Show, ESPN in Charleston. And you like this shirt that I was wearing today?
I didn't get the memo. I would have worn my Tim Couch shirt, maybe my Andy Kelly koozie or cozy or snuggie, whatever that's called. I would have been on point. I'm sorry.
I'm surprised that Paul doesn't have a snuggie in here. As cold as it gets in here, all 75 pounds of him. You know how like Smokey on the sidelines sometimes has a like yellow, the orange
snuggie.
That would be hilarious to see. This is Jacob Hester. I think it's a prom picture from 1999, back in the day. Puka shell necklaces and all. So it's a good look for him.
I'm glad I got to see it. He actually texted me today, so now I have...
there you go.
I've got to get one of those.
Trust me, you can buy this one for me real cheap afterwards. Scott, let's... I was in Atlanta, SEC championship game. We've been talking about it, but everyone's been talking about it. Outside looking in, what surprised you the most of what went down in the ATL?
It wasn't so much Alabama won; it was just the dominance. I mean, 24 points in a quarter. That's nuts. 5 more than Georgia had given up in a game all year. Mm-hmm. I actually predicted Bama to win. I want to go on the record. I will pull the audio. I will pull the tweets. I predicted Bama to win, but I did not expect that, and now I'm wondering where Georgia's head's at.
All right, so what was it that you were telling, because everybody was calling into the Paul Feinbaum show, and in hindsight, it looks great, right? Like in hindsight, I'm thinking about it. Me and Dorian were kicking ourselves on the sideline going, it was the greatest coach of all time. It was a Heisman Trophy. It's Saban versus Kirby. It's Alabama versus Georgia. How did we not see this coming? But yet I didn't. What did you see that I didn't see in many others in that game?
Well, I didn't see it like that. Yeah. What I saw was we had not. Georgia didn't show to me the ability to come back when it mattered. They had not really been down late. I thought this was a game that if they don't put it away by halftime, I thought Alabama would win because Alabama had shown the wherewithal to come back to do it when it counts. Look at the Auburn game. Look at LSU. The Florida. There were so many games when Alabama was up against it and showed the perseverance to come back and win. We hadn't seen that out of Georgia because we didn't need to see that out of Georgia. I just didn't expect it to be put away at halftime by Bama.
No, and especially not after a 10-0 start. And you kind of like, all right, after Washington catches that touchdown, you're thinking, all right, this is going to just be Georgia. This is what we expected. Pat on the head for Alabama. Then all of a sudden, like the Undertaker, Nick Saban's like, I'm still here. I'm still Nick flipping Saban. And sure enough, it happened.
I mean, we were wondering if they were going to make the playoff or if they're number one.
And rightfully so, because guess what? He'll end up winning the Heisman. Scott Hamilton of the Scott Hamilton Show and ESPN in Charleston joining us. Let's spin this forward. You talked about where Georgia's head is at. It's an interesting matchup against Michigan because I feel like they're almost a very similar team. Yeah. You got a couple of weeks to rebound. Is that you think Michigan, or are you thinking Georgia gets back into the national championship hunt?
I don't know. I honestly don't know because they are so similar. If I had to bet, though, I would say Michigan because they're playing with house money, man. They are. Nobody expected them to be here. Everybody expected Georgia a week ago to just go ahead and get its coronation. It's inevitable. They've been number one with a bullet basically since they beat Clemson season opener. And you know what's funny, Peter, is I came out of that Clemson game. I actually wondered how much better is Georgia than Clemson at that point. What was it, 10-3?
10-3. And of course, everyone said, well, Clemson's not ended up being a good team. Well, we saw once they got things figured out kind of midway of the season. I mean, listen, if we had a true expanded playoff right now, like teams like Ole Miss would be a problem. Teams like Clemson, with the way that they were playing, would be a problem. But you're right. I mean, there were things that we could glimpse at the first part of this game that were like, all right, maybe they're not great offensively, but defensively they're elite.
Yeah, exactly. And what Alabama did to exploit that, I don't know if it was so much schematically. I truly think it was a mental thing. Because what did they see that they had not seen all year? Honestly, other than an elite quarterback who got the ball out of his hands quickly and did Bryce Young things.
Right, and that's why Bryce Young is going to end up winning the Heisman here in a couple of days. Are you a Heisman voter?
I am.
Are you? No, you're not allowed to say quite yet.
There'll be a red dot on my forehead and black helicopters circling.
I'll speak on behalf of Scott, who cannot divulge his quote or vote. I would say that you have Bryce Young winning. Can I ask if there were at least one defensive player in your list?
Yes, you may.
Okay. Did you have? So you had at least one in there.
Yes, I did.
Did you have multiple?
I had one.
Okay, you had one. You see, I want to ask if it was Will Anderson, so I hope it was instead of Aiden Hutchinson. Let's go in a different direction. We're talking so much about Brian Kelly now over in Baton Rouge. We see the news. Family. We see the news of Billy Napier going to Gainesville. I'm intrigued about what's happening, not necessarily in this conference, but in the ACC. Dabo just lost Brent Venables over to Oklahoma. It appears there's more movement today right now with that coaching staff. Is that right?
Yeah, Tony Elliott's in Charlottesville right now interviewing for the Virginia job. And that's another big hit. I mean, think about this, Peter. The turnover that they're having, and this happens to Saban every year.
Yeah.
He goes through this every year. And I said this when they lost to Georgia in that opener, and we started seeing chinks in the Clemson armor. I said, we're going to learn who Dabo is as a coach now.
Sure.
Because he's never really been challenged as a coach. Once they got this thing going, it was pretty much put on cruise control, and they would have a generational quarterback in the backfield to mask any problems, so on and so forth. Now you've got the defensive coordinator of arguably the best defensive coordinator of the last decade, 15, 20 years, maybe. I mean, I don't think that's a stretch.
I mean, listen, he's been fantastic. I was with Brent, I want to say about 5 years ago, and I went down to Clemson. I wanted to see the slide. I wanted to see the whole thing that everybody was talking about. And me and the great Travis Haney were there and talking to Brent, and Travis had a good relationship with them, and I'm there with them, and he's like, hey, why haven't you left for coaching? He goes, I'd have to be a dumb SOB to do it. Because he goes, I make $2 million a year right now, and I can coach ball. Dabo loves all the CEO, the head coaching stuff, the fundraising. That's who he is. I'm not that guy. But then again, when you're making $7.5, $8 million, you get to coach a blue blood program like Oklahoma. That changes a little bit of the calculus.
Well, and the familiarity he had with the program. It wasn't just like going to any other place. I mean, he was there for, 11 years with Stoops, won a national title there. And, of course, to your point, that making $7.5, $8 million, we don't know yet. We haven't gotten the details on the contract yet. There's a real calling there. I'm just wondering this. I'm wondering – Dabo's going to have to fill the defensive coordinator spot. He's going to have to fill probably the offensive coordinator spot. There were staff changes already going to happen. He's going to dip into the transfer portal. You've got to if you're going to keep up. He's just going to have to do things differently. And I've always said the mark of the great coach, Saban, as a prime example, the ability to evolve and adapt throughout time. Look at Mike Krzyzewski, how he's changed his operational system throughout the 40 years he's been at Duke.
Right.
That's how you win. And Dabo's going to have to show he can adjust.
Yeah, and we don't know. What's interesting is that there's no, it's one thing for Nick to do it here in this conference because you've got in the SEC West, I mean, it's just a murderer's row right now, and yet he still is the top. The ACC, who's pushing them right now? I mean, Florida State is struggling with Mike Norvell. They couldn't even beat a way-gassed Florida team to become bowl eligible. Miami's in the midst of a coaching change. Virginia Tech's in the midst of a coaching change. I love the story of Dave Clawson at Wake Forest, but in Charleston, when you look at this ACC, who is that challenger right now?
I don't know. I mean, and I asked that question this morning. I'm wondering this. Now that Clemson has come back to the pack a little bit, is there anybody positioned to go up a notch? Maybe find it within themselves to say this is our opportunity, we need to seize it. But I look across the standings, I look across the landscape, and I'm like, I don't know. It's competitive to the point that it's almost detrimental to itself. That it's so competitive that it becomes, I hate to use the word mediocre, but a little mediocre, man.
No, I think it truly is at this point. I mean, it kind of feels what Dabo has at Clemson is kind of what Lincoln is going to build in the Pac-12 now. Right? I mean, just in the fact of, hey, you are the blue blood. You've got all the recruiting. Now you're going to be not waltzing, but you're going to have an opportunity to have kind of an HOV lane to the college football playoff. And I found that funny that, SEC fans were saying, Lincoln Riley didn't want the smoke of coming to the SEC. Why in the hell would you want it? You're going to get paid an incredible amount of money, and you're still going to have an opportunity, if things go well, to prove yourself against an SEC opponent in the college football playoff. That's not about, that's about working smarter, not necessarily harder for Lincoln Riley. I thought ultimately that was the best decision that anybody made.
The one thing that could happen would be Miami. I think Cristobal is the guy. And now that they're finally pumping in buku dollars, as Piccoli would say, into that program, you've got a guy. And funny, though, he brings in SEC blueprint. You know, but you got to do it front to back. Build up the lines. Cristobal's that guy. He's a dynamic recruiter, and he has that charisma. He has that what Schnellenberger had, that aura about him. People want to congregate to him, and they need that now to reinvent themselves, put up that wall, have the state of Miami back.
And that's what Schnellenberger did. When you go back and watch the U on 30 for 30, it was great, and it talked about Howard Schnellenberger. When he came in, they were letting Miami-Dade kids go out of town. He's like, no one is going to get away from here. That's the reason why they built up to U. Kind of the same thing a little bit about what Nick Saban did at the state of Louisiana. You think Brian Kelly now is going to be able to do that, him and his Louisiana family down there in Baton Rouge?
That's a bad look, man, what he did. You're a Louisiana guy. You're an LSU guy.
Listen, if he wins games, you're not even going to be able to find video of that. We're all going to laugh about it. I told people at LSU the first thing that Brian Kelly should do after that whole debacle about the basketball game is that he should call Marty and McGee, or he should do something with somebody, Boudreaux and Thibodeau down in Houma, Louisiana, and say, hey, listen, what do I need to know here? And step into it so it's no longer a thing. They obviously not
TikTok video of him doing different accents, maybe.
Again, it would be fun, but at the end of the day, there's more important things, and it's called recruiting, and that's what Brian Kelly is going to do. You can listen to him, Scott Hamilton Show there in Charleston, and Twitter account. You want to go ahead and give
Scott H. Radio.
There it is, Scott H. Radio. Wrestling. I got Dalton Wagner coming in. He's a brand new Arkansas WWE member. We'll tell you what that means coming up next year on the Paul Feinbaum Show.
Brought to you by J.M. Wood, the equipment auctioneers.
Want to be a fly on the wall at Nat Geo's headquarters? Well, with the Overheard podcast, you can. From smuggled dinosaur bones to man-made glaciers, each episode takes a dive into the curious conversations that occur behind the scenes at National Geographic. Overheard is presented by Geico. Millions of ESPN sports fans count on Geico for reliable car insurance and low rates. Visit geico.com, get a quote, and see how much you could save. Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
5G is here, but the big carriers want you to sign a pricey long-term contract to get in on the action. Well, no more, because Straight Talk Wireless has rolled out 5G coverage nationwide, with plans starting at just $35 a month with no contract. And get a Samsung Galaxy A32 5G for only $299, all on America's best networks. 5G coverage, 5G phones, less money. Straight Talk Wireless, no contract, no compromise. 5G capable device required, actual availability, coverage, and speed may vary.
97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
Ann Adams with Berkshire Hathaway Rise Real Estate is the one name to know if you're buying or selling real estate. With years of local experience, Ann Adams offers buyers in-depth knowledge of the local housing market and will narrow available properties down to those you'll be interested in so you can save time when shopping for your new home. If you're ready to sell, Ann offers a seamless process using accurate pricing and expert negotiation skills to make sure you get a fair price for your home. Call Ann Adams today at 256-337-2625 or log on bhhsriserealestate.com.
This is Wes Neighbors talking to Chris Haygood of Bob Wallace Appliance. Chris, what sets you apart from other appliance dealerships?
Wes, these appliances are going into the most used room in your house, your kitchen. The way we have these appliances displayed, it's easy for you to visualize how they'll look in your home. Wes, what sets us apart is the people. They're well trained. In fact, they live and breathe these appliances. And if you need service, you'll really appreciate our parts department.
Contact Bob Wallace Appliance at 256-533-2121.
Touchdown, Boilermakers! Witness tomorrow's NFL stars this month at the TransPerfect Music City Bowl.
First down, hand off, tailback, right up the middle to the 30. He's out of here. 20, to the 10, crank up Rocky Top. Touchdown, right up the middle.
Don't miss a second as Tennessee and Purdue, two of college football's top programs, go head-to-head on Thursday, December 30th at 2 p.m. inside Nissan Stadium. For more information on this year's game, including ticket availability, visit MusicCityBowl.com. Presented by the Tennessee Lottery.
This is Wes Neighbors with Phillip with Eagle Insulation, and we have an announcement to make.
Yes, Wes, we are now Eagle Masonry and Insulation. We're still a place to call for your insulation needs, but now we offer masonry services.
What kind of masonry projects can you handle?
Wes, no job is too big, no job is too small. We can do renovations, new construction, outdoor fireplaces, fire pits, brick landscape borders.
Well, when you came out to my house, you did both the insulation and masonry at the same time. You guys did rock for me, you did brick for me, and you insulated my house. That's usually done at the same time that you're building a house.
Absolutely. It really capitalizes on two services you need at the same time, and you can get one company to handle both of those.
Philip with Eagle Insulation will come out, do your installation. He'll do your masonry. They do a great job. They guarantee your work. Check out more online at insulatedwitheagle.com and schedule your free examination today. 256-755-1556.
Thanks, Wes.
TOC Sports has been there for you. Now, you're probably asking yourself, what does that mean? It means for more than 20 years, Alabama's largest orthopedic group has been there providing coverage and care to more schools and student athletes in the Tennessee Valley than any other group. It means whether you are the star football player, the all-region volleyball ace, or someone who hurt their knee in a weekend pickup basketball game, TOC Sports physicians are proud to have the opportunity to care for all your orthopedic needs. It means for parents, coaches, athletes, desk jockeys, or even weekend warriors, TOC Sports physicians continue to meet and exceed the orthopedic and sports medicine needs of our community. But most importantly, during these challenging times, we're here for you now and will continue to be here. So as long as there are players on the field, games to be played, and contests to be won, the orthopedic specialists from TOC Sports will be ready to help. We don't know what the future holds, but you can count on the TOC Sports team to stay committed to you so you can stay in the game. Call 256-539-2728 today and ask to see a TOC Sports physician. Check them out online, also Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
From the Fox 54 Weather Center, I'm Chief Meteorologist Jordan Dressman. A partly sunny sky this afternoon. Temperatures climbing into the mid and upper 50s. A little warmer this afternoon compared to what we saw yesterday across North Alabama, southern Middle Tennessee. As we head into the overnight, early into your Thursday morning, temperatures only dropping into the upper 30s and lower 40s. A mostly cloudy sky for your Thursday, still getting to enjoy a little bit of sunshine. A couple of scattered showers, though, are going to be possible. Temperatures climbing into the lower 60s, dropping into the upper 50s and lower 60s as we head into the overnight. I'm Chief Meteorologist Jordan Dressman on your home for ESPN Radio. 97.7 ESPN The Zone.
It's Alabama, Cincinnati, Georgia, and Michigan in the Final Four.
No. Yes.
Listen to all the coverage and the games right here.
All right, place your bets. Place your bets.
On 97.7 ESPN The Zone.
Peter Burns sitting in for Paul Feinbaum. As always, right here on the Feinbaum Show, we do wrestling headlines. WWE unveils its inaugural NIL class. 15 different student athletes doing it, including several members of the SEC. You see 5 different players selected for the next in line deal for name, image, and likeness. You see that name on the list, Dalton Wagner, calling the Hogs here, and he's calling us here on the Paul Feinbaum Show, joining us coming up right now. How flippin' cool is this, man? Like, give me the background of how a deal like this, I mean, working with WWE, explain it.
Dude, it was one of the coolest things I think I've ever experienced. I mean, I, like a lot of other people, grew up watching it all the time. And they one day reached out to me on Instagram after NIL had passed and were like, hey, we're looking forward to pursuing an NIL deal with you guys. We're making a big push in this and want to make a big announcement. And we'd really like to get you on board. And of course, you know, what do you say to that? Of course, yes, whatever you want me to do. And to be able to go and talk to the people and get this whole deal set up and the big announcement today, it's been one heck of an experience.
So explain this to me. Before we get into what it exactly is, walk us through the process of whether it be WWE or a barbecue joint or whatever, getting in touch with a student athlete right now. What are the steps that you have to do to make deals like this happen?
There's a whole bunch of them. There's a lot of red tape and everything you got to go across, but for the most part, it just starts with communication, whether it's through text messaging, phone calls, DMs on social media platforms, but a lot of it's really just communicating first between the athlete and the vendor, and then the vendor will go and contact the compliance department as we start to move forward with all of this.
All right, so one of those vendors was WWE, which I could just see, like, you smile even whenever it comes up every single time. So what does this relationship mean for you? I know they have a performance center down there in Florida. Like, what does this look for Dalton Wagner and these other 15 athletes that got this opportunity?
Yeah, it's essentially just a gateway to show you the world beyond your sport. And the way it was explained to me is that it's like a recruiting kind of deal, and they'll take you down to the performance center. They'll show you around all your stuff. They'll show you different venues and places where you get to go work or would be able to go work. And on top of that, you'll do some social media promotions. They'll help you out with engaging followers and such. And at the very end of your contract, you have an option to you either go to your professional sport of your choice, or you get an open contract with the WWE with the possibility of being able to sign with them.
All right. So which route do you think that you lean towards at this point?
I don't know. I'd really like to try the NFL first, and then after that, I'll go give the WWE a shot. I think it's the NFL has definitely still been a dream of mine as a kid, and that's all with coming back one more year, just trying to boost my draft stock as much as I can.
And speaking of that too, because you guys have been incredible, it's been such a fun team to watch. And when I say the word team, from Grant Morgan to Bumper to Treylon and all these guys, it just seems kind of special what Pittman has brought. When Sam came in, did you know it was going to be this quick of a turnaround in this kind of family environment in Fayetteville?
Since his first meeting, yes, absolutely. He came in, and the first thing he talked about is trying to earn everybody's trust, everybody's respect and admiration. And he successfully did that in a matter of a few weeks. I mean, he turned it around like no one really could see it from the outside when we're doing all of our winter conditioning and winter strength training. And, of course, COVID hit, so that's probably one of the hardest things as new head coaches. Oh, crap, now you've got a pandemic to deal with. Your student athletes aren't in the facility, but he came in and he dealt with it like a champ. And he turned this program around in a matter of a year and a half, and he's done a tremendous job. And from his first meeting, everyone on the team knew it.
8-4 this season and 4-4 in the toughest division in all of college football. You go back and let's say whenever you become a Hall of Fame wrestler down at after a illustrious 10-year NFL career, what memory from the 2021 season is going to be the first one you write about in your book?
Beating Texas for sure. That was especially. It was. I mean, Razorback Stadium was sold out. It was one of the cruelest experiences I've ever seen, and I know most of my teammates would probably say the exact same thing. Like, to come out last year of being 3-7, and now you're going into this new year, and you got big Texas coming into town, and for us to do that, it was the most memorable thing I've ever done in college.
Just that environment. My weekend co-host, Katie George, who calls games for ABC, was on the field, and she goes, this was the first SEC game I ever had a chance to, and I saw the fans rush the field, and just that moment, she's like, I'm a SEC fan. So you got at least another adoptee there. Let's talk about your team right now. All right, so if WWE said, all right, Dalton, you're killing it, you're crushing it, we love you, we need one other member of the Arkansas Razorbacks that's going to be it's going to be perfect for the wrestling world. Which one are you picking as your tag team partner?
John Ridgway, for sure.
Why is that?
I'm big, he's tough, he's mean, and I think he loves wrestling just as much as I do.
Okay, so every wrestler has their kind of that heel. You got to have that opponent that, there's a little bit of, no love lost. Who would be the one person on the other side of the ring that you would have this, like, this relationship with that you just love to hate?
I'd probably say it'd have to be Roman Reigns, honestly. As much as I love the guy, it could be really awesome to have a battle against him. But he does awesome stuff for the wrestling world. But it'd be a cool matchup, especially since he was the one to take out the Undertaker.
I love that. That would be tough. It's kind of like when Ric Flair and what was it? Was it his son or somebody in there? It's like it broke my heart that he was going to have to put down Ric Flair in the ring, and it's that meme about he's just crying. That would. I
remember Shawn.
Yeah,
took him out, and I remember they gave him chin music, and then was just said, "I'm sorry" right after he did it.
I'm sorry. I love that gif. I'm going to ask you about the Penn State game coming up in the Outback Bowl in just a little bit, but I want to go back to you had an opportunity to face some of the best players in college football that went after this offensive line. Who gave you the biggest problem all your season long?
Will Anderson, for sure. He's an incredibly special player, and for him, I was surprised when he wasn't in the Heisman finalists for a lot of that stuff. He was he was Defensive Player of the Year, and he was an elite rusher. And he did things that, like, you couldn't even really be ready for. Like, he'd go and gap exchange across to the other side of the line and still make a play. And it's just like, how do you stop that? And he's an elite player, and he's only going to get better from here on out.
I would imagine. Did you watch the SEC championship game? I don't know if you get some guys just completely unplugged when it's not the season. So you saw it. Were you surprised at what happened in that game, or did you knew something like that was coming after having played Bama earlier this year?
After playing both of them, Georgia and Bama, I was a little surprised. But at the end of the day, you still got to remember, like, that's Alabama. That was the number one team in the country for a while. They're a strong team. They're a very well-coached team. I know Coach Saban does a tremendous job down there in coaching, and his whole staff does an amazing job. And he really is, when you think back to it, it comes down to brass tacks. And that team was ready to play. They were ready to go to the SEC championship. And so was Georgia, too, and they just had a nice slug.
For you, last one, you guys get ready for the Outback Bowl. What's this process look like? Have you had an opportunity to start reading up on Penn State and looking at some film?
Yeah, we haven't as a team yet had an opportunity yet, but I've looked into them a little bit. They got a really good linebacker core in there. They've got a stout DN group, too, along with their D-line, and overall just tremendous defense. It'll be a nice matchup for us, especially first time going to Florida in quite a while for the Razorbacks, and it's going to be an awesome matchup. Whether the team's really excited for it, I know Penn State's probably just as excited as we are, and it's going to be a really good matchup. Outback Bowl.
Two fun programs going at it over there in the Outback Bowl. Are you coconut shrimp or bloomin' onion guy?
Bloomin' onion for sure.
Okay. All right. You see, there it is. We're absolute heels of each other because I'm all team coconut shrimp. Would you, by the way, be able to get Paul Feinbaum now a contract with WWE Wrestling? Do you think he would fit into that group?
I think he would. I think he'd do a great job. I think he could make it. He'd have to pull some strings, I think. I don't think I'm the one to pull the strings, but I definitely think he'd be a great.
Dalton, make it happen. I want to see Paul Feinbaum get thrown through, the table there in ringside, and that would be unbelievable. A cage match, it would be fantastic. He's Dalton Wagner. Congratulations to that young man. What a great opportunity there, getting an opportunity to be a part of the WWE. We'll get some of your phone calls coming up. Also, talk to Barry Trammell. What's going on with Oklahoma as they get ready to join the SEC in a couple of years? Brent Venables headed that way. Now Jeff Lebby will discuss. Peter Burns in for Paul Feinbaum.
Getting paid up to 2 days early with direct deposit is another reason banking with Capital One is one of the easiest decisions in the history of decisions. That's banking reimagined. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank. Capital One, N.A., member FDIC.
Shop on eBay this holiday season to get more for your dough on stand mixers, or get more for your buck on this season's hottest tech and gaming gear.